Overwatch League 2023. We are back. APAC is back, as am myself and Admiral. There we go.
Yep.
Anyway, we're going to go diving
APAC
into another stacked day of action. Kicking things off, we're going to have the Guangzhou Charge getting ready to go up against O2 Blast. A very different looking O2 Blast than the one that we saw ahead of the mid-season madness.
And a very same looking Guangzhou Charge as you'd expect. I mean, this team has been really beloved this year. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it to mid-season madness. Very competitive run, though. I mean, they had a near flawless, or was it actually flawless, I believe, first stage coming on in. And, yeah, just kind of fell short in the knockouts, right? So a pretty brutal knockout stage. But Hangzhou Spark, I want to say, did pretty well in mid-season overall. They beat Mayhem. I think, you know, the sort of reputation of APAC, it was nice to see Hangzhou Spark do that. So I'm glad to now see these teams back in the regular season with some added competition in there alongside the contenders team. So 4 extra new teams in the cycle. So, you know, you guys want to see a few more teams in the Eastern region. So we're not seeing the same 6 or so teams all the time. Well, we've upped the number to 10 now. There's 10 damn teams.
We heard the cries for more Overwatch, and we have delivered. So yes, these guys are going to be playing throughout a limited, I guess is the word for it, limited round robin here. Not everybody's going to play everybody exactly, but they're going to be going around and playing against the majority of each other. And then obviously from there, we'll have people seeding and get ready for the end of the season and whatnot. But that's still a ways away. For now, we can just focus in on what we do have today. So it's going to be 3 matches for you guys here, first of 3 as per usual. And we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top, because we've got Guangzhou versus O2 Blast. Then we've got Infernal versus Spark. That one's likely to be a gigabanger. And then we have the series that is the previous gigabanger, which we'll have to see how the hell it looks today, with Dynasty going up against Dragons.
It's still the, you know, most longest living rivalry in Overwatch League history. It's the, you know, we're going to get the official stats out there, but it's the game that has been played the most number of times ever in the history of Overwatch League. So, yep, Seoul Dynasty versus Shanghai Dragons, that'll be upcoming. But when you say limited round robin, I'll explain a little bit more about what that means. Essentially, it's still a round robin. A round robin would be, there's 10 teams, everyone plays 9 times. Everyone here plays 8 times instead. So you're only missing 1 game from the round robin. Couldn't quite include 9 matches for everybody. That would actually be a lot more matches, because everyone's got to play an extra match at that stage. So limited it to 8 games per team. So we're nearly there for round robin. Still pretty damn good, though. You're wondering how we sort of got here and where we still have to go. We had a, you know, the 4 teams from the previous knockout stages. So the top 4 contenders teams, we had 12 teams total, remember. Top 4 of those teams have now joined us in the regular season here for the second half of the year. We're playing through the entire qualification stage into then eventually the knockouts again. We'll be joined again by 2 more new contenders teams, bringing the total numbers back up to 12 for another knockouts, and then on to playoffs from there. Here's a new map pool.
New map pool indeed. Got some looks of some of these maps throughout the open, and also, you know, just earlier today's NA games. So we saw some new Queen Street, some Watch Point Gibraltar and whatnot. So we'll see where these teams want to try to take us. But obviously, I think the biggest change is going to be there in hybrid, with just total shift. You know, that NS Sport total shift as far as the maps are concerned. And we also did have a bit of a minor patch coming into this one with some changes to Cassidy, May, Hanzo, and Widowmaker.
So we're still not on the live patch, in case anyone's wondering. We're 1 behind the live patch now. So this minor patch we sort of added is just the slight adjustments to, you know, the May slow reduction there. A little bit of the magnetic grenade got nerfed as well on this particular patch. Although that being said, we actually did see a little bit of Cassidy play earlier today. So I was a little bit surprised by that. Let's see if that Western strategy, those Western picks, have also bled into our Eastern region here as well. But yes, the Widowmaker nerfs are live in there. And I, again, quote-unquote, say nerfs because she's actually still kind of strong. But we're not on the live patch. We're not on the brand new patch that's currently on the live service. Going to give our teams a little bit more time to play with this current patch first.
Got to get acclimated, but of course, you know, the teams that we have had here in APAC now need to get acclimated to some of these newer faces that they're going to be squaring off against. I mean, O2 Blast, kind of an unfigure, one of those squads that you suspect the majority of the teams in Asia are going to be scrimming against, just given their history of dominance and contenders and how strong they are and how great they are when it comes down to scouting talent and whatnot. Always one of those teams that you kind of want to scrim against, but for some of the other ones, that could be a first time here for a lot of these squads. We'll have to just wait and see how they stack up.
And here's our 10 teams, our 6 Overwatch League teams, our franchise, our beloved teams that we've been seeing for the entire year so far, and then the top 4 contenders teams from the previous knockout stage, and Dreamers, O2 Blast, Panthera, and Pokerface, of which Dreamers made a very big run in that Group A bracket, and they went all the way to the finals, and actually were the ones that knocked out Guangzhou Charge, so we're looking forward to that rematch at some point later on during this particular qualification stage. But a schedule out in front of you. We already talked a little bit about some of these games. Personally, though, I think the Giga Banger of the day should be Infernal versus Spark. Those have been our top 2 teams in this region for some time now, with the obvious inclusion of Guangzhou Charge a little bit early on in qualifications early in the year. But as far as the teams that actually represented this region of the East in the Mid-Season Madness, it was Infernal and Spark.
The Giga Banger right there in the center, forming a nice little sandwich that we've got. With, I mean, obviously, I'm still very interested to see this first series in particular, as well as any kind of growth that can come through from the side of the Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons, given that since we last saw them, Fleta no longer a tank player, now as a coach. What are they going to look
Exciting.
like? I don't know. We'll have to just wait and see. We're saving that one for the end of the day. That's going to be the biggest surprise of all. But for now, let's talk about zero surprises whatsoever, and that's for the starting roster of the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, for sure. And what I'm really curious about is what Jimmy is going to do on our new patch. I think for everyone else, pretty clear. I think you will keep playing the Winston. You got the Ana and the Brig combo far away Xerneas. Choi is going to play a combination of Tracer and the Echo, seeing a massive uptick of Echo gameplay, especially from today's games, and the map will currently really favors Echo. Question will be, what does Jimmy do? Because Hanzo is still viable. Saw a little bit of cast play from the West earlier today. But it's just going to be Hanzo, because Hanzo was the choice for Jimmy. That was the steed that he was riding on for the entire first half of the year. I don't know if he's going to be able to one-trick any more Hanzo for the entirety of this second half. And we got maps in the pool like Circuit Royale, which in my opinion requires double sniper. You want to play Hanzo and Widowmaker, where Jimmy's going to have to go on the Widowmaker. He's going to have to pop the Hanzo over towards Choi at least. And then there's a question of Sombra. Does Jimmy hop on the Sombra? Because he was a little bit, he wasn't super comfortable with the Sombra in the first half.
Yeah, we saw it occasionally, but not very often. But now we'll take a look at O2 Blast, because I think that there is plenty to talk about here, because this is an incredibly different roster from the last time that we did see them when they were looking to make that run into mid-season madness. One of the, 2 of the more familiar faces here, of course, are going to be Prophet, little PH there, formerly on the Dynasty, as well as Who Are You, Genji Extraordinaire.
Yeah, it's going to be still going to be Prophet for me. And you know what? When O2 plays Seoul Dynasty, just get ready to be confused. I'm gonna get confused in there with all you. Prophet, Who Are You on this team? Who Are You is an interesting addition, because I think he's going to end up having to be the Tracer player. Prophet on the Sombra, Who Are You on the Tracer. Protect's been around the block here as well. It is entirely a new team though, because none of these guys were, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't really play for the team in our knockout stage. So essentially got 5 new players on board. We had Marvel and Attack previously on the tank line. Marvel's now gone over towards LA Gladiators. Attackers, I'm not too sure where Attacker went. I thought Attack would remain on the roster. We got Protect instead, so we got from Attack to Protect. Yeah, the DPS line, Knife went over to Vegas. Probes on Shock now. Opener went to Toronto, and Irony is, where did Irony go? Irony also went on to Vegas. So basically, the entirety of the starting lineup of the previous O2 Blast and now ended up on Overwatch League teams.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of the biggest factors here is not, are these players going to be good enough? Because, again, O2 Blast, known for their scouting, known for trusting in players and being able to show their full potential. That has been seen time and time again. Question is, have they had much time to acclimate to one another? Because obviously you're playing a team game. You're playing one of the most chaotic team games that's out there. So being able to have clear communication in high intense moments, that's where the cracks could really show. So we'll have to see how they do fare and whether or not it's going to take a little bit more time before they can get up to that standard that we expect from O2 Blast. Starting things off, though, as we take a look at the map set, we're going to be going over to Antarctic Peninsula, and then we'll go on to Namani, then Dorado, perhaps through Queen Street, as well as Lijiang Tower.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm maybe a little bit trepidatious about my level of confidence on this new O2 Blast team. It's a battle between how much do I trust the O2 franchise and the history of this roster. They've dominated Contenders Korea for the last 3 or so years, and every single time, despite any rebuild, every version of this team is good. But a whole damn new team. Some players that have been out of the mix for a little bit, haven't seen Who Are You for the entirety of the year. A Genji player, not super well known for his tracer in the past. This is a very extremely new look for O2 Blast, and they're facing up against Guangzhou Charge, for one of our top teams in the Eastern region this entire year. So it's going to be a tough battle. We're going to start things out on Antarctic Peninsula. Players are locking in full brawl compositions. Guayu's going to be a little bit more on familiar territory for his flex DPS pool on the May.
All right, well, gate will unlock. TP forward, swap over. It's going to actually be Prophet coming out with the Hanzo. Jimmy looking to stick in with that Symmetra. Double up with the Brawl here alongside Piggy on the Reinhardt.
Yeah. I think Prophet, knowing what's on board now, would have probably preferred to stay on the sim, given the opportunity to burn down Piggy's shield and face Jimmy straight on. As a quick kill, maybe not. Maybe you just tap Choi.
And maybe he is perfectly fine to stick with this one. Choice A1 going to be taken down first and foremost. Good opening kill, as well as the point acquired. So that's going to be O2 Blast right out the gate, getting the first lockdown.
Jimmy's like, damn, that's my hero. That's what I want to be playing right now. I'll go into charge.
Surprised he didn't just go swap.
Well, I think the sim is still really good in this matchup, so I don't think Guangzhou Charge are playing the wrong comp. In fact, I prefer Charge's comp overall. Oh. With respect to the Ram, obviously, and I think we'll just take down Who Are You. I don't know where the ice block was, not present.
Must not have been available, but I believe that pin, did that get him off the side of the map? Yes, it did. Card now going to be sent down to the icy depths below. Protect will be able to come away with one, but it's a very fast flip here into the favor of the Guangzhou Charge, who look to find some additional stability. A little bit of a fake out there on the charge from Piggy, just sends in another fire strike. Keeping pace now towards that annihilation with his own shatter.
That was quick. Super fast for the charge. Speaking of quick, Opera Stun's come online now, far away. Plentiful healing. And Matrix up and available as we're about to crest over the 22 for charge, and they'll take over. First Ultimate on board. Should be deployed. There it is.
Window goes in. Piggy finds Who Are You. I don't know what he's getting caught by, but these ice blocks maybe just consistently on cooldown. Either way, didn't pop it in time or didn't have it. Either way, he goes down. Piggy now falling low, drops a shatter. Just going to be someone coming through there. Let's see. Far is going to be finished off. Protect will get far away, so a little bit of a trade out there on the Baptiste. Damage then on either side of Peace, but Fight still looking to go the way
healing on the charge.
On the side of the charge, but as you say, healing quite low. Xerneas trying to stay alive. This will expire, and it looks like it will be able to buy enough time. They have to commit the Blizzard to this fight. Look for a little bit of maybe clean up on the back end here, but with low HP bars, they can't pursue too much further forward, so they have to just wait.
Yeah, I mean, that is the Blizzard coming through from Choice of One that saves the day, because Charge were losing the point. Protect was rocking up. He was then firmly put onto 1 HP, scared away by the Blizzard as well. Charge holding strong here. Double sound barriers come through.
Beat for beat. Not very at the ready here from Jimmy if he wants to go ahead and raise the shield. He's going to try to and does get it off, but it's getting taken down by the Storm Arrows. Prophet, however, going to pay for that one as Choice A1 finds the kill, and the HP bars right now on the side of O2 Blast are starting to plummet. Search down mode. They have to pull back. They have to disengage. Into the ice block goes Who Are You, who is still 8% away from this first Blizzard to come in. But 84% now. Guangzhou Charge taking this in the final fight.
Even from the grave there, Jimmy adding plentiful value. O2 Blast just exiting. Piggy's going super aggro. Might get punished by the Blizzard. No, he's out. Spit out.
They're all out of it. They managed to back away. Xerneas thinking that chest shot there for the icicle. It's not going to be good enough to kill. Search now going to be taken down as far as which sat in the back with a window up. Kills off two. The cleanup comes through. OT bleeds down. It's going to be 122% to kick things off.
It's a lot of heroics from Piggy, and he's playing super aggressively, not being punished there. Great pocketing by Farway. Huge amount of heals, and Piggy just knowing and understanding his limits of how deep he can go. But if you remember the initial fight where O2 gets to 22%, where the flip ends up happening is Piggy finds his kill into Who Are You just with the fire strike and pins Karu off the map. So I think this is it right here as well. So there it is, Who Are You just gets fragged, and you actually have 2 immortality opportunities here, because not only do you have, and that's an insane weird pin boot, by the way, just I don't even know how Karu gets destroyed. But speaking of Karu, you got a mortality field. You have Ice Block. It's 2 opportunities for players to not just randomly die to Piggy. I don't know what's going on with the O2 Blast cooldowns there, but a few cooldowns missing, I think, from the fights.
I spy with my little eye Jimmy on a Hanzo.
This is where the fun begins.
Over to the Sombra now. Who Are You sticking with that May? But yeah, I mean, this could be. I mean, depends on which side of the fence you're on here, Avel. If you're on the O2 Blast side of the fence, it might not be too fun. They're gonna look to dive on top of him, but instead they actually do find Piggy. A nice early punish onto the Winston, taking him down. So it seems like once again O2 Blast are going to be poised to get this initial cap.
O2 Blast will win the opening neutral twice in a row. Choi's going to still delay this one a little bit. He needs to be careful not to frag here at late death with the effect charge's ability to go for the retake. Xerneas, by the way, stopping over towards the Kiriko. So Oh, there's the late death. So unfortunately, Choice One does pay for that with his life. And as Piggy's in position to go for a play as well, so Charge now really losing time.
Quite the long range spray down there to just go ahead and confirm the kill. Choice One just so very low. Drop down, Xerneas just going to be looking to pressure out Prophet. Does hit him once, so forces him to translocate out, and Jimmy gets the ball rolling. Got the recon arrow to try to find one, but as he's just getting surrounded on top of the container here, ends up getting sniped. Who are you finding him? Search now going to be traded out, so it's just going to be a bit of a stagger here on both of the supports as they look to rejoin. HP bars starting to get lower and lower, however, and Prophet will end up falling. They're going to be locked in. Who are you taking down? And that's just Longshot Charge already having taken control. 28% set up here for the side of O2 Blast, a little bit better than we saw from their first hold on the last round, but can they get it back?
That's a 1-for-1 trade, but Charge will win the 4v4 regardless of how far away. Top of the leaderboard as far as getting quick ultimates. It's 2 in a row now, this time on an Anna. He had a final blow in that last fight as well. Now it's going to be a nano engage. You'd like to see that one onto Piggy. Opportunity here before O2 Blast finds any ultimates, so Charge have a window.
Nano in, push the tempo here. Who are you taking low? But they do manage to keep sustained for the time being. EMP now available from Prophet. Who are you? Mortality field comes across. Karu going to be the focus fire though. They look to just knock him up the side of the map. That's going to be multiple kills coming in. However, answering back, Annihilation comes away with 2. Prophet does get Piggy. It's going to be a 3 for 2 at the end of it all, and that could be very well be the flip over the side of O2 Blast. Xerneas and Choice One likely going to have to disengage, especially with Xerneas down so very low. So back into control is O2.
That was a good start from Peggy. I mean, he hits immediate value, buffets O2 about, but the EMP coming through with the Annihilation to follow from Protect. Ocean Blast just hit the core of the Guangzhou Charge without Peggy there to really push Protect away. Guangzhou Charge end up falling, and no further ultimates online in time to really do too much about it. He has one of those ultimates now.
Soundbarrier has already, the Blizzard coming through. However, first and foremost, and who are you, will be able to find Jimmy. Piggy going to be frozen up, taken down. Protect able to finish them there with the biceps, and that's going to be them staved off, and O2 Blast regaining a lead for themselves. Xerneas in a bit of a precarious position, trying to wait and see if he can get out of here. Suzu in the TP will take him out to safety.
O2 Blast will be able to very quickly push away that tuna rush given. Okay, yep, Blizzard down. Really interrupts Charge's ability to move in. Window in the back line. Damage output strong. Jimmy spent a lot of this game dead, unfortunately. He has had that one very good frag, and again, just taken down.
Finds one, gets eliminated. Soundbarrier does get forced out here from Search. 2-1 just having to make his exit for the time being. Some damage on Who Are You, but the ice block goes up as well as the heals come in. He's going to be fine, and O2 Blast now in Final Fight territory. Immortality field comes out. Piggy has to leap away. Make his exit, doesn't yet have that Primal Rage, still 21% off. Having that ult available, which is preventing him from playing a bit more aggressively. Nano does come in far away, however, dead on the back end of using it. Ends up getting taken down. Meanwhile, Jimmy's just completely zoned by Protect. Just has him backed up into the corner. Xerneas as well now going to fall as Who Are You finds multiple kills. Pulse Bomb stick because they want will find Protect, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to try to get this one, this flip coming through. Piggy with the Primal Rage can only last so long. Far away still running back. Piggy makes his exit. Needs the tag to come through. Barely happens for Choice One. He's very swiftly hounded down. It seems like this should be extended into a third and final.
A great defense coming through from O2 Blast. And Who Are You with the sniper to Jimmy again. Who Are You's been really hitting some damn good shots today, with Faraway also being taken down by Protect. If O2 Blast diving in, I say diving, well, really just walking and donk walking up to the heart of the Guangzhou Charge and taking down a couple of key members. If Jimmy is unable to frag out, he can't get those arrows in and find value. It's a huge problem. Here's the EMP from a little bit earlier. You see Piggy's priming off to the side. Here comes Annihilation with EMP. And that's how Protect gets to, and so they instantly are able to put value, and Piggy is trying to arrive in time to help the team, which is a little bit too late.
All where it started off incredibly well for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Now starts to slip as this comp finds its legs on the side of O2 Blast. One final round to determine who's going to be walking away with the win here on Antarctic Peninsula. And it looks like Charge not going to be making any changes. Still just going to be sticking with Choice One here on the Tracer, as well as Jimmy on the Hanzo.
It'll be Hanzo versus Hanzo this time around, both Prophet and Jimmy playing it. Jimmy would like to have a bit of game time where he's uninterrupted. He's got no Sombra he has to deal with this time, but a lot of long-range folk who are used, been, again, pretty good with the right click so far.
Ground occupied for a brief little moment there from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. With the damage coming across, they have to peel back, give up a little bit of extra space, then look to re-aggress. Nade goes in. Prophet, however, finds a headshot. Jimmy taken down. for a little bit more. Spots the Ana, decides to ride up the wall to try to get him, and he will be slept, but Mortality Field comes through. Can they get the punish? The answer is going to be yes. Piggy diving forward. He's able to help confirm the kill. That's going to be a decent amount of pressure now peeled away. In control once more for now. The third time in a row is O2 Blast getting first on the board.
Oh, who are you? Force the ice block, they have to rescue him out. Piggy's in deep as well. Bubble will be dissipating. There's no Immortality Field to save Piggy. Not playing that hero. The charge. No ultimates yet. Farway still needs his nano. Once nano's available, Piggy can start doing something, and they can force Protect down. That'll be a chance for a flip. They'll get it without even killing Protect. He has to back out.
Yeah, Mortality Field forced out. You get the pulse bomb out of the way. They managed to keep him alive as Jimmy just jumps on top of Prophet's head, finds that kill. Now looks for Karu as well. Makes it around the opposite side of the wall here just in time to be able to stay alive. And Sim cannot be sent for Protect, who ends up getting taken out. Destroys Wanderers diving into the back lines. Ultimates abound, though, getting ready to come through for the side of O2 Blast. So they'll at least temporarily lose this lead. We'll have to see if they can retake, though.
Brilliant plays by Farway, gotta say. He's the one that managed to find the sleep dart onto Prophet a little bit early on, forcing that kill, and another Bionade to Protect. These Bionates, specifically onto Protect, have been really deadly, putting them to minimal HP. And at minimum, it forces them out, if not confirms the kill. And a timely nano finally onto Piggy will secure it for the counter charge, and Dragon Strike to force entry now.
Yep, up through the floor, does split the team in two for just a brief little moment, but no capitalization to be found, so everyone's still going to be alive. Prophet getting tagged up on the approach, nearly has a Dragon Strike of his own. Window goes out from Karu, Piggy now diving into the back, just going to disrupt. The beat will be forced from the Primal. Annihilation now rolling from Protect as he occupies the low ground, looking to get this flip, but the contest is going to be there. Annihilation now expiring. They back away long enough to allow that to go ahead and dwindles. Choice A1 just dancing around the pillar. He's just got people pushing at him at every single angle, but the pulse bomb comes in right as the Dragon Strike gets let loose. Still not going to be found out. Who are you going to be taken down as well? Karu falling low. Will be able to stay alive. Actually wins at the fight versus Piggy. Now Choice A1 taken down by Protect. The flip not quite yet there though. Guangzhou charging consistently ticking up, getting closer and closer to 99.
It's 3v3, but O2 Blast have the respawners, and then we have the flip here as well. Charge struggling to hold on. They need a couple more kills. Xerneas might end up falling if he's not too lucky, but if Charge can survive, they'll have another nano, and the nano could be the game changer.
Yep, the nano now online, and Protect is dead again. Choice A1 able to double up. I believe that nade might have just clipped onto him right at the very last second. Jimmy out now, finds a headshot. Who are you going to be taking down? Prophet, nowhere to go. Ends up falling. It's at 99. They're losing members left, right, and center. Mike desperately tries to swap, but Search is being zoned away. He has to be the one to touch. So Guangzhou Charge will reply in a big way here in round 3 to be able to confirm the first map win.
Yeah, brilliant map win there, but I do have to say, O2 Blast, maybe my fears have been slightly alleviated. That was not bad at all. O2 Blast, you know, they're still proven. Look, the players might have changed, but the name is the same. It is still O2 Blast, and with that, a competitive map won. Charge, I think, were mostly in the driver's seat. Left a bit to be desired, I think, on that middle round there for Labs. Definitely the one that they lost, and it seemed like the second half of Labs got out from underneath them, and they lost complete tempo of the game once they got into the spin cycle vortex of ultimate into ultimate from O2 Blast into the EMPs, and Charge's game plan got put to the test there. But coming back strong, I think, on that final round of sub-level, good finish for the Charge.
Alrighty, we are back in just one map into our first series of the day, and that is going to be Guangzhou Charge coming away with a win on Antarctic Peninsula over O2 Blast, but it wasn't necessarily as clean as you might think, just given that this is an entirely new roster for the side of O2. They were able to put up a fight, picking up a round there right in the middle of the map, but could not get it secured for themselves. But now we get ready to see how they fare as we move towards Hybrid, which I believe is Nimbani.
Which means we're going to be seeing, I think, a little bit of dive back here. If you paid attention to Nimbani, played a little bit earlier today, saw a decent amount of Echo. I think Echo is the prime pick as far as the DPS line is concerned. Alongside then, obviously, a little bit of Winston. You probably could play the Eevee if you really wanted to. That'll be a question for both Protect and Piggy, but more so Eliza Protect, who has a little bit more of a traditional off-tank hero, whereas Piggy has definitely worked on his other tanks a lot over the course of the season. But that does open the question mark of how does O2 Blast look on a dive comp instead of a brawl comp? We've seen their RAM, looks good, still lost Antarctica, but it was close, it was competitive, so no doubts there. And I think we might end up seeing it again a little bit later on, maybe towards the end of League Junk if we go that far. For now though, O2 Blast want to come back in this series looking strong. They need to prove they can play a little bit more than just a RAM.
Alrighty, well, been a good long while here since we got Nimbani, so let's go ahead and get ready to dive into the action and see. I mean, this was one of the, the first Hybrid map that was played in NA earlier. We got to see Florida playing the Cassidy quite a bit. I'm curious to see if anybody on either of these teams is going to look to pick that up as well. But we'll have to just wait and see what it looks like, because that was also a bit of a strange defense, one that was unexpected. It was the Cassidy alongside the Reinhardt and whatnot for Florida, and they nearly got the full hold. So curious if anyone else is going to be willing to try that.
It's a weird one for sure. I think a lot of teams are more willing to play the dive. The issue I have with the Ryan is your Ryan ends up being stuck on the ground for a decent amount of it, and then your Ryan has no capability of playing high ground anymore, so you just lose high ground control afterwards. So,
well, that's why you need to bring out the Life Weaver. He's buffed. You can boost him to the high ground.
But then you have to play a Life Weaver, Seth. Have you considered that, huh? That's the next problem. Then you have to start playing that.
Touche.
Right. O2 Blast. I didn't mention the Diva. I didn't mention Protect. If anyone was going to play the Diva, it's probably more alongside the lines of Protect. It's more likely to be his type of hero and one of his signatures. But no Echo here for the O2 Blast. So, although I think Echo is more of an attacking side hero rather than a defensive side, I think once we swap sides, we're going to see who are you on the Echo instead. But for now, choice one, not going to disappoint. Echo straight out. Jimmy back on his beloved as well.
Sees the Diva. Looks like she's going to be sticking through. Prophet should have been noted as well here now on this Ashe, and puts that much more pressure on him to be able to perform to try to knock this Echo out of the sky.
I really like Bob for this point as well. Really good for recontesting. One of the stronger ultimates you can use if you're sort of from behind and on the defensive angle as well. Really good for that.
Okay.
The other thing it's good for is killing Echoes, but it is a trade.
This gets traded out. Jimmy able to find Prophet. Decently fast run backs for both sides, though, as they look to get on top of Protect. Just the dash forward there from Xerneas. Destroys hit one, not even going to be looking to deal with it anymore. Just goes over to the Genji, wants to be able to dive in on top of this Ashe. Find a kill that way.
I think the Echo is maybe a little bit too passive. Just ends up being sniped out. 2 ticks are gone.
Gained.
Last, they come on in.
Yeah, finally do manage to get the touch there for a brief little moment. Anti-Nate, I believe, does get eaten there by the D-Matrix. Jimmy just trying to play this corner, ends up getting a nasty shot, has to back away. 93% built up, though. Who are you going to be taking down? Protect does manage to find choice A1, but now Search is also going to be eliminated. Just leaving Carl all on his lonesome. The Nano Boost still going to be invested, though. Sends that over towards Protect. But I'm not sure if this is going to be enough for them to really stave this off. He does have the self-destruct. We'll have to let that one go. But the Baby Diva is instantly killed by Xerneas. Self-destruct will find no value, and it's going to be 5 minutes now for the street space.
And Charge have even more utility to play through if they need be. If that wasn't going to be enough, look at that. 3 more ultimates online. Plenty to hold the point with. Piggy full confidence as a team. He knew that they were going to take care of Protect, and he was going to hold the respawns from O2 Blast, diving directly onto the backline. Sideways jumper to Prophet was really well placed as well. Like that from Piggy. Now Charge had the opportunity to get a lot of snowball work done. O2 Blast are trying to find some semblance of resource here with Pulse and Rally coming online, but it's Charge that are stacked up, and Jimmy also playing super long angle. Might just be able to find a pick if he's lucky.
Good for it. Recon will give them a good amount of info. Flying multiple players. It's the Dragon
It's a little high on the Dragon Strike.
I don't think
I don't think anyone's going to be up there.
Nor do I. Pulse bomb goes up from over here. You not going to be able to find a stick, not going to be able to get the kill. Jimmy just looking to keep him honest and zoned back behind the rest of the squad as the card continues to push forward. So a bit of a blunderous Dragon Strike, but at the same time, doesn't seem like it matters too much of it. You know, as Jimmy just comes back in, eventually just finish off the Tracer. Sleep Dart on Piggy in the back line, but just without that Tracer, without a Pulse Bomb, there's no real way of actually threatening him. Suicide One will also pull the blade. Already has found Search. Haru will go down, and it's just going to be Jimmy as the lone player dead here for the side of the Longzhou charge as we get some nice squats in.
He had a time. He had a bit of extra time there. He's like, I don't need to push the payload. My teammates have got that one with done. I'm going to do a few squats.
Yep. Just
on the sidelines while I can.
I mean, again, that's he's lost so much weight. He's all about exercise these days, so he's just got to get that in wherever he can.
That's what it's all about. The charge, they certainly, speaking of exercise, they exercised the advantage they had on that point. Massive amount of ultimates to play through, plenty of free push, even the sideways Dragon Strike. Not to be perturbed, not end up being a huge factor, probably just scared O2Blast. Look, yep, Dragon Strike is there. Oh, good the Bob. Yeah, nudge it out a little bit. That was not the most well-placed Bob, gotta be honest with you.
Yeah, push it out into the open, protect in the meantime, ends up getting demech'd. Loses out on that, the Baby Diva's still not dealt with yet. Reset off the side. And no, actually, we'll just go ahead and do the reset in the spawn room.
That was the most Bob do something I've ever seen, just by the way.
Yeah, poking him with a stick. So that's a rifle. He's
going
to go diving through. And it goes across here on a Prophet. Instantly puts it to use. This fine one, but he's so much more than that. Dynamite over the top. Will clip on the Zarni as the anti's there. So he's burning down. Looks like the kill will be confirmed as it's actually going to be a double here for Prophet. So Nano Ash does end up turning the fight. And some semblance of control is finally going to be found here for pretty much the first time for O2Blast.
When one nade isn't enough, you throw two in there. It's a bio nade into a dynamite. A poor man's rampage, we'll call that one. But hey, it works. Sure. Certainly works for O2Blast. One man's trash, another man's treasure for this old team. And that will be the first successful defense so far. 3 minutes still left to go, so plenty of time for the charge to play through. But O2Blast, you mean they finally force a reset. Waiting for a while.
You say poor man's, but it does give you two useful characters as opposed to one somewhat useless one. So I think that's a rich man's.
Jungle Wing gets played a little bit in this meta. She's not entirely useless.
I know. It's just a poking prod. That's all. Dragon Strike across. Not going to find much of anything, but the Storm Rest from Jimmy certainly will. Finds the kill. Duke goes out though, looking for Who Are You, but Jimmy finds another one to protect. Now going to be taken down. So Zarya Bubbles eliminated, and Who Are You, even with his Genji. Just get broken out of the Duke, gets killed off. The push comes through just 1 second shy of 3 minutes. And for Namani, even though it's been a damn long while since we've seen the map, that is a very good time.
It's just about flawless there. As I said, Charge only lost one fight. And that one fight was due to very well-placed nades. Fire into Dynamite. Aside from that, O2Blast, they struggled. They were not able to do too much about anything, really. That 8-point got away from them super quick. Failed to get any real semblance of a retake going on at all. B was a gigantic snowball from the charge, flawless. C was finally a bit of slowdown, but not before the charge got maximal distance. Like, think about when the charge actually lost their first fight. Payload was essentially at the end of the map, so
yeah.
The charge had 3 minutes 30 left to go, so payload's at the end, you got 3:30 left. You only need one good push, and they found that one good push instantly.
Once again, off the back of Jimmy with some very quick picks here on the Hanzo. Seems like he's not going to be dissuaded. I mean, we've seen a couple people who were widely sticking with the Hanzo. You and I were casting the APAC Opens just a couple days ago, and Yapin was like, yeah, I'm just going to widely play Hanzo and make it work, and they did. So, seems like Jimmy is still looking to do what Jimmy does, which is something we can't say on broadcast.
A lot more of it on this map than last. I think the lack of the Sombra flanking on in, the lack of, you know, I guess a Ram just running into his face. A lack of Prophet also being on the Hanzo to challenge at range. Look, the Ashe certainly does also challenge at range, but I think he's put the pressure on as the Winston. It's a different story. Now, I talked about Echoes being good on this map, but Rush get treated to the Genji. When have we seen Who Are You Choi in a Genji matchup before? I feel like we must have, but I've forgotten. In either case, I'm here for it. I think last year we surely would have had it at some point.
Yeah, you would think when he was on Dragons.
He's not going to honor that. He's not going to honor it, so it's fine. He's looking at the opposition. He's like, you know what? There's no Ashe. There's only a Hanzo. I'm feeling the Echo.
Choice A1 started on the Echo, died, and then went for the Genji. So maybe Who Are You will just have the same method of operation here. We'll have to just wait and see. For now,
I think it's a smart choice versus a Hanzo. You don't have a clear sort of just raw hit scan and poke you down. That was a problem that Choice of One faced when he went up against Prophet.
Looking for him. Just protect, just try to gain some control of this corner.
Piggy gets him somehow.
And yeah, I mean, just fly swatting it would seem. Jimmy again with the storm arrows will find Prophet in the head. Push back now to the bus as the rest of O2 Blast as they just wait for these respawns to come through. Prophet.
The problem.
Okay, he's gonna go to Hanzo as well.
The problem for Huayu is because he's playing coast side, he's not getting any healing. Like Search would have to throw some long range cookies, or Karu needs LOS, and they just don't have any LOS because O2 Blast is stuck at the main choke. Huayu's playing major coast, and well, doesn't take much for Piggy to just zapping out the skies, and O2 Blast still trying to force main at the moment. This time they do have a nano.
Nano in goes to protect Slick. They're not going to connect, but far away drops to the low ground, stays safe. He's still not a damage being pushed out here on the Piggy. He does not yet have that nano available, nor the primal. Faraway again taking a bit of damage. Dragon Strike sent forward, just trying to clear out the point a little bit more here. Get a tick for free. Search now, however, going to be taken down. Jimmy gets a headshot on Who Are You, and it's just going to be the cleanup coming in. Looks like protect. Will they demech him? Yeah, they will.
The problem with this situation for O2 Blast is by the time they have nano, which took them a while, they had to lose the fight first. Charge, because they won that first fight, also have ultimates to play through. So Charge can afford to, okay, we're going to receive the nano, get poked out, give up some space, run back down the high ground, protect, solely holds that right side bridge. That actually gives O2 Blast a single tick. Search goes for the cap, but Charge have so much ultimates to use to be able to get this retake going. They didn't even have to use all of them. Nano Dragon Strike ends up being enough. And Jimmy, even from the low ground, just snipes everyone out, pokes them out from the point. O2 Blast with 120 left.
Dragon Strike here for Prophet, just to try to get them off the high ground, off that flank around the corner. It looks like it does manage to work. Of course, Wando up and over. Yep, that's the telltale sign of a blade pull. Dives in, looking for a kill.
Oh.
No, Who Are You comes in from behind with a beam, manages to find that kill. To protect, puts himself back into the mech barely. Sliver of HP was antied out, but the Baby Diva manages to survive. Xerneas now going to get pressured out. Who Are You with the sticky bombs, managing to find that kill. Goes low, but still has the Duke to rely on should he need any kind of invulnerability. And it looks like it's going to be Guangzhou Charge having to pull back here, wait to recontest, if not just surrendering the point.
They would have to jump now, and it's too late. Piggy has no ultimate, Farway's 20% away from Nano. And Charge bite up a little bit more than they can shoot. Great punish. Who Are You saves there. That's a double kill. Only 2 kills required. And Why You gets them both, and one of them was on a Dragon blading Choi, who looked like he had the double kill. Man, I thought Choi was going to nail that. 2 slashes.
Yeah.
Surely the backline dies. They stood strong. O2 Blast. If even Choi dies but gets a trade, it's a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, that one more slash you would have had, probably would have had Surge. Speaking of which, those are the 2 players who get antied out, and they're going to be the ones who fall first and foremost. Who Are You very quickly dealt with, broken out of that dupe. Should be finished off here in a moment as Piggy tries to escape. Down low on HP, but it's going to be Choice A1 instead who ends up falling. But for now, the cart, this forward hold starts to come through here. Back up and over the top, drops down right on top of Xerneas' head down. Does have that self-destruct at the ready to let loose. To hold it for now. So the Dragon Strike looks to cut off any kind of reinforcements coming in, but they're already widely out of the spawn. But as I say that, Carl maybe batted back into it by Piggy. Don't see the assist either way. The follow-up, they're onto the secondary. Support will come through. Search fallen as they are just getting completely contained within the spawn. Hail Mary, self-destruct up and over the top from Protect. Not going to be able to find anything, but Piggy still kind of zoned off. Couldn't join in with the rest of the squad. Small would have been burned. Would have died to the self-destruct. Ends up getting isolated and picked off.
He whipped his jump, he bonked his head on the bridge, and he couldn't get back to his own team. That is a mechanical error that's going to cost him his life. Unfortunately, the bubble was breaking. He needed a hide from the self-destruct. We go to Blast. They do lose the Mecha Protect, but they can still push further forward. They have a little bit more forward presence. They're finally got a little bit of payload pushing. At the minimum, despite Piggy dying, at least Charge held so up close that payload had no distance. And now in the respawn, Piggy's going to come back on a Diva, but coming back 4v5.
Okay, blade pulled again. This time it's going to be nanoed up, and yep, Jose Juan will not be denied this time. He will not get shut down as he goes ahead and cleans up a 4K. Maybe even find the 5th, but no, Piggy will claim Who Are You as his own. Takes it out. That's going to be the team kill coming through now. Just 1 minute and 5 seconds. That's to be on the clock.
Yep. There you go. You got delivered that Piggy.gif for that smile as he takes away the last kill. Although, to be fair, Choi wasn't going to find Who Are You, so that's fine. Charge, by the way, only have to defend for another 50 seconds, and O2 Blast still need to finish the whole damn map. Payload's in a reasonable position for B, but they got to win.
They need to finish the map with time. Oh,
yeah,
stick is
exactly,
good.
because that's the other problem.
Good opening kill. Now using the rally, just look to escort them forward. Piggy makes his exit, pulls away. That's going to be a decent amount of nano charge over to far away. He looks to just keep everybody alive solo. Piggy antied out, can't play forward. They just end up having to concede this one. So minute and a half will get added to the time bank, but it's 150 that they're starting with here for the final stretch of the map. And as we've been saying, they have to get to the end.
Well, Huayu's been keeping Ultrablast in the game, and that one stick pops Xerneas out, removes the rally from the equation. Ultimately, that would have allowed Charge to stay in, would have allowed Piggy and Far would have built up the ults as well. Okay, a flanking brig. Now we really have seen everything.
Okay, I mean, it's Xerneas, so I'm not shocked to say the least. A very aggressive play as we just go ahead and trade position. Protect this time of the self-destruct will come up with a kill. Far away going to be taken down. That's now the nano out of the equation, but the cart's locked in this tunnel right now. They push them off this. How do they get their way back through? Could turn tail, go back, and actually kill off Faraway once more. Either way, self-destruct up over the top. Not going to find anything here for Piggy. Goes right back into the mech. Tech nearly eliminated, nearly taken out of this one, but still, Xerneas finds that elimination. And maybe the overcommitment here from the side of the charge is going to be a little bit too much. However, choice they want with the blade. Let's trade this one up. Protect going to be demech'd. Baby Diva will end up getting taken down, and that's just going to be the team kill coming through once more.
Yeah, nicely played. Choice on smiling gif. We're getting a few gifs today.
I doubt you, Charge.
Yeah, well, the Charge hold on. That was, I'll be honest with you, it was a bit of a weird flank. I see what Charge was trying to do. They wanted to flip the map. Understandable, that's fine. Farway maybe didn't get the memo there because he got left to dry. He was the one player that didn't do the full rotation, or maybe he was just slow in the rotation. Ultrablast caught him out. That made things awkward. And speaking of which, last 20 seconds remaining. Predict back on the ram. Ultrablast one last ride. Xerneas going over towards the Zen as well. Something that Charge also do in King's Row C.
Does get chipped away at here. This is just sat back over towards the spawn, taking some pot shots. Hail Mary toss in, and it's actually Profit out in front, managing to find 3 kills coming through here for the Hanzo. The push can now resume. Faraway just finally put him down. Has to pull away, break line of sight. In this position, the healing very slow. Cart now able to move up and closer to that box of not quite victory, but extra innings. Give them a chance to bring out a draw. Stun across choice. They want absolutely assassinated, and they will manage to make it through. What a play from Profit to get them over the line.
My goodness, Lil P went straight from a Grotto show in that last performance. 3 kills to get O2 Blast across the line. And a pulse bomb from Who Are You to flush Xerneas out to allow then either Who Are You, I think, would have also gotten that kill, but Profit then just snipes him out. What a line of play to get O2 Blast across the line. Look, it's been contentious. It's been difficult for O2 Blast to get that cap and finish the map. Oh my god, they needed some real heroics to get them there, and they have found those heroics between both their DPS players. But as you mentioned earlier, out of the frying pan into the fire here, as we're now playing for a draw-only scenario for the O2 Blast. Have to hold 3 minutes for a single tick. It's going to be rough.
Had some draws in the Shock series earlier, did we not? I didn't get to watch it. Saw some mention, so I feel like we had at least one in that mix. We'll see if it can be achieved, though. O2 Blast, if Profit is going to play like that, then it's certainly possible. But he needs to be able to do that consistently for the next 3 minutes.
It's not looking good because A was probably the weakest point for O2 Blast. Absolutely on both attack and defense. Super weak defense. Attack was not good either. Not that they will be attacking at all. In charge of 3 minutes to... I mean, the problem with Numbani A is you can afford to play defensively and give away ticks in regulation time. Yeah, it's got to be flawless. You can't do the normal thing of just giving away a tick and re-attacking in.
Push now coming through. Who Are You versus Choice they wanted the Genji. Finally rearing its head. This Picky looks to contest, knock them. He supports off the high ground, but not going to happen. Instead, it's just going to be pressuring the point. Takes it up to about half as Protect is going to be taking a nap, but he's on the corner, so point is contested. Profit again, opening kill, finds Jimmy. Just get top back up, still playing forward, still greeting for a little bit more here. Sees far away, sees how low he is. I'd love to get that Ana. Just go ahead and cycle them back into the spawn room once more. Xerneas dips away, breaking line of sight, keeps himself alive for the time being.
Appreciate the forward movement here from O2 Blast. Look, if you're going to hold one tick, you certainly can't afford to give away space. Why not take some away from the Charge, knowing that Charge are playing mostly main? It seems like every team on the attacking side for A is just hard stacking the main road up front.
Top left.
Our way, by the way, is about to have Nano, so things are about to get really bad for O2.
Cernius again knocked down to about half HP. There's the man out invest to dive forward alongside Choice A1. He's going to be thinking about half HP, but Prophet, the hero, he has been slain. Anti on the Karu as well, needs to stay alive. His Nano now online, has that. The rally also ready to roll, but Karu's dead as soon as he throws it out. Who are you, the recipient? He's down so very low, right in the very frame that he pulls the blade. He's greeted with death. The point's been cleared, the defense is shattered. That's going to be the cap, but no draw to be found. Damn close, a decent little effort there for the side of O2 Blast, but Guangzhou Charge will in fact be able to move up now 2-0 and take it to match point.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the fact that we have no, what is it, pause, not pause, no draw though, no tie there. I don't know why my mind was on pause there. We would have been on a pause. The entire series would have been on a pause. But we had a damn draw, so I'm glad we avoided that one, but it was going to be hard. It was going to be super tough. Attacking side, Ana has the advantage for Nano building. Once that Nano comes online, if Karu can't match, O2 Blast are in a world of trouble, and that's exactly what happened.
Alrighty, well, down to the wire now. O2 Blast needing a reverse sweep if they want to go ahead and pick up their first victory in their first matchup with this new roster. We'll see if they can start that when we come back, because we do have Escort on the horizon. We are back, and we are at match point here in our first of 3 series today. Guangzhou Charge have gotten themselves 2 map wins after a very stompy attack on Nimbani. We get forced into extra innings, but eventually, the 3-minute timing they built up for themselves is just a bit too much for O2 to deal with. So now they find themselves at map point, or match point, I should say, as we get ready to go into Dorado for Escort.
The fact that O2 actually finished the map, to me, is still evident of the fact that O2 Bus are making it competitive.
Sure.
But I think this might be one of those games where you end 3-0 and you'll say it's a very competitive 3-0, but my goodness, is it still actually be 3-0? And that's if Guangzhou Charge do the deed right now and finish things off.
You know, when we take a look at everything at the end of the day, there's objectives taken.
I mean, look at the score lines: 2-1, 4-3. It actually is a competitive series, but a giant time bank on Nimbani for Charge. Only 1 lost fight on the entire attacking phase. Like, oh, that is good from the Charge.
Yeah. It's just a bit too clean. To needing to clean up that defense a little bit more in some of their future matches. But we'll see how they fare as we get ready to go into Dorado, as I believe they're going to be defending first. So we'll see if it's going to be cleaner or if we get another just steamroll push coming through from Guangzhou.
Trying to remember what we actually saw earlier today on Dorado. I think we got the one Dorado game, but my mind is a little bit of a blank. We'll find out,
doesn't matter. We'll figure out. We'll see what the meta looks like here.
Who cares what they play? I think it's going to be. I mean, Dorado has typically always been a bit of a dive map, very dive-heavy map. Defense as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing teams play those opening rooftops right out the spawn gates, nice and close. Echo is very good there as well. Starting to see a lot more Echo in this particular meta in the second half of the year. So if either Choi or whoever you want to bring that out again, I look forward to it.
I forget which team was playing it. I believe it was in the APAC Open. They were playing this map, and they were just the first building out the gate right next to the cart, playing, I believe, like May, Hog, Junkrat, something to that effect. And they had a bunker that actually held for a decent long little while. So it was surprising to see, but obviously none of that right now, as Prophet is going to be coming out with the Widowmaker.
He's playing a signature. If everyone has their one trick, this will be it for Prophet. I would have said normally, is it a little risky for Dorado? Widowmaker actually pretty, still pretty damn good on Dorado. Even if you lose the opening space, I think they will struggle. This composition will struggle to hold very close for opening A, but once you lose a bit of space, you play the long sight lines around that open courtyard, around the fountain, that's where Widowmaker's going to shine. So I think the longevity of the comp still will work out for them.
Well, I'll have to just wait and see. As for now, we have a pause, and as soon as we get further information, of course, we will be sharing that with you. And looks like I've got it. It's just a mic issue with Piggy, so we'll just go ahead and get his mic taken care of, get that fixed up, and we can get underway. Because as it turns out, having your tank be able to communicate with the team is mildly important in Overwatch.
Other thing to note is Protect will be starting on the Diva again, Piggy on the Winston. A far more normal, I would say, conventional lineup compositionally for the Charge. Well, time will tell if Choi does stay on that Genji as well. They're currently doing a bit of Shimada Bros, Genji, and Hanzo at the same time. But I think you need Tracer. You need some sort of ground pressure to keep the payload moving while your team is working on other things. So, that being said, I do appreciate when you have the capability to assist on dives a little bit more. Piggy wants to go deep. Choi to follow. Things look good. Jimmy now on the Sombra. I didn't say earlier, we're going to see any trace of Sombra, and if we do, Jimmy's going to have to play that Sombra in. He hasn't looked comfortable on it in the past, and well, he's going to do it now.
They had a good amount of off time since they didn't make mid-season madness, but even if he had, a little bit of a break to try to continue practicing this one up, so let's see how it does look. And I'm just going to be operating on that low ground here, just spamming away, trying to find some damage on a Protect. Now goes back into stealth, and maybe we'll look to set up a dive onto a slightly weaker target. We'll have to just wait and see if that comes to fruition. This Protect rather is just going to be dropping down, keeping this cart from rounding this corner into the marketplace.
Still being healed by Farway though. Most of the Charge were actually solo at that stage, but still just within LOS of each other. Choi now on a mission.
Oh, he's around the back.
No one spotted Choi. He's got free reign.
Completely unscouted. And Prophet, while grappling up here onto the doorway, not spotting him on the flank.
Repositioning.
Piggy leaping up, just looking to keep Prophet honest. Get him off these very comfortable sight lines. This Anti on the 2, finds 1. Search could have taken down. Predict as well, still very low. Karu will be able to get that nano up in time.
Watch payload.
See if he's going to be able to use it, but yeah, no, they're just getting zoned so far back after the death of Search that they just can't even pull the trigger on it. So again, it's going to be a very swift, pretty much unhindered cap coming through. Karu under some pressure, Twizy1 wants to be able to hold the pulse bomb, and well, he might not get the Ana. He still finds the Widow.
This entire offense so far has just been zoned out with a capital Z. I mean, O2 Blast, they, even at the start of A, they failed to really put any pressure on the ground at all. Didn't really find any targets to shoot down with the Widowmaker, build some space for Prophet. And you know, like I did say, look, opening A was going to be maybe a little bit rough, but second half of A was going to be much better for Prophet. Didn't really end up happening. You didn't see that pressure come on through. Charges continued there. Very aggressive push on in. And now the ultimates start flying on in. Both sides.
Nano's out on both the tanks. Piggy, though, has that backup should he need the primal to get popped. Prophet, however, just going to get zapped down. Jimmy diving in, assists it. Recall going to be used by Who Are You? Protect does come away with 2. Or comes away with another one rather, as both supports are going to end up getting eliminated.
Mark the health back.
Piggy still, though, looking to chip away at somebody, but all the targets proving to be a little bit too elusive. Twizy1, though, able to play off the back of the EMP, Search going to be taken down. Riley now not in effect here for this fight. Not inching forward, though. Protect has this one locked in place.
It's a bit of an awkward round, awkward primal rage coming through from Piggy there. Another pause, might be another mic issue. But yeah, unfortunately, Piggy ends up, I think, maybe overcommitting the primal, trying to get Who Are You down, who just wastes the entire primal away. EMP was decent, catches Search, but they're not going to find Karu as well. And with Karu still alive, it's not clear that O2 Blast are going to end up giving up this defense and now charge it out of resources. It's getting a little bit more difficult. And you have Prophet respawning. Respawn fairly close at this point for the B defense. I think O2 Blast got a fair shot at holding this one as charge just before that pause. They look a little flustered in terms of their ability to continue that push.
Well, it looks like this time it's still an issue with Piggy, but it's not his microphone. It is his ping. So hopefully that will go down. Saw Color Hex having some spikes during the open. It was pretty quick to rectify. So hopefully it's going to be similar here as we get ready to go back into the game.
Piggy has an amazing South Korean internet.
I don't know what's going on with his setup.
Top class.
To get this guy, you know, upgraded with some like gigabit KT connection, as well as you know, just take him to Yongsan Electronics Market, get him a better headset, and get him squared away.
I thought all of South Korea just existed on one huge intranet. The whole thing is just what.
Believe it or not,
LAN.
There
one
is
huge LAN party.
I mean, it's that way usually as far as ping is concerned, but believe it, there are some bad ISPs. There are some ones that are definitely problematic, but it looks like it's going to be taken care of, so we can go ahead and get back into the game as Protect continuing to try to hold this one. Now going to be hacked, has to try to pull away. Self-destruct has to be used. They force this one out. That tool now gone to try to clear this big open space as they caught him just around the corner. Still fighting though. O2 Blast can try to slow this one down. Rally is still being held. They're not committing to it quite just yet. Who are you? Whittle away at. Pops the recall. Instantly greeted with some more damage. But okay. Probably gets a headshot on the far away. Cerny is dead at the same time. So the supports, again, dead in tandem here for the side of the long-term charge.
Yeah, well played. Held on to the rally a little too long for my liking. Look at those health bars on O2 and like, okay, if we're not using rally here, you might lose the point. So that ultimate needs to come on through and instantly, even with the shield bash from that rally, just a frag follow up. Jimmy at least has retained positioning, which is really good for Sombra. So, oh no, he's revealed himself. So I suppose he is kind of just looking for some damage as well. Well, you're probably not the ideal target though. That does mean, however, charge hold that side of the map. You can see they're pushing at that side of the map now. The right side, the far side of Dorado.
Hacked, but still manages to escape. Nano out across on a protected. Xerneas dead once more. That likely means that Faraway is going to be able to join him pretty quickly, and he is. Protect comes away with both the supports. So far, this is the best defensive hold that we've been seeing from the side of O2 across the last few maps.
It's hard for Charge to really get too much done without this EMP online or Nano to get them in. You have to think about what really buys you into this fight. What's your initiation tool? Primal will also do that for you, and speaking of which, 2 of those 3 are about to come online. The third in the Nano is likely going to be available in the same stage of the fight. Once again, Jimmy is doing a really good job of maintaining presence in the back line, unspotted. You can see that Who Are You in the top down was looking. Should be a good EMP.
That EMP is good. Search instantly taken out of the equation here. Karu as well under a bit of fire. Now the Primal just juggling them into the corner. Nice. Oh boy. No way you're going to be able to get out of that one. Protect as well. Punish. Tries to send that self-destruct, or maybe it was broken out of the mech. Either way, ends up getting taken down as Xerneas will come away with 2 kills, and they'll finally be able to push across the line here. But still good time by. It was over 3 minutes chewed up there from the side of O2 Blast.
Solid defense. Absolutely. And certainly, I think, been their... Well, we'll see if time will tell if it will be their best map of the series so far, but it's heading in that direction if they can continue this defense and hold C as well. But Charge are going to continue playing through their ults. This will be the last major one. Piggy can't find value in this nano. It might be push done for Charge.
They should be able to find something here, perhaps. But no, the ante is absolutely monstrous. They just fall right into the trap. Search able to play off the back of that one far away as well. Going to be taken down. The card gets brought up close to the final corner, but not nearly far enough, and a bit of an over contest there for the top hallway. It's going to Charge with a reset.
First corner there for Payload is unfortunately not going to be enough for Charge to take any early ground, so O2 Blast can afford to still play super far forward in that little block up there. Play the forward sort of this bridge area. They haven't lost this part of the map yet. Payload was a little bit further back in defensive territory. Could be a different story. Again, we're still going to be waiting for the EMPs, etc.
Just chaos here in the hallway. Search took a whip shot to the face and then immediately pops a rally. Who Are You with the pulse bomb? Finds an opening kill. Clark cannot advance, and Choi Se-Wan cannot get out alive. Once again, having to reset now with 1:23 remaining. The possibility of a hold starts becoming a bit more probable here for the side of O2 if they can survive this EMP.
I think it goes to OT no matter what. The problem with the EMP here is because of the payload position, which is regressed now, even the EMP, which will have to be used, I think, for the initiation, they're not going to have some good tools for the end. They still need the nano for the final fight. It's unlikely they'll find another EMP for the final fight, so all that has to come into contention, and Karu's going to pop early.
One's just dead. Who Are You alongside Protect as well as Prophet comes up with those kills far away.
Too late.
Just ran over Prophet. The only one that they get back here as far as the kill is concerned. Everybody else just into the meat grinder. Jimmy will be able to finish off the Baby Diva, but with Piggy going down late, I mean, Jimmy just has to sprint away from here. 35 seconds remaining, and I mean, it's guaranteed overtime if they end up finishing the map at all.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be guaranteed overtime, but now Charge, the difference is, right, how many fights do you fight in OT? Now they have to fight 2. Would have been just the 1 fight in OT. Let's just assume they win the EMP fight. Cool. Still have a bit of time left. EMP for the final fight. Well, use something for the final fight in the OT. Now, double OT. Protect coming back on Orisa. It's a big push from Charge, though. They will, I think, have 4 ultimates for this fight.
EMP is monstrous, managing to find 4. Prophet down to a sliver. Choi Se-Wan finds the opening kill. Scar is going to be eliminated by that pulse bomb. Prophet, however, finds one with the Dragon Strike, and Who Are You actually kills himself with his own pulse. Primal now expiring. A hack on a Prophet. He does end up falling. The card can start rolling. Rally, however, still available here from the side of Search. The nano from far away. The 2 ults that we'll see to try to close out the map.
This needs to be Rally once the whole team is alive. O2 can still hold really strong. Search is going to make sure he gets maximal value here. Prophet now coming through on the cast. Could be a really good final cast.
Hold back toss to the side. Protect. Beating that ante, and yes, so far it's finding value. Instantly gets rid of far away, but does get dove on. Xerneas, however, eliminated, and everybody's off the cart. They try to come to the rescue here to save the supports. They end up pulling away. The OT bleeds down, and that is a win condition now successfully set up here for O2 Blast.
I really respect the Orisa swap there, because when you're looking at last fight, you're looking at final OT pushes. Orisa super hard to remove, very difficult to kill. Massive time buy in terms of allowing your respawners to come back in with massive respawn advantage. Correct call from O2 Blast. Yeah, where they're going to have to end up allowing the payload to push towards the end. Charge of about 4 ultimates, so Charge got enough gas in the tank. They're going to make something happen. The problem is OT works so handily against the Charge in those final moments. To work so well for O2. As far as the respawn is getting better and better for O2. You have Rally with Orisa up. It's really just unkillable there, and the fact that Prophet comes out brand new hero, shakes things up a little bit. Instant frag, trades his own life 1-to-1, does his job. Each frag on the defense worth way more than what Charge could get. Charge need like 2 kills to every one they lose essentially at that stage, and they ran out. They had to use too much. I think the fight beforehand where Jimmy was setting up for the EMP and then they just get assaulted upon by the nano on Surge, that was a fight that Charge needed to initiate first and not get initiated on.
Hello. Greetings.
Let's see how they try to break through these defenses here. Choice at one, ready to go in alongside Piggy for the dive. Currently hover here onto the high ground.
Choi on the Genji, so he's not even opting for the Echo either. To be fair, I think the Echo is lacking in the second part of A, so understandably Genji probably has a little bit more longevity for the entirety of the save point. No Tracer though, so we'll see if anyone can really challenge for the low ground. It's going to come down to Piggy merely, and we'll see with Choi gone now. Free push available for O2 Blast.
Okay, really good damage on a Piggy, and the hurt continues. Drop down onto the low ground. They're looking for the Winston. Take him lower and lower, but the Sleep Dart does connect to protect. However, woken up, rockets flying. Piggy continues to get beaten and battered. They need to find some stability here for this HP bar. They need it pretty quickly. See them not even wanting to really commit the nade to it to ensure that they can boost him up. They want to be able to have that as an offensive tool, but Xerneas is now going to be gone. Who are you? He himself in around on the back, it would seem. Managed to find that kill, and far away again. Instantly dealt with. Piggy down to half. Just no way for him to survive.
I don't know how did Xerneas go into low ground, because he dies on the low ground next to the payload. He should not be the one holding the payload. It's either Choi or Piggy. If neither Choi and Piggy hold the payload, you don't send Xerneas down there. I don't know if he got booped. I don't know if he made a mistake. But Xerneas dying there, that is the chip in the dam that allows the entire thing to break open. And with that, A point is gone. This is a far quicker A attack for O2 than it was for Charge.
Just 5 minutes to work with. We did see B. This is where the majority of the stall did come through, though. So we got to the end and they were able to successfully defend. So perhaps Charge can work some of that magic themselves. We'll have to just see, as Recon just going to be revealing everybody around the corner, but it's pretty suspected who is going to be there. As Protect goes up and over the top, just looking to threaten where possible.
They're going to wait for payload to get a little bit more movement, to be within range of everyone then being able to get LOS. Nano to Piggy. Jimmy can buy his way in with the Dragon Strike as well, so good ultimates here, but Charge would like to Nano first if they can. I think O2 Blast might, though. They are a little bit more hungry for space.
Low ground, high ground, back and forth here, just trying to build up towards that Nano as quickly as he can. As Jimmy just going to be sending the Dragon Strike out to try to get the solo kill onto Prophet. Well, doesn't find it, but now he's got a juicy opportunity for Dragon Strike of his own, perhaps.
Yeah, this will be good.
Yep, and he's going to send it. Zones them back, decent damage found, but hard for now, going to be locked in position. Nano comes across over to Choice A1, instantly melts 2 out, finds Search as well. A triple kill off the back. Who are you? Dead to Piggy. Clean up here on the Prophet. Team kill is going to be confirmed. It's going to be 1 minute and 20 seconds now gone, but look at the ults for O2.
Kilios, I would like to be the Choice A1 POTM peddler today. I don't know if you'd be interested in buying. Just saying. Just saying.
You know, I am now. I am for sure now.
That was quite good. Thoroughly enjoyed what my eyeballs was able to gaze upon there from Choice A1's blade. O2 Blast, so I'm a little surprised when they had ults to play through, but I guess Karu on the sidelines, he had no one in Nano because he was shoved right into the side room. Also on the shield.
Get behind the shield. Xerneas able to evade that one. Sleep Dart going to be consumed by the D-Matrix. The Nano comes in over onto Protect. Who are you, however, going to get shield bashed by Xerneas as soon as the rally comes through. He manages to take him down. Protect up over the top, self-destruct. Can't quite see where it's going. It's just into the corner right in front of the bank, so it's very easy to avoid for Charge. And no kills found. Choice A1, Jimmy, Piggy, all tagged up quite low. Do need some nice little healing to come through, but they have successfully stopped this push.
Yep. There's a reset. Charge did a few of those. I mean, time was in favor of O2 Blast. It's starting to dissipate a little bit now once they push Choi off. Oh, Choi might die. I think yeah, he's dead. Holy, wow. Purpled out. No LOS to Arway, unfortunately. There's the 5v4.
Well, into the back left flank there was Protect, and no one able to come to the rescue, it would seem. Choice A1 taken down, going to be sprinting back over as fast as he can. Cart getting closer and closer to the contest. Needs to be found, but Piggy, I mean, he's trying to zone the backline. They just push it in.
The cap.
Oh dear. The wheels are coming off, and the protocol's not really
big staggers
here. And, yeah, I mean, Jimmy, Piggy, all getting taken down.
Oh, there's 2 more players behind.
Yeah. I mean, they're so split. Seems like nobody calmed.
Chase Choi. They need to chase Choi. If they can chase Choi and get him down as well, that would be tragic.
Gonna try, and they will.
There it is, boom. So good from O2 Blast. Exactly the kill they needed. That's the max mistake. It's a delayed full team kill. Full team wipe. Choi's gonna spend some time coming out of spawn and this entire way through. O2 Blast free pushing. Now they're gonna defend against Nanoblade. Nanoblade is coming online.
It went from super clean hold to Choi Se-won dies, and then everybody forgets that there's an objective. Dragon Strike off the high ground. Gonna get whatever catch they possibly can, but doesn't go deep enough. Goes down into the floor, so Karu is still very safe over by the Mega Pack. In the meantime, Who Are You has been bringing the card forward more and more.
Got a blade.
Pulse bomb lobbed out.
Choi
Se-won taken down. Have to hold on to the blade as well as that Nano for another time, it would seem, but no, the Nano's going to be committed to try to keep Jimmy alive, but he needs to find some value right now. He's pushing up, mainly ranged effectively. He's trying to kill him off, but the nade comes through. Karu says, nope. Search alley-oops off the back of the ante. They take him down. Now it's all on a Primal, a Rally, a Dragon Blade to try to buy some space, buy some time, and there's still 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, and the cart is still pushing forward.
Playtime should be coming through now. This is where Choi has to think about it. They gotta win this fight. Charge. Gotta throw a lot into this focus. O2 Blast, they're not losing. They're not losing at the moment.
Tries to dash through, gets stunned up. As soon as the Rally gets popped, Search can stop him dead in his tracks. Profit gone. Cernius going to be traded. Follow-up stun. Choi Se-won absolutely evaporates, and now the cart can continue to push. We might not be done yet. Far away, taken down. Who Are You comes up with a second kill, and the ults are still stacked on the side of O2 Blast. They won't even need them. The kills come through, and there's just no way in hell that Cernius and Choi Se-won can manage to survive this one. Like burn, Cernius buying a little bit of time, but Choi Se-won's instantly dealt with as Who Are You finds, I believe, his 4th kill in the extended fight.
Wow.
The push comes in, and the series is not over. O2 Blast will get a map win on the board.
That was one of the most incredible to watch snowballs that we saw from the end of Dorado B all the way to a final map completion for O2 Blast. Saying that with the quotations because, well, they were able to defend, prevent the map from actually going to the end, so we're not going to go to a time bank, but in any case, you essentially start with Choi Se-won holding the long bridge on the side, being caught out by Obionade, couldn't reset back to his own team because he would have been in the open, didn't have a deflect left because he already used it, gets killed, and from that point onwards, O2 did not stop snowballing. Choi then respawns, is the final person dead. That not necessarily his fault, but because there's just further delays, no Nanoblade to come on through, great pulse from Who Are You, things just go way out of hand for the charge.
Yeah, very puzzling, but a downward spiral there for the South of Guangzhou Charge, and now need to find some stability. O2 Blast, that's the first step as they try to get themselves a reverse sweep in the opening series with this new setup, with this new roster, and we'll see if they can continue with a win on push when we come back. We are not done yet, nor is O2 Blast. They managed to fight back with a win on Dorado to extend the series, but it doesn't end on push. That's what we are about to find out.
I went from going into a competitive, opening couple of maps saying, yeah, maybe this one will just be a 3-0. We'll set competitive 3-0, and now, oh boy, we turn up the heat. It's O2 Blast squad. Got to give them some credit. I thought they were going to really struggle coming into not just the series, but maybe this entire qualifier stage in the Overwatch League regular season, but something to really prove themselves. That was a great win on Dorado. Fantastic offense. Snowball from B to C. And now map 4 to try and swing things into a possible reverse sweep. I'm here for it. Looking forward to seeing what they have to show. Is it going to be a little bit more Ram? I don't think you can really diva on this map. So here are the possible heroes for Protected Play. Queen, Ram, Winston, but he hasn't shown a Winston yet. I don't know if Protector's really going to go for a Winston. That could be a problem. If you don't play Winston in this meta, you're probably going to struggle.
We'll have to just see what they do, in fact, land on here as we get ready to load up into the game. See whether or not he's got some tricks up his sleeve, or if it will just be, an attempt at shoehorning the diva into the composition, into the map to try to make it work. Because that's just where he's going to be feeling the most comfortable. We'll have to see if that's what they do decide to go for.
I think Winston Tracer Sombra is the meta comp for this map currently. That would be my choice. We have seen Charge play a little bit of that. Haven't seen O2 Blast really go for it just yet, although I think they have the capability. The only problem is the tank line. I don't know if Protector's going to go for it. Prophet can certainly play it. Well, you can play his part of that on the Tracer as well. And actually, both teams are not even close. Are they expecting a brawl? I mean, Prophet is on the Mei, which isn't even really his hero. That's who I use hero. Protect was hovering the Queen, and are both teams just going to go for a diva instead? My goodness, we're just going to play some diva on this map.
Okay.
But we are going to see the Tracer Sombra. Okay, so here's my theory on this one. Are they playing the diva for the spy checking on the Sombra? That could be possible, but I think Winston just synergizes on the dives way better. If you want to play for defensive factor, diva's there, but if you want to win the offense, you want to really get those dives going, better nano target as well. I think Winston's just a better character.
Well, I don't know. Either way, Xerneas is going to be a somewhat squishy Zenyatta, but when he can just turn the tides of a fight like that and take down Prophet, kill his killer, well, it's going to look damn good. For now, though, the opening kill found. Choisewan will end up getting picked by Karu, but the bot can start pushing forward a bit. Where you again going on the lurk, trying to get around the backhand side. Spots Xerneas wants to put some damage down, get that kill, but will be dissuaded by the Discord Orb. Prophet as well, diving forward. Made going to be used just to boost that healing. Survives the fight.
You have to notice as well, it's, double flex support versus the Brigana. So the Piggy Diva, you start to understand why he's on the Diva, because it's there to protect the double flex supports, and they're going to play this version of the quote-unquote dive. Can they protect each other? Not this time. Who Are You finds his mark. Oh,
and that's a pulse stick. Oh, what a opener from the side of Who Are You. Piggy as well going to be demeched at the same time by Protect. First they want having to backpedal, and that is going to be a lead lost for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. O2 Blast to get the push going, and very swiftly will be able to crest that 7-meter mark.
Great 3K coming through from Who Are You. That was brilliantly played. He solos the entire backline. It's taken him a while to really get there, but you have to get Piggy out, distract him, make sure Piggy can't protect the supports, and once that's available to you, door swing wide open, double supports down, contenders O2 Blast. Really showing what the tier 2 teams can do here as they're getting first lead on New Queen Street.
Just over halfway there towards that checkpoint for Ellie. Still going to be used Nano as well from Car to help him survive, and the EMP completely is undone. The push will resume. Xerneas and Faraway just need to try to hightail it out of there as swiftly as they can. Looks like no one from O2 is particularly concerned and willing to overcommit for that one, but the cap is getting closer and closer.
I think he's got to go for it now. Essentially, Nano's available. Nano saved, by the way. Faraway could have used the Nano to try and counteract the effects of the EMP earlier, but decided to let that one go. Jimmy in trouble.
Most one mount, Choisewan does manage to find Search. Car's still going to be standing for now. Just a couple meters shy of that checkpoint, but widely O2 is emptied out, down low. They need to try to just back away from this position. Self-destruct's going to be forced on either side. Piggy just gunning down Who Are You with the pilot pistol. We'll find it. Karu offers himself up. And the bot can be taken here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but even trying to match this one, it's going to take a couple fights to get close to this 54-meter mark.
Who are you didn't recall, by the way? He was antied on 34 HP and didn't recall. I checked if he had it, and he certainly did. The reason why I checked was like, maybe he's not recalling because he doesn't have it. So a little bit of a strange play from Who Are You. They failed to force out the double support ultimates from the Charge as well. So Charge kind of getting away with murder there. Great recontest and without the need to really put into the big ultimates from the back line. He expected. If it is winning the EMP race, though, he has managed to get that a little bit quicker last time, used it earlier, he'll have it now as well. Oh, we just couldn't keep doing this up.
Yeah, he's just dead again. Piggy will be able to trade one back. Search gone, but now Faraway is dead. The 2-for-1 as far as the supports are concerned. They're looking for Karu. Piggy's up here by himself, though, down to 6 HP. Pulse Bomb's going to go wide. He's out of the mech. He's already used his self-destruct. He'll still actually, once again, manage to get a kill with in the pilot form, but the fight is very much going the side of O2, and the push is already resumed.
We check payload now. I think we're going to be capping because there's not really anything to defend. Is Jimmy going to hold the payload? I guess the answer is yes, he is, but
okay.
I think O2 should go a little aggro here because when Piggy's not around, there's an opportunity to force the payload. They're not going to. Respect it. I think they're still waiting for some of their own respawners, so turns out Jimmy Sombra is enough to dissuade O2 from getting that cap. They have an EMP though, so I think the EMP is going to really turn the tide. If Xerneas is caught, that's your entire defense gone.
Jimmy hunting around the back. Karu again does have that nano available. EMP comes in. Search dead before that can even really be used. Actually, no, it was committed, but they killed him so quickly that the nano ends up getting canceled out. However, the fight's still looking to go their way. As again, it's Faraway and Xerneas dead. Brothers in arms, brothers in death. End up falling. Piggy going to be debanked. Uses the self-destruct. There's no chance of survival, so I don't know why he throws it. The bot's just right now sat in a neutral position.
I think it's swapping.
I suppose so.
Yeah, Xerneas swapped as well. This is where you understand that not Desire though, brother. I was thinking Winston. Okay, we're going somewhere tonight. We are heading in some direction that I'm not really sure of. I knew the Brig swap was coming. I knew the Brig was coming because I think the Zen Nano is a little bit too greedy. So the Brig needed to be there, but Winston would have been the call. That being said, though, Piggy Zarya, one of the classics. See if it ends up working through.
Okay, well, let's find one to start. Jimmy gets the better of Who Are You with the assistance of choice they want as well. Rally, going to be feeling a bit wasted here from the side of O2 Blast as Search just hits the floor. Sleep Dart from far away just put him down to bed. The cleanup comes in, so bot control here for the side of the Charge, but again, not much distance built up. Still so far to go just to get themselves to that checkpoint. There's going to be many more fights like the win. Prophet is ahead in EMP.
For not by much this time though, Jimmy is definitely starting to catch up. All of the fights that Charge have lost, they haven't given away the cap. That's super important. So now they're finally starting to get a little bit of progress on their own end. Their first bit of payload touch in a little bit of a while. Prophet's hunting. He only sees one spot. He wants both. Okay, he's just gonna translocate away. That was weird.
Okay, EMP out. Nano comes across. Does keep Search alive. Protect going to be demech'd, but looks like they are able to keep the Baby Diva in the fight as the self-destruct goes off, and he will be able to get back into the suit. Still 5 members strong. 10 meters up the go, but One finds a great pulse bomb, taking down Karu. Search as well, down to half HP. Just going to be trying to stay alive, but energized up now is Piggy. There's a nano to boot. Burns through, protects mech. Push can resume, and this might just be the Guangzhou Charge taking the lead for themselves into these kills confirmed in the back end. Yeah, they got it.
Wow. Nano coming through. 84, I believe, charge on Piggy. A lot of damage coming on in. I do not know what Prophet was doing there because he was on the back lines. Maybe he got... I don't know why he would get scared, though. And I don't think you need him. Is he concerned about running back to his own team to play the 5v5? But you can do that from the back lines and counter EMP. I just don't understand that. Jimmy, he had the better EMP. Jimmy came in early. Nano and Piggy are still pushing really hard. Decent amount of damage input. Grav coming into play. Protects from Zarya as well. We're just going to have a Zarya off.
Yeah, I mean, Zarya mirror in current year. Grav, though, obviously way out in front here for Piggy. Forces the people off from choice at 1, taking him down low. Bubbles coming through. Faraway going to end up falling, but Surge gets taken out at the same time. Grab still being held. He's 100 energy. Says, yeah, I know. I want to just win this fight naturally. I want to save the Grab for the final push as we get ready to cap this thing. Are you?
They can't cap now.
And Prophet able to find one apiece. They will have to just eventually disengage here a bit.
We'll keep Jimmy in for a little bit longer. Pop some bubbles on him, allow him to farm this next AMP. Losing your surrounding cast around Pig unfortunately means you're not going to finish the map. Although, to be fair, 92 is good. I would have thought 100 meters would have been amazing. Get 100, get the triple digits. You're really thinking about a 3-1 result here for the charge. 92 leaving just enough room for maybe O2 Blast to make that comeback happen. Losing Prophet, though, not going to be helping that comeback at all.
Take it down. Sprays away from the fight there against who are you? Car dead off the back of the EMP. Search as well, falling lower and lower. Still somehow stays alive for a little bit longer, but eventually ends up falling. It's protected that again. That's another reset on the energy. That's further delay for the grab that I think he just hasn't had to use it. Just keeps that one in the back pocket, and again the push resumes.
I can't believe the Zarya is what's going to end up working here. I do want to say though, maybe Protectors playing into it a little bit. Now at this stage, O2 Blast with not a lot of time left and further meterage. We are about to hit the 100 meter mark now. 4 ultimates for O2 Blast. I've got to be the ones to pull the trigger here. Karu, he's about to die.
Nano in again. There's the grab. Comes across, catches out. On to 3. Just kind of diving into that one. Was Protected trying to keep them safe. Search, however, eventually does fall. Prophet answers back, however. Headshot across. Faraway's dead. Piggy finally ends up getting eliminated, but you're talking about triple digits. Well, they got there at a little bit more. 106 set up with 48 seconds to go. O2 Blast basically need to double their established distance and go through the checkpoint if they want to win this.
It's 2 meters shy from double here with 40 seconds left to go. Now Protectors going to be up. Freak with that out of paddle as Piggy's gone over towards the Winston, finally playing the meta comp. Protectors, I want to sound the wrong hero now. Has grab available. Dragon first. Where's that dragon? On the high ground.
East Coast side, zoning away from statue. Jimmy harassing around the back, just keeping them distracted. Grab gets invested, far away, falling lower and lower. Nade going to be used. Rally now rolling here from the side of Xerneas as Piggy was slept. Still, however, top Prophet Protect taken down. The grab gets them nothing, and it seems like this is going to be over. The bot is even just shipped back into a neutral position. Everyone's zoned away from it. No one can touch. The time will just bleed down, and it's a sad ending, unfortunately, here for the side of O2 Blast here in their opening series with this roster. They were able to push and prod in those opening 3 maps, even winning one of them, but here on push, the swap to the Zarya ends up getting it done. Guangzhou Charge will go ahead and kick off the second half of the year with a win.
Piggy just gets Protector also. We go into the Zarya duel. That is a great bait, mate. I rate 8 out of 8. That's it leaves them on an island with the Zarya at the end as Piggy says, actually, I'm going to play Winston now, and good luck with that Zarya, buddy. As it's the saddest grab you will see. A double on the backline, couldn't kill a single support. O2 Blast fall by the wayside. Yeah, man. To be fair, like Piggy, I think swapping off the double flex support was the right call. Zarya probably confused O2 Blast a little bit there. And Charge off the back of their really well placed EMP with a much better protected backline, decent energy on Piggy, win a pivotal push to get the cap, and then eventually get 90 meters, 100 meters, and O2 Blast lose all ability to hold on to the game. But part of that was due to the fact that I just think Charge was starting out on the wrong comp, and as soon as Charge swap over towards at least the correct support line, things got really hard for O2.
And just proving a bit too difficult for them to try to, maintain frontline pressure, keep the DPS players a bit supported there, but then also try to keep the backline alive. So we just kept seeing them get just ripped apart time and time again. But as soon as they course corrected, said, okay, you know what, long range bubbles, that could do the trick. Build up some energy. Now I'm a big threat in the front line as well. It ended up coming to fruition for the side of the Guangzhou Charger. Player of the match, though, is going to be Choi Se-Wan. And yeah, I was actually leaning a little bit more over on the faraway side of the fence prior to Dorado, but that was kind of one of the ones that tipped the balance for me a bit, just given what we saw from Troy, even with the map loss.
Yeah, I want to give Choi props for the Genji play today and the Echo play and everything else in the Tracer, obviously, but a little bit of a whiff on the final blade on Dorado. I don't want people to be too hard on him, though. I think there were certainly other things that were wrong there as well. Would have liked to have seen Jimmy do a little bit more on the Hanzo on that map. Choi statistically still really carried on Dorado at 9 out of 22 final blows, so 2 away from deadlifting his team on Dorado, despite the final blunder on the, we'll say the blade there. But the rest of the series, look across the board, some insane blades, great Tracer play. And the highlights, just a delight for the eyes.
Some very flashy blades coming through here from him, but I mean, not without struggle. Definitely, looking to see things get cleaned up a little bit more here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge if they want to be contenders. Because again, we question how much time has O2 had to really get acclimated to one another, and it seems like overall that's happened pretty smoothly. But this was still, even if it had ended on Dorado, it was still going to be looking like a very competitive 3-0. So if Guangzhou Charge want to be able to reclaim their spot at the top of the league after having missed out on mid-season madness, we need to see some stronger performances from them where everybody's getting up to operational status just a bit faster.
I think overall I was definitely impressed with O2 Blasi. I was concerned about them coming into this summer stage, and while there was definitely more poorer moments from them, but Charge were always going to be a tough opponent for O2 Blast, so no real surprise from me.
All right, well, we've got Unknown standing by for the translation with the interview for choice. I want to hand it over.
네. So I feel okay that we won the first match of the summer stage, but I mean I don't think we did that well. So it's a bit of a nah. I thought we were gonna win 3-0, but Piggy kind of like trolled us. So I think that was why we went 3-1.
어때요? 지난 시즌 초반에 좋다가 좀 후반부에 다소 아쉬운 그런 시즌이었었잖아요. 네, 어때요? 이번에는 좀 다른 느낌으로 좀.
So in summer, no, actually in spring, you had a good start, but then you ended up kind of falling apart a little bit. How does this particular season feel?
저번 시즌에는 이제 한주 틀에 이거 하나로 가다 보니까 좀 힘들었어가지고.
So in spring we did really well, but then in the end, looking at retrospect, we were kind of a Hanzo chaser one trick, and then people kind of figured that out. So, but starting from this split, we probably will do a little bit of more variance, so we'll do better.
눈바니에서 그 행복 웃음이 나오긴 했거든요.
So how do you feel about Numbani? I mean, it was all in my smile, so you kind of feel how is that?
시원하게 웃으시던데 한 방울 카메라에 잡혔거든요.
그것도 피기 선수가 자꾸
we also saw you in POV cams that you laughed really hard. What was that about? It was Piggy was throwing and we were kind of laughing at it, so that was what it was all about.
알겠습니다. 이런 거 있을 때 저한테 일러주세요, 알겠죠?
네.
좋습니다. 자, 그럼 보면 광자 시즌 어때요? 이번 시즌 동부에서 가장 상대할 때 걱정되거나 좀 그런 팀.
So in Guangzhou Charge's point of view, do you have any team that you are particularly aware of?
네, 이유는
항저 저희가 중요한 경기 때마다 항저한테
The Hangzhou Spark, because they kind of stand up every time they go against us when it's really important. So I think that's the reason why I think Hangzhou Spark is the one to look out for.
여러 가지 좀 재치 있는 부분도 좀 좋았었지만 시청자분들에게도 한 말씀 좀 부탁드릴게요.
Any final messages to the fans?
일단 다시 기다려주신 팬분들 정말 감사하고요. 그리고 이제 저번 시즌 조금 아쉬웠지만 이번 시즌
Well, thanks for waiting for us to come back to play because we missed out on the mid-season madness, and we'll make sure that we'll make your wait worthwhile. And back to you, Seth.
Thank you very much, Unknown, for the translation as per usual. But yeah, they are back, we're back, and it feels great. Maybe a little bit less so for O2 after the loss, but hey, I think they should hold their heads high given how well they were able to push a team that was formerly on top of the league last stage. But that's just the beginning. We obviously have way more action for you guys here tonight. Coming up next, the absolute King of Banger. We've got the Infernal versus the Spark. Top two teams in the region getting ready to clash to kick off here in this summer split. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. back, and it's now time to go into the marquee matchup here for our returning weekend. We've got the Hangzhou Spark going up against the Seoul Infernal. In a monstrous clash, these two teams have been around the top of the standings for quite some time. Our representatives over at Midseason Madness now get to battle for dominance right off the rip.
Last time they played each other was actually probably a little bit underwhelming. A 3-0 victory for the Seoul Infernal. Week 3 spring stage qualifiers. Let's go ahead and meet the Seoul Infernal.
Alrighty, well, you know them, you love them. Here they are. And then 3, Zest, Mag, Skewed, and Fixa. Once again, looking to establish dominance within the region.
Skewed, by the way, winning player of the split Eastern region for how well he did for the Seoul Infernal. The first half of the year, deserved. Has had quite a bit of a year coming in, as well as Mag. 2 players that previously in the past, especially last year, Skewed didn't get to see a lot of, despite being on a very winning LA Gladiators squad. And for Mag on a struggling Washington Justice now coming on in big time Seoul Infernal, really stacked, and Fixa really showing what he's got as well. First half of the year, Fixa impressed. We already knew what M3 and Zest could do. Now backed by these 3 players playing on top form, Seoul Infernal I think are still the team to beat in the East. If I had to put my money on it, currently number 1 on my personal power rankings is the Seoul Infernal.
Well, still some stiff opposition. I mean, it was a 3-0 the last time, but like you said, it was so very long ago. I think it's hard to imagine that that can happen for either side coming into today's games. I think that this one could very well end up going the distance. Otherwise, I mean, if it is a 3-0, that's got to be one of the closest ones that we will have seen, you would expect. But plenty to try to get around, plenty to try to overtake on the opposite side, as we will get ready to take a look at the Hangzhou Spark with their starting 5, because the super team is still super strong.
There has been some slight roster movements for this squad. You probably won't see them reflect on the starting lineup today, as Monk and Linkster will still be the starting support lineup, and well, everyone else is the same. But Elsa, aka 20, did depart from the roster during the mid-season break. If you want to see more Elsa, though, he's actually about to come back. He's on Rhodes, and Rhodes qualified through for knockouts, so you'll see Rhodes, you'll see Elsa again. Yeah, he is called Elsa again. He's gone from Elsa to 20 back to Elsa. But the new face on this team, which is also actually an old face, is Pineapple. Pineapple's back on the Spark after playing for the Spark last year, but this time Pineapple's on support. But as I mentioned, not starting just yet. I don't even know if he'll start today at all. I don't even know if he'll completely play support the entire way through. Maybe he'll even play a little bit of DPS. For now, the same 5 for the Hangzhou Spark. Shy even repping the pink hair. This is what's about. Spark now. See if the super team delivers on their promise. Last time was an 0-3. Looking for a far more competitive series this time around.
And there we are. But yeah, we'll see if Pineapple rears his head. But not the first that we've seen, somebody pivoting roles. Obviously, we've had, DPS players shifting to tank. But then, of course, also, like we were covering a couple days ago, Color Hex shifting over into support as well. So who knows? Maybe Pineapple will feel right at home with that role. We'll have to just wait longer. Yeah, I mean, there's a long list of people just changing positions as it turns out, but we'll have to just wait and see. We should be getting the players ready to rock here pretty soon, and then we can get underway. See who is going to be able to get that nice little early start towards the top of the standings.
There is one player in this lobby that is extremely happy about where the meta direction is going. And that man is Mushway, because he's like, hello, are we doing more Winston meta? Yes, please. Thank you, sir. Here you go, Mr. Blizzard. Here's thank you for your PayPal details. Here you go. More Winston meta. Yes, please.
Watch Mag still just plays Wrecking Ball or something. I don't know. Mag is always...
That'll be interesting.
Always a wild figure, so...
No Blizzard World in the map pool this time around, I don't believe so.
True.
Yeah, no Blizzard World for sure. I don't know if there's any real other maps I would think that all has got on. Not really.
Well, you're talking about Skewed here, player of the split, coming out on top, but obviously Monk, no one that you can really shake a stick at, still leads in quite a many other few metrics here.
Had a really good performance, I think, Monk on mid-season. As people were kind of concerned, certain talking heads in the community, I won't name them, were concerned about the backline for the Hangzhou Spark, and I think Monk certainly proved some doubters wrong in mid-season manners, but competition will be pretty up there versus the Soul Infernal. Across the board, I mean, every single position, their counterparts, it's going to be a tough battle. Busan up first. Circuit Royale is one I'm going to be looking forward to because, you know, we really saw the best of MN3 on that map last year, so fingers crossed that MN3 delivers something special there.
I can't wait to see it, but yep, Busan to begin then in the Midtown. I mean, it's been a long while since you and I got to cover pretty much any of these maps, at least in the League official. Obviously, we did have Circuit Royale come through with that Honeypot series just a couple days ago.
Which, by the way,
be excited to get back into this.
That's the one weakness for Gooshray. Gooshray like, hang on a minute, I'm not a Sigma player, and we just lost Elsa. So what are we going to do about that map? Are we going to see the fearless Sigma? Because Houston just played fearless Sigma earlier today, and then a little bit of Winslow Circle, which did not go well. Yeah, that being said, though, Mag is also not a Sigma player, so there's an opportunity. I know we'll go to Busan first, but I'm looking at that circuit being like, do Mag and Gooshray just shake hands and be like, hey, dude, you want to just Winston this one? It's just gentleman's agreement.
I'm thinking about some of the maps on Busan. I'm like, other than this one, perhaps, and I'm thinking, do they shake hands and say, Wrecking Ball for downtown? Wrecking Ball for Mega Base? Why not?
Gooshray's not going to shake that one. He's far less of a ball enthusiast than Mag is, so.
That's fair. Well, I'll have to just wait with bated breath to see the balls come out at some point. But for now, we'll get the gates open. And it looks like widely just going to be mirrored compositions across the board. Yep, there's a swap onto the Tracers. As Shy,
to no one's surprise. You want to talk about the two teams in our region in the East who can really encapsulate the Tracer Sombra, Winston dive the best? It'll be these two teams.
All right, well, opening volley coming through. MN3 getting tagged low. Actually gets antied as well. Looking to complete the kill. Scoochray goes diving forward. It goes across, though, and Zest is going to be able to find that first blood coming through. Dive forward now. Langsa as well going to get caught up into the crosshair. Ends up getting taken out. To be a very one-sided affair. It's just nobody on the side of the Infernal going down. They even get a little bit of a later kill here on a Monk because the point is already capped.
Zest doing a little bit of head bob in there as he'll be the one collecting 3 out of those, 4 early final blows. First ultimate online is going to be the Pulse, courtesy of Zest. Soul Infernal, as you mentioned, super dominant. Everyone's ahead on ultimates as you'd expect, and importantly so, I want to draw eyes onto Fixer. That is going to make quite a bit of difference in following fights.
Shot on the leave, down 50, stays alive, but pulls way out in front. Shy going to be slapped, anti Fixer finds the kill on the follow-up there with the whip shot. Taking him down, and oh my goodness, Zest, what was that? Leave was just gliding by. A brief glance. God. He just sticks him midair. An enemy Tracer. Zest is just absolutely disgusting today.
Now, it's one thing to stick a Tracer. It's another to stick the 2021 MVP Tracer. And my goodness, Zest is putting on a clinic so far. 5 final blows in 2 fights. A Tracer stick of all things. Woohoo! Damn.
What an unbelievable just sequence for him. Just so dominant. Already over a third of the way towards the next pulse as well. Leaf just got his online. EMP now to just bully Gooshway out. Take him down. And it's again, I mean, it's final fight territory.
The Nano went to Lynx there as well. So it seems like Spark actually wanted to engage that fight. Maybe Monk misfired the Nano that was intended for Gooshway. Either way, then not only do they lose Gooshway and lose the fight, but also they lose the Nano as well, and they don't get the trade onto MN3. And they don't kill Skewed with the EMP.
He's still low. Nano held into the back pocket, but Fixit just pops the rally to keep him secure.
Scoot lives.
9.5 as well, just getting zoned further away. Mag now going to be slept, going to get stunned. As that primal, though, is not in danger of getting taken out. In fact, it's going to be Fixa who finds a kill as Monk's going to be eliminated. Gushue taking a nap somewhere, ends up getting woken up, but as he wakes up, it's an absolute nightmare scenario as the supports are dead, and it's 100-0 to begin the round. Now, I said there's no way in hell, surely, that this ends up being 100. This ends up being a 3-0. But if Zest is going to keep playing like that, then maybe
I have another fun stat for you. Not only was it 100-0, I don't know if you caught at the end there. Well, it's actually take a look at that stick again. Oh.
Yeah, one
still
kill.
As good the second time around. That last kill on the kill feed there, Gushue onto Skewed, was the only kill that Hungry Spark got that entire round. That was the only one. At the end, while they lost. No other kills. Wow.
Well,
that's a clinic.
Bit of a rough start. Let's see how they fare as we move over to Mecha Base.
You just said make a base. I was like, yes sir, let's make that base happen.
Gushue's already antied and hacked. Not going to be killed off though. Does manage to disengage far enough back to survive it, but Mag is looking to push the issue a little bit more. He's hacked himself, Shy down low, anti on the 3. Set up there from Skewed as Mag is going to be taking a quick little nap. I mean, he's been doing a hard job, so, you know, needs some rest. And for now, the Hangzhou Spark will not walk away with any deaths, but they do have to disengage, and the point can be locked down here for the Infernal once more.
Well, this time at least Spark get away with not the whole team being wiped. Shy is pressured out currently. They want Skewed badly. They just got to get this Ana down, but they're struggling. Number 3, Frenzel gets out.
So desperately trying for it. Whip shot over to the flank as well, just to provide a little bit of extra peel, I believe, on a Shy. Just keep him at an arm's length. Leave this time, keeping up as far as the pulse bomb is concerned. Shy again slept, but this time he does manage to make his way out. Slim margins, but the damage is not quite there. Pulse bomb lobbed down, not going to be finding the kill. Gets a little bit of damage across, forces the rally. Shy now again has to make his exit. MN3 so far out in front towards the CMP. Nano's committed to the fight here from the side of Monk to try to keep Gushue alive. See the lob in on that nade.
No kills though. They need to get some kills off this Nano because the problem is they have a huge Nano advantage versus Skewed, who's about to have it now. EMP coming through, breaks across.
Yeah, I mean, the sleep does connect. They put MN3 on the floor for a brief little moment, but Shy is the one who disappears. Now Langston going to be taken down once more as well. Leave looking for something as Mag is just juggling people around here in the shaft, the elevator shaft, whatever you want to call it. It's not really an elevator. Either way, Monk does barely manage to get away with his life, narrowly landing that sleep dart, but kills can still not be found. 60% about to be set up here for the side of the Infernal, with no end in sight aside from it ticking up to 100.
No. I'll tell you what, someone got shafted in that play for sure, and it wasn't the Soul Infernal who EMP comes across so beautifully from MN3. And as I mentioned again, Monk, he had the Nano advantage, played on Gushue, but Spark couldn't do anything with it. They needed to get some kills. Gotta get something convert, because unfortunately you're behind on the other ultimates, you're behind on the EMP, so you're eventually gonna have to play with a 5v4 advantage, but versus more ults from the Soul Infernal. But you've got to take out some ults as well.
Leaves has managed to find one before getting taken down, but it's going to be a double kill here
They're
for
still
Zest.
losing.
He pops in the pulse bomb. He's on for 3. Monk now gone. It's just Gushue with the primal rolling to try to, you know, buy some more time for Leaf to get back. But he himself has to make his exit. 96%. The touch is going to have to come through here momentarily. Jumps back across the top. His corpse will land down onto the point, but that doesn't count as contest. Leave with the tag in.
Over.
Corner check once more. Shy extends it for a little bit longer. Leave has to try to dip out of here. Has that pulse in his back pocket. Some heals coming over his way, but now Langs is going to be gone. The heals cut down. It's just Monk, 8% away from having that next Nano online, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough for anything. Once he continues to bleed down, another tag, and Nano goes across. Gushue keeps it extended at least for a little bit longer, but MN3 now has the EMP. Monk is dead. The EMP still not even being used. And you can see here, Scute's just sat back. He's just pocketing his fellow support. It's just going to be another monstrous 100-0 closeout here at the hands of the Infernal with one of the swiftest maps that we've ever seen. And a total of, what, 2 kills across both rounds, I believe, with the Spark?
Yeah, I was going to say, I got another fun fact. You know how I said there's only 1 kill from Spark on the first round? They only got 1 more kill in the second round. So
they
a total
doubled up.
of 2 kills. Gushue got 1 kill the first round at the end when it didn't count anymore. And Leave at some point got 1 kill. I can't remember why, but he got 1 kill in that round as well on Mecha Base. And that was it. That's the entirety of the kills that Hungry Spark got. Just 2. That means Mag, Zest, MN3 went flawless. Zest went 11-0. 11 final blows. 0 deaths.
It's unbelievable. What were the total kills for the team?
25-2.
Okay. Well, quite the way to kick things off. That's Control done and dusted. Let's see what happens, though, when we come back, because we will have Hybrid coming up next, and we'll see if the Spark can wake themselves up a bit. And we are back. The break was longer than the first map. It's a 1-0 start for the Soul Infernal, blowing the Hangzhou Spark out of the water. And, good lord, I'm still reeling from the thing that we just witnessed.
And so is Spark. I think so is Spark.
You're in Korea. You can get better chicken than KFC. What are you guys doing? What is this?
You know what? I never tried any of the old Colonel's 11 spices in Korea, so
I mean, it's not bad. It's basically the same
can't tell
anywhere. But there's significantly better chicken.
We're looking at a significantly better team on our screens here who dominated our last map. That is for sure. Real questions for the Hangzhou Spark. Is it time to bring in Pineapple? Are we ringing the alarm bells yet? Is it Pineapple time?
Well, no. Evidently not. And Pineapple, as good as he is, we have to see how he fares in support. But given what we're seeing, I don't know if he's ready for that to be the kind of like the first test, you know? Just throw him in just covered in chum into shark-infested waters seems like a pretty poor idea. But we will be going over to Midtown, and I'm testing my memory here when it comes down to previously known as Fusion Midtown histories.
Oh yeah, that's right. Fusion did have some funny moments in Midtown last year, didn't
That's where the incident occurred, is it not?
How many incidents are we talking about? There were many incidents.
That's
Which incident are we talking about? Was there a particularly bad scene on this map? I'm trying to remember.
There was something. See, this is the thing, is that we have both just completely ejected it from our brains.
Something happened. Something bad happened.
We always just said we don't talk about Midtown, but now we're going to be talking about Midtown. Hey, maybe
talk about Midtown.
Maybe the rebrand will clear things up for them, and they can have a strong performance.
Oh, look,
given
new
the form
team.
that the players look in, you know.
No bad mojo from Midtown's new team.
Yep.
New comp. Well, old comp, but new comp in a new year. Whatever happened on Midtown, I think it was versus Seoul. Both teams were playing Ryan, is what I remember. And I remember Smurf on Seoul Dynasty popped off in Ryan. That's all I remember. Anyway.
Well,
back to your regularly scheduled Winston Tracer Sombra dive. Alt with Fixer on a Kiriko. Whoa!
No, just opening shot. Hope for the headshot on the Sombra, perhaps. It's like the new age Roadhog.
Oh, I think he's doing like a Suzu out of spawn, because I just saw the Suzu drop out of the sky. Oh, no, wait. Does that get deleted when you swap, though?
I feel like it should.
I don't know. Maybe I missaw that. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe that was actually a Bionade. Never mind.
Would perhaps be a little bit busted.
You know what? Maybe it was a Bionade.
Either way. He's off it. We're back into the mirror. Shy with a nice little lead here. Leave as well. This Mag's just going to go up and over the fire truck here, landing it down onto the side. Bubble's got to be used to try to keep himself protected off the back of the hack. Monk as well being hacked off screen. Bionade lands on the pull of the supports. Skewed is still up to his nonsense here, but Fixa will get taken down, so he's able to find a kill nice and early here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark.
Mag just had a fun time there of jumping in, jumping out. That was it. Jump in, drop a bubble, jump back out. Unfortunately, couldn't really find any targets, and out of the back of all of that one, Shy has been giga farmer. Look at that EMP charge. 97 to M3's 51. My boy is half ahead, and Mag did not see that one coming.
No, but I don't blame him. Just go ahead, pull the trigger on it. You've got Mag isolated, get the kill. Don't take any chances after that opening control map.
Mag's like, wow, he had an EMP that quick, huh? Damn.
Good farming.
Nanos are available. Nano time next.
Haven't been able to get the kills.
It should be a good fight for Infernal. A lot online. I mean, it's great they Shy using the EMP to win that fight, but all they got was a Mag Winston.
Back on skewed to the back line, but the recall has to be used. Jess, in the meantime, does manage to follow up. Finds a kill here onto Shy. Pulse bomb still going to be in the back pocket. Mag out in front as far as trying to get this ult online is concerned. Recall's going to be used, but the stick not going to be found. Gushue lives to fight another day. That would have been almost certainly the kill. Oh, EMP into the back line. Finds both the support. 7-3, able to clean one up. Will end up falling, though. Gushue coming away with that kill. Now Primal about to be up for himself. Pulse bomb lob in, leave as well. Just trying to 180, it ends up whiffing. Tracer's coming a bit short in that regard, but Shy. Tracer's back in. Fix it going to be taken down, but Gushue executed. Up on the floor, killed off before he can use the Primal, and that's going to be the point cap likely coming through. No one really. Okay, no, leave. Gonna try to keep this one contested.
Gushue has Primal, so if Spark can touch and get this one going, maybe.
Monk is gone, so it's still going to be a bit bloody, but they can at least buy themselves some more time here. Leave now taken down. Shy gone. Sleep on the Lengsa, and yep, Gushue going to be happy to try to use that Primal to get back over a little bit faster. Now has that for a future fight, but the cap is in. Overall, decent time buying. Only about 3.5 minutes in the time bank here for the Infernal.
I think Gushua was just too far away, unfortunately. Like, if you had the Winston in play there, it would have been leave delaying into Gushua Primal into EMP, and I could see a world where the Spark should get the retake, but not going to be in this timeline. As a Soul Inferno off the back of a Nano onto Zest, and I'm not a big fan of Nano Tracers, but man, Zest performs today. Yeah, give it to him. Give that Nano straight onto Zest. Get that Tracer rolling.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Zest dies, so not my fault.
Good opening kill. Ult still a bit further behind here for the side of the Infernal, though. Monk way out in front with that Nano, just kind of having the tempo off the rip. So it's about to be 4, close to 5 here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark to try to keep this cart locked in position.
Scoot hasn't died yet, by the way.
Picks up. Low the EMP not finding anything. Now EMP on the front lines here. Infernal find value off there as Gushue taken down again. Just not able to use this Primal. Just keeps pocketing it for a future fight. God knows if he's going to be able to use it. Pulse Bomb out though. Leave will be able to take out Mag. He was 13% away from a Primal of his own, so cannot survive that one. The Nano as well just wasn't quite there for Skewed. A good kill found. Push power very much limited.
Speaking of Nano, Monk had one. Maybe just out of range of Gushue out of LOS. The Sparks holding B a lot more comfortably than they had A so far. A couple of the Soul Infernal dives have not really paid dividends. With MN3 down, it's just going to slow things down further. Infernal want to go here. They want a Nano Mag and just go for it, but Mag's probably going to die here. Maybe.
Doing their damnedest to keep him alive. Looks like he will be able to persevere. Already a minute and 40 seconds has been drained away.
It's nearly 4 ults. Infernal got to go.
Get something going here. Without the EMP, it feels like right now, the way that this has been going, it really comes down to Zest finding something with a Pulse Bomb.
Oh, just Nano Mag into with that. They know the Nano's available now. The hack on Skewed. Oh, they're actually just going to push payload. Whoa, Spark's sleeping. They need to get payload. I
mean, they're pushing payload, but they have the supports just completely segregated away from the rest of the squad, so now they're out into the open. Skewed and Pixie need to try to close the distance. MN3, sliver of HP, barely makes it out with his life intact. Stays alive for the time being, but again, I mean, they're just shoved back. Johnson kid up over the top. MN3 just trying desperately to catch up to Shy as quickly as he possibly can.
Free payload push, no ultimate spent. Feels okay, but what doesn't feel okay is a minute left. Good stick. You talked about Zest getting a pulse.
They got it and leave. His went a little bit wide. Not sure who he's going for. Either way, doesn't get the stick, doesn't get that confirmation, doesn't get that kill. 53 seconds remaining. The cart now advancing forward, getting closer and closer. Scoot does have that Primal rolling, and Scoot is going to be taken down before he can use the Nano. Now Fixa joining him in the grave. There, kill found. Scoot does get finished off, however. Mag, Cest, and MN3 when they try to turn sides. They work some magic here, but with the Riley rolling now expiring, just too much HP to try to chew through, so eventually they're going to have to make their exit.
Now, once again, Monk, I probably just didn't have LOS or Gushue, but that would have been primal. Prime time, I should rather say, to put the Nano onto Gushue. Ends up not needing to be the case. The Spark push another Infernal dive away. And that, by the way, is Skew's first death, but a really costly one. Because he got EMP'd and he's got the Nano. That was one ultimate they would have liked to have seen. MN3 being caught here is bad because he's got EMP. He needs to set up. He can't afford to be reeled. Solo to leave.
Okay. An opening kill.
At least they got the kill.
Cart. Okay, contest does come through. Force out the overtime. Chance to try to push this one across the line as Monk, I mean, nonplussed by MN3's presence around the backside, but now Fixa gets rid of Shy. Gushue dead.
Nano. Gushue needs Nano.
No, with the leave. Everything to do right now here for the former MVP. Pulse Bomb goes in, does get the stick. That's going to be Fixa taken down, but they need so much more than that. And leave eventually will be felt. They got Mag to boot. Maybe an opportunity somehow, some way, but no, they're just continuing to clear the cart. Zone back here on a Monk. Looking for the cleanup on a Shy. Just continuously force them back. The recall, however, not available. Gushue's back into the fight suddenly. This becomes a lot more possible. MN3 doing his damnedest, but the hack comes across. He ends up dying. The overtime hold comes to fruition. I'm not quite sure how Hangzhou Spark managed to get that done. I'm right there with you as far as the Nano into Gushue, but Leave, he did his damnedest. He made the best of it, and they managed to get the hold against all odds.
I mean, the irony is he didn't even need the Nano for the Pulse, because Pulse would have been a one-shot anyway. So, yeah, Leave, he got the job done, thankfully. I did the Nano to Zest strat. Okay, this was a good sleep that we missed a little bit early on. I think MN3 being repeatedly caught is a huge problem. This is what happened earlier. I believe. Oh, so this wasn't the last fight. I was going to say it's another sleep on MN3. I was going to say maybe that would have been the moment that Monk kind of missed out on the nano into Gusha, because what actually happened is this barrier on the right in front of the fire truck blocked Earl away from Monk, and he couldn't see Gusha. So as Gusha dies, he couldn't nano him. He just had to nano leave instead. Thankfully, for Spark that worked out, because if I'm Gusha and punching air, I'm looking at the nearest bit of drywall and thinking, damn, that's a good primal target right now.
Well, a fairly miraculous hold here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Sets them up with the win condition as long as they're going to have a strong opener. Suspecting that Leave is just going to go for the early recon, maybe attempted a stray headshot onto, you know, MN3, see if he can predict the Silver's positioning and then swap back to the Tracer.
It is night and day Spark on this map versus Busan, because on Busan, the scoreline was 25-2 kills to deaths for Soul Infernal versus Spark. Now on Midtown, half a map, 15 frags for Soul Infernal, 14 deaths for Soul Infernal. Very close. And Spark LB.
Monk anteed off the rip, though. Okay, it's just going to be a trade out. Leave also finding Skewed at the same time. Langson now going to be swapping over to the Zenyatta. No, back to the Brig, but Vixen goes down. No support. Zest pops the recall, but he's out into the open. Dashing away, trying to break line of sight as quickly as he possibly can. They get a nice little return fire kill. A crossover onto Leave. Zest is still 1 HP. Desperately trying to stay alive and wait so he can give some of this healing over his ult charge to his supports. Mag just holds the lines. Seems like they will successfully be able to disengage from there. Certainly something to be concerned about in the future, though. And gives Langs a nice lead.
They're trying to break out of main at the moment. All Shy has managed to sneak his way into the back. So he's going to be annoying. This is going to be hard to dive, though. He'll get the hack on a skew, but no one can really land this dive, unfortunately.
They're playing the close corner and just eats so much damage. He was not ready for it. The Bio needed to confirm the kill. MN3 was just about to translocate out. There's a monstrous punish coming through. Now Shy can take the lead as he works his way into the back lines. I don't think that they really spotted him. So first tick likely to be gained for free.
He's waiting to get the hack on Mag.
Though.
Put the hands out, knows that Mag will dive on in. Oh, and Mag is going to get a freebie.
Yep, set up. Skewed again. Just layering in that ante. Helps go for the kill. Mag himself falling low, tries to disengage, and somehow he stays alive. But now he's going to have to primal on the re-engage as well. That much more survivability. Just a tick surrendered half the time, just about to be gone here.
Spot got EMP.
Okay. Primal gets used first and foremost. Hack out. Force the disengage from Mag nice and early. Try to pressure this corner around the backside of the fire truck here. Riley now expiring. Decent green HP here for Shy and Leave. Where is he? Looking for him, haven't noted him, but you gotta suspect that he's gonna be lingering around these supports where already Fixa under a bit of pressure. Or no, it's MN3 rather. Couldn't quite tell. Either way, disengages. Push way now, Nano up, the primal comes in, Mag taking down the pulse bomb from Leave, able to find its target. Nano goes across, it's over on to Fixa to try to keep him alive. Zest with the pulse bomb, finds Langs that got Leave moments before. Another 2-for-1 special for him. And that's the rest of the squad here from Hangzhou having to disengage. Monk is going to try to get out of here with his life intact. Has the mini pack to dive onto, puts a little bit of damage down here, forced the recall out from Zest, but they're still chasing, they're still looking for this. And then 3 joining the fray, but it seems like widely he's going to be able to survive at least for a little bit longer, but eventually it's going to be Mag coming up with the kill. Leaf gets fixed up, but the trade up is monstrous here, so we can continue to hold this at point A. 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining.
It's just a much better EMP coming out from MN3, and he's had a hard time this defense so far. He keeps getting revealed. His positioning is always online. Okay, hang on a minute. Skew dying could be a little bit of a problem. Spark trying to wrestle this one back, but they need more. They need more players alive. They need to really force their way onto the point.
It's so scrappy on both sides. Both teams ultless at the moment. Yeah, point being occupied, but Zest gets Shy. MN3 now can really stretch that lead towards the EMP. Should have come into play. 38 seconds remaining. Just getting tagged low, just runs over, grabs that hacked health pack. Pulse bomb. Ready to go as he just takes a little 1v1 here, just trying to pressure Leave out of this position, stop him from getting into these flank angles.
Nanos as well. Nano plus EMP, I think MN3, the difference making here, Hangzhou Spark, in a world of hurt. Kushui dives on in here, he's going to get EMP'd. I might even go for the solo EMP if I'm looking at MN3. Spark just don't have resources.
Runs into the back line. It's going to be Monk taken out of the equation, so now that Nano cannot come through in an extended fight, but MN3 ends up falling after using the EMP here. Leave dashing around, recalls off the point. Overtime, forced out. Pulse bomb at the ready. Needs it to be big. Needs to find a target. Bart looking for Cess. They take him down low. Pulse Bomb goes in. Not going to be finding the elimination. The Nano comes across from Skewed. Mag now pops the Primal. Pulse Bomb out. Shy down low. Shy finished off. Cess finds the kill.
Where's Monk?
Not coming through. The point being contested. Mag just trying to juggle Lengza around, trying to get this kill to stop the melee. That'll confirm it. Guchway on the opposite side, though, does manage to find Fixa. Supports, however, are gone from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They're running out of options, and I don't think that Guchway and Shy are going to be able to get it done. Guchway will fall. The EMP is not ready. Shy is not in position, and the full hold comes through. Soul Infernal just do it that much better here on their own defense. They can't get the B, but Spark cannot get A.
Yeah, much closer, more competitive map, but still one that goes the way of the Soul Infernal. The A defense solid, despite some hardships. I mean, way more trades, a very contested defense. Spark at one point had full members on point. Soul Infernal were completely shoved off the point entirely. Had to go for the retake, but they were able to do that. Contentious moment, as I mentioned. A better EMP coming through from MN3. Shy just got the solo, and it wasn't good enough. And then once Spark got pushed back and reset, it was just so hard for them to get back in the game.
From a miracle hold to just getting shut down, Hangzhou Spark now find themselves already on the back end of a match point. Soul Infernal looking to close it out once more as a 3-0. A bit closer, but not nearly as close as we had anticipated between these two squads coming into the series. And we'll see if they can reply and get a map win like O2 before them, or if this is just going to be a clean sweep after the break, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, and it's Soul Infernal right now out in front with match point locked in. 2-0 the lead after successfully full holding against the Hangzhou Spark. We now need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to go ahead and get an early claim of the throne here in the APAC region.
It was looking so good. Hangzhou Spark completed a hold of B. Defense on B was looking solid. They just couldn't keep it going. They couldn't finish things off. They could not, on their own offense, get past A. They got close. I think they got at least 2 ticks, right? I mean, it was a decent amount of distance, but the final bit, that final 100-meter sprint, was where they tripped up over a hurdle. On the Circuit Royale, a map that I'm actually quite excited to see because, you know, we teed this one up early on. We looked at the map set. We're about to head into Busan, and my eyes were firmly glued to that middle map in the center there, number 3 of Circuit, thinking, okay, we're going to get some M3 Widow, possibly. M3 versus Shy on some sort of sniper battle. That's guaranteed. But what's happening on the tank line? That's my biggest question.
Sure.
Gooseray versus Mag. Neither of them known for their Sigmas. Neither of them known for any semblance of an off-tank hero pool. It's a bit of a dice roll. We saw earlier that Houston played Fearless on this map. A little bit of the Fearless Sigma coming on through. Not one of his normal heroes. Eventually swaps off to Winston. Is that what we're going to see from Mag and Gooseray today as well?
That could very well be the case. They don't have gargoyle on their roster to forget about, seemingly, like Houston did. Let's see what they do have prepared for us. Whether or not it's going to get wild.
They played at the
here.
wrong time of day. He's still stoned, you know. He didn't. It wasn't night yet. They played in the middle of the day.
I see. That was the key issue. But anyway, we'll see what happens as we get ready to jump into what could very well be the final map here of this series. As Infernal are looking to repeat history from the first half of the season. Take down Spark again with a 3-0, which I don't know their full strength of schedule, but I mean, you'd have to imagine, given that they're basically playing everybody, being able to get a 3-0 here would set themselves up very nicely for a first place finish.
Absolutely. I mean, that would be one of your tougher opponents out of the way. I mean, just looking at the other 9 teams.
Music to my ears.
As, yeah, you were asking about a couple of songs during the break. What do you think about this one? Is this a copy or a cover of a famous Korean track of some kind?
I think this is Thunderstruck.
I see. It's an Australian track.
Good old Akadaka.
So as I was saying, out of the other 9 teams, I think the most threatening one for Soul Infernal on paper should be the Spark, and you get rid of Spark nice and early day one. The race is certainly, as I mentioned, are we just going to see the handshake between Gooseray and Mag be like, look, none of us play similar. You just want to Winston battle this one out. And be like,
I mean, that is the case, but this is not the handshake that I want, because Shy and MN3 are both on Sombra.
Listen,
everybody
got to play Winston meta. It's got to be Trace. It's got to be Trace and Sombra Winston the whole way.
I wanted Winston handshake with still snipers in play. I think everybody in the chat should boo these compositions right now, because this is not the entertainment that we were hoping for. Either way, bit of a disengage there. Bionate onto 2. Skewed has been very accurate and clean with him so far. Does force back the Hangzhou Spark nice and early, but getting around, I should say, this corner. Obviously going to be the biggest challenge as another double Bionate comes in.
We're looking for a Malik Seagull handshake, which like not quite firmly Winston versus Winston, I understand.
Hand meets
now,
meat, you know.
There's a throwback. See how many people even remember that one. You have to real Overwatch fans in the chat. 1 minute gone. Good, decent movement. In the middle of the hairpin. First ultimate online. Monk miles ahead of Skew. That's what you want to see. All the Spark defense so far.
A good spot. Nano goes across, goes over to leave once more. Gooseray, however, finds an opening kill. Fixing got to be taken down. Monk under a bit of fire. Zaki will be able to survive as Zest gets in here. Wants to take down that enemy Tracer. Kind of losing track of him there for a brief little moment, though. They do find some answering kills in response. EMP, though, out of nowhere, manages to catch on to 3. Lengths are going to be taken down. Shy and Monk also will end up being felled as Zest and M3 just go ahead and fill the kill feed, and that should be the point A cap.
Really beautifully placed there. First EMP up. Well, I think both EMPs were actually up, but the first one deployed certainly, and a sleep from Skewed onto Ward's leave, preventing any further utility from that Nano to be really exerted onto the Soul Infernal. I still think it needs to go onto Gooseray. I'm like, Now you're looking at Goose's POV. It's like, dude, am I getting any nanos today? Will I receive a single nano? Question mark. We'll find out.
Okay, EMP, I think, might have been dodged. The nano just came in from Skewed and just completely counteracts it either way. They do not get their target of mag. Which with the primal rolling somewhere, but I'm not quite sure exactly
Shy
where
did
he's
get
at.
someone. I think he got mag and then the nano just covered it.
Okay. Well, they had protocols in place to go ahead and counteract that one, but the follow-up fight still looks good. Skewed and Fix are both going to be taken down, which means that Infernal are going to have to retreat for a bit of a reset here with 4 minutes remaining.
Spark pretty far forward at this stage. They're not going to really spawn camp. They're just kind of exerting forward pressure. They have to back that one out. Like to force some ultimates here if you can. Spark just don't have much to work through until Monk. 11% away now, 9. But even then, I don't think Gushui or whoever gets the nano is going to make any aggressive moves. This looks like a defensive nano to me. Certainly will be used to maybe counteract them in 3.
Ooh. Oh, I thought he was going to die to that pulse bomb for a second there. Doesn't manage to recall out the safety.
Probably should have died. Zest he lives by miracle, honestly.
I mean, if they hadn't hit him, woken him up a little bit earlier, and they would have been just fine. Nano over onto Gushway. Gonna save them off as best as possible as the card continues to inch its way up the ramp. And closer here to point B. EMP though, great catch. Does find Gushway instantly dead. Zest with a follow-up. Very swiftly helps take down the enemy tank. Card continues to move forward. That forward presence. Can they try to clutch it out once more? They don't have a nano for leave this time. He's going to go around the backside, throws on the pulse bomb, gets a little bit of damage to the Skewed, but it's not going to be the execution they're looking for. So the cap comes into the end. 4 minutes again. Now Nano just go ahead and try to up the tempo a little bit, find some staggers. Monk under fire, Gushway as well, falling low, dive into the back, gets himself in behind the supports. Which means that Langsa and Monk will both fall. Very good pace being set here from the side of the Infernal. It's one that Spark just seemingly can't quite keep up with.
Perfect stagger kills coming through here. The extended exits. Knowing that Hangzhou Spark were gearing up for a potential retake, but Gushu just dying at an inopportune time. EMP from M3, he just rocks up. Gushu's trying to fly away, jump back to safety, and M3 destroys him on the EMP. Off the back of that one, Hangzhou Spark can't hold that all. Shy now looking for his own EMP. The first one, again, was just a solo onto Mag. Best, not what you want to see. This one could be much better.
You're not spotted. It seems like the answer is no. So we'll just get the solo EMP here onto MN3. They take him down to the cart. And this is where the chokehold can really start to come into play here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. We know how dangerous and how precarious it is to try to get around this final corner on this map. Keep getting dove into the back line. Leave. Just can't quite get that one clip. Looking for it. Does not come through. Would have been a fantastic stagger.
Still 4 ultimates about to be online for Spark, so they get something out of that one. I was normally not want to see just the 1 kill coming out from the Shy EMP, but maybe it's okay for now. Mag is pushing back the Hangzhou Spark, preventing them from taking sightlines on in the window on the pool.
For a second, I thought
Shy down.
Yeah, I thought maybe they would have had that knockoff there on the Monk, but he does manage to get himself back on firm ground. So does not die. 4 ults strong here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but the card again gaining more distance with 2.5 minutes remaining. And then 3 trying to get past Leave in the hallway, but just spotted in the end. Nano onto Langsa, Nano onto Mag. Pulse bomb out. Fix it going to be taken down. Great from Leave to find the opening kill. Mag taking a nap as well on the back end. Likely to die as they continue to chase forward, and Leave will be able to hound him down to the very end. This just has to exit. 2:15 remaining. It's 2 of the ults gone from Spark.
Important time to allow Shy to catch up to M3, because M3 has been ahead of Shy for EMP so far. Not quite lapping him, but had M3 blown that EMP to put Soul Infernal further ahead. First of all, they probably finished the map. Second of all, yeah, Shy would not have an opportunity at all. So, Nano for Nano to trade. Leave the pulse to cancel the rally from Fixer.
EMP in the dive. Legs is gone. Gets through the rally. Shy, however. EMP of his
Don't know
own.
if this is enough.
Now he's online. Card's inching forward
It's
once
about to
more.
respawn.
Not going to be able to get it too much further forward here. Contest is in. The
5v5
respawn's
again.
out.
30 left to go. Time does not look good. Shy's revealed. He'll go for it anyway. Good catch.
They're all
Brilliant.
clustered up. It's going to be Skewed who falls first. Gushue with the primal. Finds the first kill. Fix it, take it down. Only able to get Shy in response. And with the cleanup coming through continuously here from the side of Leave, and Mag not having a leap, he's just going to end up dying, so.
Yeah, good chase. That's 4 players down. So EMP catches 2, and then a further 2 going down. This is looking holdable now. Hangzhou Spark in a much better spot. Slightly
Sniper.
expensive. I think the extra primal was Ideally, Gushui wouldn't have had to use that. Oh, no, dying here is not good for the Spark at all. They have to pull back. Everyone's got to move back now.
M3 had just swapped over onto this Hanzo, instantly comes back in, finds a kill, helping to take down Gushui. That gets him right back over to the cart. Supports now. Gathered up onto the high ground. Mag, the ult at the ready, doesn't try to go for it. Looks like the answer is going to be no. He's just sleeping around the back sides. Primal's still ready to roll at any given moment here, but he's just saving it. Waiting for a dire situation. They continue to inch this cart closer and closer, as close as they can get it. And across, MN3 the recipient. The anti comes down here onto the Hanzo, however. As Gushui goes jumping forward, just looking to save him off. Recon up over the top, gets the spot. Shy has to translocate out to safety. Keeps himself alive. Pulse bomb held by Leave. Zest 7% away from one of his own. The rally still here for Langsa. Pulse bomb goes out. Nothing going to be found. Zest now is online. Primal's rolling. Rally's out. Langsa, can he survive? The answer is going to be yes. Zest cannot get the stick, cannot get that kill. Mag just juggles them back. Finds an elimination onto Gushui, but still fast respawns. Might just be able to keep this one contested once more, but they need somebody to stay glued to the cart. Now Langsa going to be taken out. Monk under fire.
They need kills.
Back in the spawn room.
Kills.
The contest is in, but Leave is going to be finished off. MN3 finds the elimination that they needed so desperately. 0.92 meters left to go. The dive comes back through, but Gushui is so swiftly dealt with. It's an overtime push, but Infernal, this time, they do manage to make it all the way to the end of the map.
Usually the respawns would be in Spark's favor, but the problem is Gushui dies just as the OT hits, so he's got a delayed respawn. Spark got slow respawns. You're not going to see Gushui for the rest of the fight, and they have no trades. They needed something. If you're going to lose Gushui, 1-for-1 trade there, then you can start playing for the respawns. You're still looking at a hold. Soul Infernal, final dive coming on through. Primal online for Mag, and the Soul Infernal was about sticking in, finding anything, and the fact that they get Gushui down means it's just so much more difficult for Spark to initiate any sort of counter dive or presence on the payload. The ground game push was already pretty decent from the Soul Infernal, so as the OT comes up, find the right opportunity. Spark don't respond with any frags, and there's the push, and they'll get it just in time, which is still more than enough, because doubtful that Spark can get the full completion at this rate. Given how the series has gone, it's a tough call, tough ask. MN3's been ahead of Shy, I think, in the Sombra battle. As far as EMP quality has gone as well.
Yeah.
Build speed outside of like the one Midtown, we saw Shy outpace M3 by a lot, but outside of that, M3's done a much better job. Zest has largely had a better game than Leave as well. Even the backline, I think, just across the board for the Soul Infernal. Just been a strong showing.
Well, need to get to the end of the map, and even then, that's just extra innings, not the win that they so desperately want to try to elongate this series. It's in the top-down hold here when it comes to Winston's. Whereas MN3 staying quiet, staying silent, goes for the hack. Not quite going to be able to get it finished. So for now, Langsa is all right. We'll just boost him back up. Mag going to be antied, bubble broken, has to leap over to the high ground. Jumping backward here to try to stay safe, but skewed. Caught up, no way to retreat fast enough, ends up getting taken down. That's a big opener here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They need and they can snowball off of.
If they don't lose more, then they'll be able to recontest this one fine. The issue is, like you said, if they lose more, then the snowball will start rolling on through for the Spark, as they're just about to take hairpin now. There it is, the full 5 respawn. It does allow Monk to get much further ahead. This is important for the Spark. They'll have first nano, and they can force that nano into a fight with the cap.
Oh, great. Taken down, talking about him keeping pace, but now that he's out, Shy very much takes the lead here. And skewed as well. He's going to be trying to play catch up as Monk's at 81% for that nano. Cart continuing to get closer and closer, 5 meters away now from point A. Zest doing his damage to try to peel. Anthony was out on the legs up, pulse bomb stick from Leave. Not going to be able to find the elimination, however. Zest recalls out. Does he try to go for this one? Does he have to wait for the cooldown? Looks like it's going to be the latter. For now, they do have Hangzhou Spark locked in place.
Spark have to ult here. They're trying to get away for free. EMP on 3.
EMP in, Nano Boost does come through. Monk going to be matching on the opposite side. Primal going to be a little bit earlier here from the side of Gushui. Now both these Winstons should have them online, but since the Pulse Bomb takes out lanes and cuts that healing down, Monk as well, hovering around half HP, just trying to stay alive. Hasn't really been the focus fire though. So for now, he's going to be okay as the shield gets popped. Fixa though, taken down as soon as that rally ends up expiring. Leave 1-for-1, but Zest trades it back up. Gushway now eliminated. Get within 3 meters, but Magnus just looking to cut off the reinforcements, keep these supports away from the cart.
Zest has just been huge in these trades. Every single time Spark looking for anything, Zest just getting one back is amazing. Also, the links are duly noted. Not just Spark, look like they should have capped that one, but unfortunately, Leave sticking the shield of Mag means he doesn't get a kill, and well, it's a pure 5v5. The Infernal eventually muscles Spark out of the double support ultimates, making the difference with Links are dead and no rally.
Oh,
now Leave dead, that'll be further delays.
He just solos him. Dominance here, the hands of Zest. Again, the jump up on the high ground to exit for Gushway. Mag just continues to hold the door. Zip zapping whatever he possibly can.
By the way, we're in the second half of the map. Zest is 9 for 0, 9 final blows, 0 deaths. Second half of the map, not the first half.
Unbelievable. EMP here onto the stairwell. As M3 and Mag arrive, Monk just absolutely vanishes the rally, just not nearly enough to try to keep him in this fight. Pulse bomb lobbed in from Zest, not going to be getting a connection, no further damage dealt. Follow-up hack, however, to Langza, that'll set up for the kill. The whip shot from Pixel will take him down. He has to recall. 43 seconds now remaining. The EMP online, but it's got to be a big one. It's something that Shy's been lacking in today. He needs a massive connection just to get them this cap on A.
It's going to cost them everything. And at this point, the payloads move backwards as well. It's going to cost EMP. We're in the pulse as well. And if the EMP doesn't connect big enough, look, whoever gets... if it's a solo EMP, Skew just gets a nano out. And that player gets saved. So it's not good enough. This has to be a good connection, but look at the spacing.
He's already known he's dead.
And they kill Shy. Oh my god.
You're talking about Skewed. He just puts him down with the help of Mag. Now the nano comes in. With the side of the Infernal, Monk is eliminated, and this is just an absolute slaughter. Can anybody even touch at this point? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. The mild contest of the card is there as Leaf just got a tag in, but then nobody else is there for the follow-up to force out the OT. And it's just a full hold back-to-back.
Wow.
Midtown into Circuit Royale. Snipers be damned. We got a little bit of the Hanzo. But Soul Infernal leaps and bounds out in front of Hangzhou Spark, and they will go ahead and set the stage saying, yeah, we're here for the throne once more.
Shy just getting revealed at the end and dying. That's it. That's all it takes. And I'm still trying to figure out like how. I think Zest actually got the reveal long range because you saw Mag was poking through, and just a little bit of random spray behind the statue. Zest tags him from long range. Mag gets the spot, and all eyes from Soul Infernal just look at Shy, and they beam him down. Everybody, Skew looking at him, just sniping away. That was it. That was the win condition. The EMP had to hit large, and I didn't even get to finish my sentence. The end of the sentence was going to be, if Shy gets the EMP, has to hit multi-members, but then you look at the Soul defense, they were spread. They were spread out, so it was very difficult for Shy to get any high-value EMP at all. Soul Infernal knew exactly what they needed to do in that last fight, and they executed flawlessly.
Absolute perfection from them, and I think this was not really in question whatsoever. I'm sure there's going to be a couple Skewed fans out there that say like, you know, he should have gotten it. And I think that that's a perfectly fine nomination, but at the same time, Zest was just farming. Tilling the fields, the crops were good. He went to market and he made a profit. This was just dominance from him on the Tracer the whole way throughout.
I'm just doing a final count here to make sure that my mathematics is correct, but just want you to know he went deathless not on one map but two maps. It was Busan and also Circuit Royale. The final tally for final blows is 34, so 22, 32, 34, 34 to 2. 34 to 2 deaths. 34 final, not elims, final blows.
I mean, that's just disgusting. And I'm sure that we'll see all of that reflected in the stats card.
That's the whole series.
I know. That is an unbelievable performance. Unheard of. I mean, and like you said, even ignoring a limbs, that gives him, what, a 17 KD in final blows to deaths? That's disgusting.
Yeah, 17 to 1 KD.
That should be made illegal. Zest needs to be banned.
Two maps he went deathless. 2 maps. Not one, 2 maps he went deathless.
Utterly impeccable.
And the one map he didn't go deathless was Midtown. He only died twice. Only died twice on Midtown. Still went 12-2 on Midtown despite dying twice, by the way.
I mean, he was just everywhere. You think, like,
so no,
okay, we've finally peeled Zest. Now he's there.
I don't think there are any skewed believers today. He's played great, but I'm sorry, but there's no world where Skew gets player of the match over Zest when you look at that. 34-2 over 3 maps. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the more you read into
one of the best performances. Really, really one of the best performances. And not versus like a bottom tier team, like versus like maybe the second best team. And time will tell whether that's going to be true for the rest of the qualifier here. But on paper, considering that these are the 2 mid-season Madness teams, I mean, the level of competition he played up against is right at the top.
It's a disgusting statistic.
0.7 deaths per 10. Have you seen anything that low? It's below 1.
That is nuts.
That's per 10. Per 10.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Nutty performance. Nearly 9k damage per 10 as well. 22 limbs per 10, and the guy is just getting involved in over 2 kills every single minute. This is one of the best stat cards that we have seen and probably will ever
Frame
see.
it. Print it out, frame it. Put it on the wall.
Genuinely, Roston, if you're watching this, he's not watching this. He's celebrating with the team already. But Roston, frame this at the office and put it on the wall.
As an award. Give this one to him as an award. Jesus
I'll text it to him.
Christ. By the way, you know, I've constantly said, I've often said that 10 kills, 10 final blows per 10 is like the premium stat line for DPS play. If you can get 10 final blows per 10, you're having a good day. Man is on 11.3, which is even better than that. By 1.3. But it's the lack of deaths, man. It is the minimal deaths. Again, the final scoreline was 34-2 final blows to deaths. Unreal. Never seen that before.
Well, we'll get to hear from him himself, so we'll go ahead and hand this over to Unknown and hear what he has to say.
경기 지금 끝낸 이런 따끈따끈한 소감부터 들어봐야겠죠?
So let's hear how you feel about the match.
경기 황도가 그나마 지금 강팀이라 생각했었는데 다행히 잘
So to be honest, I thought coming into this summer split, I think Hangzhou Spark was the only team that can actually challenge us, and winning so perfectly like that, I feel really good.
많은 걸 배웠고 그래서 더 한층 더 업그레이드.
I think I really learned a lot after going through the mid-season madness, and we leveled up.
서킷들에서도 윈솜트를 쓰고 근데 경기 내내 맛 윈솜트를 좀 쓰셨는데 뭐 이유가 있을까요?
So we've seen both teams play a lot of Winston and double flankers today. Do you have any reasons for that?
원래 시그마 많이 쓰잖아요.
네.
근데 저희 생각엔 이제 윈선으로도 깰만하다 해가지고 이제.
So I mean, I think a lot of people would have expected a Sigma on Circuit Royale, but like internal conversations kind of pointed out that Winston is actually doable on Circuit, and we kind of proved that.
경기력이 굉장히 좀 좋았었어요. 그런데 가장 중요한 상황에서 좀 놀랄 때 약간 좀 아쉬워. 지금 감독님 좀 얘기하신 것 같은데 어떤 얘기하고 계신가요?
Hey, I think that was Jin over there. What were you guys talking? What did he say?
아 왜요? 왜 혼자만 재밌는 얘기 들어요?
아무도 안 했어요.
Well, he didn't really say anything. He just tapped me on the back and said, "Good job."
야, 네가 짱이다. 뭐 이런 얘기 해준 것 같은데. 그러니까 지난번에 서울 임페리얼 선수들이 아무래도 경험이 좀 적어서인지 어떤 이유인지 모르겠지만 상대방의 조합이나 이런 것들이 좀 놀랐을 때 그때 그 수습이 되는 것이 좀 다소 아쉽다.
So, coming into the mid-season madness, we realized that you guys were a little bit late to respond to any compositions that you haven't been expecting. But today we've seen this a lot being addressed. How did the change come?
상대가 뭐 이상한 조합을 꺼내도 이제 내가 저희끼리 소통 이제 하려고 막 계속 하고 있고.
I think it comes down to a lot of improved communications. We continuously talk to each other about, hey, what the opponent is doing and what we're doing, what our win conditions are, and whether their comp changes change our win conditions. And therefore, I think better communication kind of results in a better response. So, do you think that your team at the current state is able to challenge the Atlanta Reign? Can you say, hey, Atlanta, let's do a match or something like that? I mean, we'll get there, but we'll get there soon. So, what's your goal coming into the latter half of the season?
전승하는 게 목표이고 전승해가지고 이제 미드 시즌 때.
So definitely coming into the summer summer stage, we want to win every match, and then we want to, I guess, pay back the teams that we've met at the mid-season madness and show them how much we've improved, to show them how good we are.
팬클럽이 많이 있네요. 화이팅이네요.
Hey, so you have a fan in the form
네, 그럼 그러면
of your
팬여러분들에게 오늘 경기
of your
마지막
teammates
한
over
말씀
there.
드리고 인터뷰 종료하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 오늘 경기
Any last messages to the fans?
재미없으셨을 수도 있는데 네, 오늘도 응원해 주셔서 다들 감사합니다.
I mean, this ended so early that it wasn't even fun for you guys probably, but we'll put up more of these performances, and thank you for
네,
supporting us.
알겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Seth.
네, 안녕.
Thank you very much, Unknown. And
MSC
oh
선수는
no, Zest, you've given us a potentially earlier finish on a Friday evening. How unfun. No, but I mean, we were hoping for a closer clash there, but I mean, the performance, the dominance that was shown by the Infernal, we cannot be too upset about that, because damn, that was something to behold. Can't wait to see how the others are going to react on the NA broadcast when they wake up for that one later on, but we're not done yet. We've got the actual Gigabanger series, perhaps. Oh, that'll be a little bit closer,
My
we think,
favorite.
as we have the Dynasty going up against the Dragons. It's the tale as old as time. Let's see what this chapter holds, though. We'll find out when we come back to the break. We are back, and it is time for the APAC El Clasico, the Dynasty versus the Dragons. Let's see who is going to be standing tall at the end of it all. Both squads have undergone their hardships for this season for certain. That cannot be denied, but can they kick off the second half of the season with a win? One of these teams is going to do just that. Which one's it going to be? Do not know, but here's the starting five for the side of the Dynasty. It's going to be Easy Han recently joining into the squad. Prophet, Belshri is still in the tank position alongside Krillin and Lee Su-min.
And this time around, I think Void is not going to see as much play time unless it's the Sigma or maybe the Junker Queen on specific maps like Circuit Royale. So it's going to be a lot of Belshri on the Winston, primaling away. Let's see if he can get the job done, because it's going to be the Winston Tracer Sombra combination. Easy Han recently joining on this team after, honestly, a brilliant run through the knockout stages. Most recently had pre-mid-season madness on that Dreamer squad, and now Easy Han for the second time in the Overwatch League. Last we saw him, I believe last year, on the LA Valiant. Now alongside Prophet, replacing the other Prophet that we actually just saw. The Seoul Dynasty slightly retooled, just a little bit, just a tad.
Just a bit, but are the changes enough? And this gets the team back to a stable position where they're able to put up the performances that we have come to expect of them. Just given what this organization has been able to achieve in the past, given what we expect from Prophet in particular, being the GOAT, being this guy who has always been at the top of the standings. I'll have to just wait and see. As you can see, some double Soul fans showing up there. Get the cheer for the entire city, not just half of it today.
Hey, you get to see both Soul teams playing. Very nice. There's one other team I'm interested in, though. You can see right in front of you, it's the it's the Shanghai Dragons, right next to that Vancouver Titans jersey. Because this other team, well, they've done some more retooling. We talk about Seoul Dynasty doing a little bit of retooling. There's a Seoul Dynasty banner alongside that jersey that I'm talking about. As we wait for the Shanghai Dragons to get themselves ready up on. Fleta, most recently, has moved over to assistant coach alongside Bebe. And Moon's still at the helm. Replacing him is going to be Fate, rejoining the team. You can't keep Fate away. The one that was your main tank, playing the ball in 2021, winning the championship for you. Most recently, also played in the knockouts. In the knockouts for Mid-Season Madness qualifier under Panthera, the Tier 2 organization. Back in the day, used to be Kongdu Panthera, and now Fate back on to play a little bit of that Winston. And you know what? I, for one, am so excited to see Fate back on Dragons. And beyond that as well, he's playing alongside Hisu, who is, I think, a legendary Sombra player. And Viper, who first half of the year in the last split, unbelievably good tracer. Phenomenal tracer.
I mean, it was, you know, even though he was playing alongside him, a Fleta-esque performance from Viper, where he was able to stand out on a team that was otherwise struggling heavily. So it's definitely one to keep our eyes trained on as we get ready to go into this matchup, see how he's going to be going up against Prophet, how they fare, as well as what Fate's impact is going to look like.
Got a bit of trivia for you. Ready for this? Shanghai Dragons in the first half of the year, split one, only won, as we look at the Viper Prophet stat lines. Shanghai Dragons only won a single match. They lost every other game, but they did win one game.
Dynasty.
Who was it against?
It's the opening series of the season, if I remember correctly.
The only match
as well.
they won was versus the Seoul Dynasty. Somehow it was the only game they won. And Viper was at the head of that. He was... he actually, I remember, he outplayed Prophet in the Tracer head-to-head. There was a specific Junkertown map that was so good from Viper as well. I think he walked away... I think the series he walked with something like a 50% pulse bomb stick rate. That series.
Yes, he did.
A different map. He had a map that was something like an 83% stick rate on map. It was something ridiculous like that. So once again, we head into... Are you ready for the number? Seoul Dynasty versus Shanghai Dragons. El Clasico number 28. Scoreline currently stands 17 to Shanghai, 10 to Seoul Dynasty. The longest standing rivalry in all of Overwatch League history across our 6 years. No two teams have played each other more than these two. We're heading into number 28.
I mean, even then, granted, yes, we are in 2023. The league started in 2018. 28 matchups between these two teams is still absolutely absurd. I'd be curious to know what the second closest is, but it doesn't matter because it probably involves some teams that aren't in our region. So we'll go ahead and ignore that one as we get ready to jump into this Oasis to start, then into Eichenwald. Then we've got Gibraltar. And if the series can go beyond the 3-0, which I said this in the last one, seems ever so likely, Then we'll move into Esperanza, etc. So we'll see what happens, though, out the gate as we get ready to go into Oasis.
I'm hoping for a competitive one. Shanghai were not very impressive last time around, unceremoniously exiting those same knockouts that we talked about, 0-2, as they lost to O2 Blast and also some Prison Gaming. But this new version, with this current patch and this current meta as well, really favoring them. Yeah, no surprises here. Exactly the type of team composition you want to see Shanghai play. But for Seoul, a little bit of Lucio Moira. Okay.
Going for the brawl here with Prophet coming out the gate on the Reaper as well.
And also Sombra. They're doing a Sombra with this. It's the a bit of the Atlanta Rain, who played some brawl with a Sombra.
Translocator set up here behind from Hisu. Not going to go for the hack on the Mega Pack. Just now going to look to set up a hack where he can, but it doesn't matter. It's far too late. Already, the support line broken down. Essen Gangnam Jin instantly hitting the floor. That's going to be the first lockdown of the point going the way of the Dynasty.
Yeah, very slow. Shanghai Dragons failed to really even get a dive going there. A little bit of poke damage. Just get assaulted upon. Seoul Dynasty has a ground-based composition. Sure, they do have a Lucio in the mix. Somehow manages to engage first, and the backline gets caught, so sour start for the Shanghai Dragons. You also did see Seoul Dynasty. They got co-side early as well, by the way, which means they get the preferred health pack. Because East Summer is also playing Sombra, that's the health pack that Hisu was also competing for.
Not looking to overcommit here, just hanging back where possible. The hack comes in, he's going to go low. The healing orb comes across, so at least it manages to keep him alive. Here's on the opposite side of things, under fire, but not as much as Viper, who does get taken down. Prophet managing to get in on top of him now again. Belstria going forward, Nemesis will out. Throws down the slow, just really looking to get the kill secured, and they will be able to do so. Here's Falls, it's 42%, continuing to tick up now.
And they have ultimates coming online as well. Dragons were about to come into a really nice mix of ults for themselves. EMP so close, barely ahead of Easy Khan, but notably is. Although that gap is going to be closed for this following fight. The issue is, as Krillin gets up to sound barrier, effectiveness of everything that Shanghai Dragons wants to do is going to be nullified unless Hisu can catch Krillin. He does! What a kill!
Okay, Hisu gets the elimination. EMP not necessary, not quite just yet. Lisa Min going to be juggled into the corner. Does have that coalescence rolling, just trying to keep everybody alive where humanly possible. The re-jump comes in from Fate. Trying to put some pressure down on the Belstria, who does not have that annihilation available. That comes in. Prophet drops in with the Death Blossom, though. Finds two. Both DPS get taken down. Gangnam Jin dead on the back end. Nano's committed to the fight all the same, but it's not going to do any good for them. Fate will be able to find one. Belstria, he still holds on to the ult as we get into final fight.
They won it, and they get to play the ult now, two of them, in fact. Brilliance coming up from Seoul Dynasty. Yeah, Krillin dies, but as the EMP comes through, Lee Sumin got caught by the EMP but didn't die. Notably, Lee Sumin surviving there, I think, was what allows Seoul Dynasty to be able to still come through and win that team fight. Now Belastria to potentially shut the door on University with the annihilation.
Have the touch. Viper coming in from the flank, puts some pressure down with the Krillin, take him low. The sound barrier comes in. It's just going to be a duo barrier, though. Goes over to Lee Min, but Prophet seems like he doesn't need it. He's got the life steal. He's got Iris. Belstria, however, will fall, taken down through that annihilation. The flip, in the meantime, has also come in to Shanghai Dragons. They're not going to be getting 100-0. However, how long they can hold it for is a question mark, but Viper gets the 2-for-1 with the pulse. Looks to clean up. Prophet will be going down. The fight slips through their fingers. The Dragons get themselves established.
That is the most classic Viper pulse bomb you'll ever see. Yeah, he gets those. Two-piece, that's a normal day for Viper at the office. My goodness, I have to take a look at those stick stats a little bit later on, but you got 2-for-1. Buys Dragons back in. And Belastria, annihilation, not going to be enough. We also noted, by the way, you mentioned it, Krillin, the duo barrier. He was pressured out, felt like he was going to die. Played the sound barrier, and it didn't catch anybody else except the back line.
He was stuck into the corner, so he couldn't actually break out around the corner to go ahead and get line of sight into everybody else. In the extended fight, it's just not nearly enough. EMP to try to cancel. It's going to find Krillin. He's instantly dealt with. Viper finds that elimination, and Lee Sumin's dead on the back end as Viper cleans up two of the melee hits. Great value found. EMP for both supports. Now the cleanup coming through. Limited pressure on the point. Easy Han will be the only one getting away with his life.
The most important one as well. Unfortunately, Easy Han, I don't think he's got any setup, though. He looks like he's gone back to the team. Casually gander through the silhouettes. Not actually. Easy Han might have a setup. I'm struggling to find Easy Han. There he is. So he's got a setup going. That's really good. That's what you want. Because his gun doesn't die, he can play for a really nice EMP now. He doesn't want back. I think he's going for Fate.
Double nade. So he decides to wait and see how things are going to go. The Primal also does get pulled out. Krillin getting juggled around. Hack now coming through. His EMP still in the back pocket, but Fate is just going to get ground into a fine pace at the end of it. And now he can turn that EMP over towards somebody else, or just try to kill off Fate upon the rejoin here. Gangnam Jin, however, going to be taken down. Hisu will find Lee Soo-min off screen. They're going to need a hell of a lot more than that. Hisu's presence.
Nice cutoffs. Dragon's Dart.
Getting ready to come back through. Ticking up. The contest has to be there. Fate now arriving at the point. Iris, however, dead on the back end. Krillin, the one that claims the kill, but Easy Han going to be taken out of the fight. Beat dropped. Shields up 3. Lee Soo-min still going to be joining through as Fate gets taken low. Shoved back away from the point where the OT can start bleeding down. Prophet, Cadet Blossom still held his this one available for quite some time. He's just been waiting for his moment to really go ahead and seal the deal in the round. Jump down off the top, EMP catches on to 3. Lee Soo-min so very low. Coalescence, however, does get popped and Fate gets taken out. EMP now strikes Easy Han solo on the Viper. They zone them off the point. 199% to close out the initial round of University. And it goes the way of the Dynasty.
Too close for Dynasty, man. They should have been able to clean up that last fight way faster, with less percentage on ball for Shanghai Dragons. Consider this was a 99-0, and Shanghai Dragons rescued it with a double pulse bomb from Viper. An unfortunate 2-man sound barrier from Krillin. This was, I believe, the 3K death blossom from a little bit earlier on. Yeah, comboed with the EMP. No one escapes from that. Easy Han really held onto the EMP towards the end there. He only ended up doing a solo EMP, I believe, onto one of the DPSs. Might have been Viper, can't quite remember. But with Viper and Fate dead, yeah, no one was going to touch. Comes down to Hisu. It's only a 3v5 anyway. Hard to win. Dynasty should have won that last fight, but way cleaner. That was a little sloppy.
They still got it done. But now that we move over to Garden here.
Okay.
What a whip shot. What a whip shot from Krillin. He just ruined Fate's day. He says, hey, welcome back, buddy. Haven't seen you for a while. Well, that's a rough start.
That's how you get a 500 or so HP with a Volt Charge in one hit.
I was going to say mental damage.
Yeah, you roll 46 psychic damage.
Alrighty, well, they managed to get Fate back in time before the point can get unlocked and go the way of the Dynasty, so still an opportunity to fight back for this one and get the initial cap for themselves. Hisu way out in front as far as that EMP is concerned, but does have to make his exit. Pressured into that translocate. Anti down to the Viper. He's got to play a lot more carefully from there, and that's just enough space bought to clear the point and get the lockdown here. Once it more for the Dynasty off the rip. Getting pumped out. Fate dropping on the low ground. Oh, but the recall from Prophet, had he been able to pursue, almost certainly would have been able to get that elimination, but instead just turns his sights right over to the enemy. Sombra takes him down. Sleep Dart comes through. Can they get the kill? The answer is going to be yes. Viper arrives as well as the rest of the team to go ahead and confirm that one, so it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Shanghai Dragons have the better respawns here. Now they have the full 5, you'd imagine, available. They got to make use of this. Prophet is also back alive, so that window closes rapidly if Dragons can't quite get in. Nano's also available ahead of Lee Soo-min, but Iris holding should be used here. Dragons, we get something done.
That they do.
Window closed.
Biggest concern as the pulse bomb goes through, so looking for the kill, but damage not even going to be found. I was going to say biggest concern for me is going to be Fate being so far behind as far as the Primal's concerned. He's who pulls the trigger on the EMP. They don't get anything, and in fact, he just is met with death. Belzria takes him down. They dive forward. They're looking for Viper. Recall comes through in time for him to stay alive as Belzria dropping the bubble, drops right back down. Trusting in the supports, trusting in his ability to hit Q. And pop
5
that
ults
ult
on the
should he need
defense.
it.
I mean, they're winning so hard. They haven't ulted on the defense. Drags that need to pull the trigger. Finally, the Nano.
Okay, Nano will keep Fate alive long enough for him to get the Primal up, and he actually Goombastomps Lee Soo-min, taking him down before his own Nano can come into play. Off into the back line, does find Iris. Pulse Bomb going to be lobbed in, doesn't get too much of anything, however. Kill not found, but the EMP certainly catches the remaining members, and Gangnam Jin's just desperately trying to stay alive and backpedal here with that rally rolling. Looks like he will be able to stay alive, so no further stagger is going to be found, but again, it's final fight territory.
Soul Dynasty spent big there. I think maybe if they even slightly overspent, but still the Nano on board is really important. 2-1 in terms of ults available. Final fight territory. It's another 99-0 start for Soul Dynasty on University. They let that one go and allowed Shanghai to also get a 99 here. Soul Dynasty have the opportunity to close that book nice and early. Krillin low, still alive.
Yep, Nano comes across. Pulse Bomb didn't get the stick, went right into the wall. Hurting that stat line there for Viper, where everything else has been quite clean. Fate Diving back over here onto the point, goes low. Primal now going to be popped. He's just looking to disrupt as much as he possibly can. Maybe even get somebody knocked off the side of the map, but won't be able to get it done. Instead, just does juggle Krillin over into Viper's hands. Finds that elimination, gets Lee Soo-min to boot. The flip nearly there. Now confirmed, Shanghai Dragons get themselves on the board. Fate dies in the back end.
Double supports down for Dynasty. No further play available there. Great job keeping Krillin alive initially, but Dragons will still be able to take down double supports. Allowing them to get that cap, and now he's just about to rotate into the EMP. So this is where things get interesting. Dragons are kind of repeating University a little bit. They lose 0-99, but then they start making a comeback, and now they start getting some decent ultimates to further that comeback opportunity. Because Dynasty have very little to use here. Until Krillin can maybe find this rally to play up against the EMP. Dynasty got to be patient, but as they're being patient, percentage ticks up further for Dragons.
Going low, but still it's going to be Bellisria dead as the EMP comes through just solo onto him. They get rid of the tank, they buy some more time. Spy check, spots Easy Han, forces him to translocate away.
Dragons will now just about crest over 50. So another opportunity for Seoul Dynasty, the 100-0. Unfortunately gone. Easy Han still waiting for that EMP. Takes a bit of damage, and I'm looking at another EMP, then I'm thinking, okay, this one needs to be used. Easy Han can't hold into this one like he did for University. This has got to be an EMP that wins them the game.
Pulse from Viper didn't get anything but profit. He finds coming up to now. Ears is going to be taken down. The nano, the vestiges of it now expiring, and Fate gets hacked. Finished off. The flip is in. 67% might just be the final standing here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Unless they can pull off a miracle, but with Viper dead, it seems like that is going to be it. The OT will just bleed down. It's going to be a 2-0 to start things off here with Oasis. Seoul Dynasty taking the first map.
And the more things change, the more things stay the same. And when it comes down to it, Prophet will get the job done. How about that? He'll open up the fight, no issues. EMP does also follow through. Seoul Dynasty throw their ultimates in. They don't allow the Shanghai Dragons another opportunity at making that comeback happen. The Seoul Dynasty, a little bit more hard fought than they maybe bargained for, given how much of a lead they had on both of those rounds, but a 1-0 start nonetheless. And as we mentioned, Shanghai Dragons versus Seoul Dynasty number 28.
Starts off. I'd be curious to see how many of those started off with the control map went to the side of the Dynasty. Either way, they get it done in a 2-0 fashion, not allowing for the Dragons to get their way back in to make it nearly as contentious as it was in that first round. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have Eichenwalde up next for our hybrid map, so don't go anywhere. And we are back in just one map into this final series of the evening. Dynasty able to get a 2-0 start on Oasis. Onus now on the Shanghai Dragons to try to reply, give themselves a map win as we head into Eichenwald.
Dragons, a little bit of work done in that. Credit to the tenacity to stay in the game and losing scenarios, but and Seoul Dynasty, I think, had an opportunity to really 200-0 that one. Part of me is upset they didn't. Part of me is glad they didn't, because it shows that Shanghai Dragons is capable of making those plays. And you mentioned it, Viper, definitely the player that was the one you need to look out for. Last split, this split, largely remaining the same. Still the guy on the team that is doing the most. Sometimes, quite literally, is dragging the team across the finish line as well.
Let's see how they fare going into the next one, though. We haven't seen too many different looks, I suppose, really on Eichenwald. I mean, it's mostly been, you know, the APAC Open that I'm kind of judging this off of, but widely similar compositions. Still been seeing people running, the Winston, seeing the Tracer, the Sombra coming through. Did have a bit of Hanzo, but we'll see if that rears its head going into this map.
What's really funny is when you look at Fate and Flitter, the only thing that separates these two players is a single L. You think about it. Just a single L.
You can rearrange, rearrange them if you want, but, well, I think a couple different L's as well for Fleta earlier on in the season that he suffered. Fate, though, is going to look to turn the tides here for the Dragons.
Really what I'm saying is, I'm hoping Fate is Fleta without the L.
There you go.
I'm really hoping that's what's happening. But map 1, a little bit of a sad start. Got pooped off the map by Krillin. Okay, we'll let that one slide for now.
A pretty rude awakening.
For a much better map 2 for Fate and the rest of the Shanghai Dragons. As we mentioned, not expecting any changes here for comp. It's largely going to be the same. Valkyrie is still in, which means we're playing more Winston. Shanghai Dragons technically have a sub, but realistically speaking don't have a sub, so not expecting anything different there. Also, I think, again, for Dragons, this should be their meta. Now think about it. Fate, Winston, Viper Trace, Yusuf Sombra. Okay, the backline, you know, Gangnam Jin's not normally... Yeah, but his Brig has been better than his Lucio, so we'll give him that. Eris, Anna, yep. It's exactly what they need to play. They should be good at this meta. They should be. Would think.
Valkyrie up front nice and early, just jumping back. Gets himself over to safety, just spy checking where possible, but Hisu's already really slipped the net. All the way in behind them. As his setup. Can he set up for the strike? Hack across. Dive not possible from this position, but they do give up so much space. The choke having to be surrendered here from the side of the Dynasty. Now they have to fight their way back into it, but you can see the team quite split apart. Valkyrie up here onto the high ground, going to be contested by Fate. Pushed away. It's the low ground. Sleep Dart. Kind of going into the floor there for Miras. Nade will connect.
He's sleeping ghosts. The shadow boxing from Miras on that one. Dragon still trying to rotate through. Okay. Viper's got a frag.
But they can't follow up. Valkyrie doesn't want to pursue deep enough to try to find that elimination. And Zihan gone. Valkyrie has slept. Assassinated. That's going to be Shanghai Dragons with a very nice pace set here. Already locking down the first point. There's just no way to continue contesting this one. They have to give it up. So it's 5+ minutes. Massive turnaround here from Dragons.
Well done. Yeah. Bionade coming through from Eris. Viper getting the opening frag. Another Bionade now to Krillin. Puts pressure on. And this is going to be potentially further kills, but a sleep will stop things for now.
Okay. The restraint looks good. Dragon's not going to over pursue here. I thought maybe they would just end up kind of inting into their own demise and give up Portocolo's control, but instead they actually wisely back away.
Early Nano, look, Eris is outpacing Lucimin by quite a lot.
And he's dead.
Especially if Lucimin's dead.
Yeah, I mean, Viper arrived late. It wasn't even necessary. Everybody else just already had the setup. Velasria down here low. To be chipped away at. They pursue in, and he doesn't want a primal, so there's just no way to save him. Lucimin, that long-range healing is already eliminated and running back. Velasria just dead.
Velasria tried to counter trade by diving on into the backline Dragons, but what a sleep from Eris. Eris game so far. Yeah, dude was shadow boxing the sleep down to the pavement earlier on, but since then, he's been really getting those uppercuts in. Seoul Dynasty looking like they got a glass jaw so far. In this defense, the EMP cutting across 2.
And Viper does it again.
with the 2.
It does it again. The EMP, it's Lee Min, it's Krillin. They're just bound at the hip, it would seem. And Viper, he takes full advantage of that. Another double kill. The cart gliding forward completely unhindered.
Wow. Primal, whoa, where did Bells for your Primal? Where is that? Somewhere off the side of the map. Forced. This time I think it was forced.
I mean, Bellasria's chasing a damn ghost right now. I'm looking at the cutouts here. I'm not seeing anybody that he's really going for. So, I mean, the Primal's just down. EMP into the back line. They look for Gangnam Jin. The rally through. Eris doing his damnedest to try to keep him alive, but it's just not quite going to be enough throughput to keep him in the fight. Kill off on the Prophet, though. Viper able to play off the back of that sleep. Set up once more by Eris, but he himself will now fall. As you say, but supports in a tank for the side of the Dynasty. A little bit less oomph here for the side of the Dragon, so they will finally have to reset.
No staying power, sadly. I think the ideal scenario is if Shanghai Dragons play the 3v3 where they have 2 DPS, 1 tank versus 2 supports, 1 tank on the Dynasty. You can force out either the Nano or the Rally. That would have been ideal, but Dragons just say, cut our losses, back out. Got 113 meters, got 3 minutes left to play through. Still doing fine, and even then, look, Isu shoving payload, sneaking meterage.
Yeah. And Prophet noting that he had translocated behind. Now Viper just goes in. I think they have just shift work here. Isu clocks out, Viper clocks in, right back over to the cart, which is now pushing forward 4 meters away. As Isu will get taken down. Bellasria able to zap him to death. Does come up with that elimination. Pulse bomb for Prophet. Does he want to use this here? Trying to set up a hack, but unable to find it. It seems like for now they will just allow for Shanghai Dragons to occupy this high ground.
Dragons are slowed down a lot. Dynasty still have ultimates playthrough. You'd like to see Dragons force these ults out. One of them will go. No avail. Now it's nano time for Eris. Target Fate. Keeping a keen eye out for Bellasria as well.
Also noted Easy Han here on this high ground, so he knows that he's not in any danger of getting hacked.
Easy Han's permanently low HP, by the way.
Yeah. Getting his own back. The push forward, Bellasria just walking at him menacingly. The EMP in the meantime is going to be used by Hisu over towards the gateway. Get both supports, but the follow-up not quite going to be found. We have a Bionade layered in here because they were being dealt with by Bellasria, who's now just trying his chances here at juggling them. Prophet pushing forward, has to recall out the safety. Bellasria as well, similarly jumping back across the bridge where Fate looks to match. Still 4 minutes left to go. The rally now rolling. Primal nearly online for Fate. Displace them here. It seems nigh impossible as Gangnam Jin, yep, the rally rolling, has the shield bash, gets the stun, gets the kill. Bellasria knocked out of the park and gets the follow-up with Lee Min. That'll be the cap coming in. 2:45, so good time buying overall for the Dynasty on the second point, but still need to stop this cart in its tracks.
It's just needed to see Bellasria survive slightly longer than Easy Han can swing in with the EMP, and possibly a different story for the Seoul Dynasty as they have the opportunity to clutch up that final fight on beat. That'll be in a different timeline though, as here Shanghai Dragons, they get the Bellasria kill, they get the cleanup, and they get the cap as well. 2:30 roughly to try and finish this map. Still, they're expecting Seoul Dynasty to get a really good defense going as once more this Easy Hunt EMP needs to connect, and he's still looking for targets. Might just have to settle for Fate.
Sends it, but he's only going to get Gangnam Jin. Yeah, Fate managed to jump out, and that means that the dive is a little bit disjointed here. Prophet still does manage to weave that pulse bomb in around the shield, however, just come up with the kill. Making the best out of a bit of a disjointed situation. Still need way more than that. And while Easy Han was waiting for the setup, Hisu's now since built up his next EMP. Has that ready to go.
Shanghai Dragons was stacked on 4 ultimates. Lee Min the only defending ultimate for the Seoul Dynasty. Dragons need a little bit more payload push. If they had better payload push, they could actually just one and done this with their 4 ultimates available. Isu will be looking. He'd love to be behind the team, but unfortunately he's in front. He's revealed himself as well, so see what eventuates from this.
Goes back into stealth, has the setup for the exit. Detected for a brief moment, hugs into the corner.
Viper.
And Viper gets a monstrous opening. Krillin going to be taking down the hack now in on Bellasria as they look to just melt him. Nano's going to be committed just to keep him alive, and that will give him enough time to get the Primal online. Is that ready to go? Fate in the meantime has already popped his own, just juggling people around. Now the follow-up hack Primal barely comes through. What, 19 HP there for Bellasria. Manages to get the pop. This is follow-up pulse bomb from Prophet. This time not going to be able to find an elimination though, which would have been a breath of fresh air for the side of the Dynasty, who so desperately would love to stop this cart in its tracks. Easy Han drops down, however, EMP's in, the ports disappear. Fate taking a brief little nap as well. Get the follow-up hack, they get the cleanup. It's 45 seconds to hold with 3.5 meters left to go.
Just a better EMP from Easy Han. Catches the back line. Gangnam Jin, Eris, both dead. Translocator found here as well. In a different game, Easy Hunt would get telefragged here, so a little bit of PTSD standing on top of the teleporter. And here's the spy versus spy action. Hisu is likely dead. Prophet to come in and swing for the alley-oop. And Shanghai Dragons, this is basically final push, right? 20 seconds remaining. Hisu will get a respawn, but Dragons have no positioning.
And Viper is out. He is safe. He's back. The welcoming arms of the rest of his teammates here. Pulse, or rather, Bionade out from Iris. Just managed to find one. Pulse bomb sent. Not going to find the stick. No elimination, but the rally still in the back pocket for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Heart contested. Rally popped. Bellisria onto the high ground. Easy Han forced to translocate away. Heart now needs to be contested. It's back within 5 meters to jump off of it. 3 meters left to go. Rally going to be expiring. Min trying desperately to get this nano up and ready. 16% left to go. The jump comes in, some backline pressure being applied by Fate. Now a meter left. The anti comes in at a crucial time though, and Easy Han's able to play off the back of it. They find the elimination. Zapping away, now it's on the rest of the team to try to clutch this one out. The ult's still quite far. Nano rolling. Bellisria taking a nap. Prophet under the pulse bomb. Ready to go. Looking for Hisu, and swapped over onto the Sojourn. He's going to fall. Prophet gets the pulse bomb stick. Iris is dead. The cleanup is through, and they stop the cap.
Prophet still clean as ever. Final EMP as well from the Seoul Dynasty on top of the pulse bomb from Prophet. The DPS duo of the Seoul Dynasty will clean the Shanghai Dragons up, and even the late swap onto the Sojourn for the last fight. Not enough for Hisu, but I do respect the swap because I do think Sombra attack for C is lacking. Even for someone like Hisu, you can just tell it's difficult to make that Sombra work. How do you rotate around the map? How do you get anything done? Here's that double EMP onto the back line. Gunlam during the air is caught. So much easier for Easy Hunt to just chill there. Wait for Shanghai Dragons to dive on in. And just allow the Dragons to fly past you and catch whoever you want in the back line as that happens. For Hisu, he has to somehow dive past a bunch of members in Viz. Get to the back line, which is just far too difficult because East Summer and Krillin can essentially play from spawn. Which even if you can get there with the EMP, how does Viper and Fate get there? You'd have to triple blink in. You have to do a maximum range jump as Fate as well. It's pretty dangerous. So, and the Winston Tracer Sombra comp starts to slow down considerably towards the end, but even then they got within, I believe, a meter 12. A meter, yeah, 1 meter 10, 1 meter 12, something of that caliber of finishing that.
Very damn close, so Dynasty basically have to go the distance, but if they can get the full push and they get the win, they get the match point. And they get to avoid those extra innings.
5, 4, 3, 2.
This gates will now unlock. No one going for any. Whoa. Okay.
Just a real quick fun fact as we head into the second half of Eichenwalde here. Viper currently is deadlifting. A Flitter deadlift. Flitter is now coach on his team. 7 out of 14 is what Viper's working with.
If Flutter can teach you to do anything, I guess it's that. Maybe not how to tank. I'm guessing he's probably not as involved with Fate.
I think Fate will do his own research on that one. He'll do his own homework.
Well, pressured off the front line here is Fate. He's down quite low as well. This Viper just trying to keep pace and keep ahead of Prophet towards this pulse bomb charge. Han making his exit. Hisu with a nice little 9-10% stretch lead. This Bellisria, bit of a pickle. Pinned up onto the high ground. Lee Min going to be eating that anti-nade and will get finished off. Fate dives in on top of it, manages to find that elimination. Krillin going to be taking it as well. Bellisria, however, similarly finds both supports, so now we're down to a 3v3, but the HP bars on the side of the Dynasty looking significantly rougher. HP bars going to surge back up a little bit as they grab these health packs, but Prophet out in the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
With nothing to rely on, ends up getting taken down. Viper looking to assert that dominance. Now builds up his own pulse.
Prophet had a pulse a little bit earlier. That does fade away as he opts it into the play. Instantly though, the respawners are here. Everyone's now back arrived. Easy Hunt in trouble, nearly on the EMP. It's Viper again. Viper is so good. Oh
it's
my
so
goodness.
Clean. It's disgusting. He's able to come away with that one. Just guns him down into the instant toss of the pulse bomb. 2 kills for him again. As that's going to be half the time bank drained away. And I mean, you think about how quickly Dragons were able to get this point. They had so much time to work with, getting themselves into B.
He's a slam dunk Tracer player. It's 2 points every single time. And now it's EMP. Hisu spots. Yeah, he's just going to solo this one. Goodbye, Lee Min. Oh, look, Krillin.
Hisu with the second one. I mean, Prophet trying to get something back there, trying to get the one clip across, but just can't make it happen. It's all just body shots. Nothing to the head found. I mean, the story on the last series was push to a certain point, don't finish the map, then full hold. Does Dragons follow the same pattern that we saw from the Infernal? Gangnam Jin, okay, they'll get isolated. Prophet able to find the kill off the back of the EMP.
It's an important kill. Gangnam Jin was on 98.
Look at how far Fate is diving forward. He's just keeping the supports locked in position. The rest of the team, they can't play the point. They can't start ticking up. They have to come to the rescue. Fate will eventually die, but he's still buying so much time.
Well, this is the opportunity now. I think Dynasty, if they go for it with their 4 ultimates available, this is where they got to cap it. There's a moment to do it. Now it's time. Fate's still coming back in. Okay, this is looking pretty good now.
But it's traded. A Viper finds one. Another pulse bomb on the way. It's worked down about half HP. Rally going to be rolling here from Krillin. Pulse bombs in. He gets the kill. It cost him his life, but that might just be good enough. Rally cut short. Belstria stunned up. Primal rolling. The follow-up pack is in. Hisu looking to try to keep them in this one, but Gangnam Jin going to be taken down. Prophet able to kill him through the rally. Here is still going to be running back. Does have still that nano boost yet to invest. Now throws it out. Goes over to Fate. Going to see what he can get done. Answering. Nano goes across the Belstria as well. 92.2%, 30 seconds remaining. Dynasty, they need to get this cap and they need to get it out. Otherwise, they're going to have no time to work with for the second phase of the map. Fate, however, will eventually fall. Belstria cleaning up the kill. Hisu.
He's got to go for it.
Enough. It looks like he wants to set up, but no, the cap has already come in. Viper got taken down, so he just doesn't get the opportunity. Has to just let it go. Still try to play elusively, maybe get a setup here for a quick turnaround. Gain cart control nice and early before they can get it rolling. The stagger kill onto Iris is looking good.
There it is. And Viper nearly... Dude, if he lives, I mean, that would have been something else. Still got 2 kills in the pulse well, though. Changed my mind. What a monster. Like, any time Viper's got pulse, the game is seemingly winnable for the Shanghai Dragons. For them now, they just need to get this EMP off. They do so beautifully. Prophet's still alive for now, but it's enough to push the Dynasty back.
Yeah, he's dangerously low, but that's about as early as you could possibly get this control. Cart just making it through the gateway. And now Shanghai Dragons just playing low ground here with 3. The supports lingering behind. There's Easy Hunt going to be noted off on that flank.
You should be able to stay aggressive here, especially with Fate now coming into Primal. Shanghai can take some risks, they certainly afford it. Need a little bit of carefulness on the back line with Easy Hunt. Should be hunting. It's a keen 3-stack here. Easy Hunt revealed. Yeah, he's going to have to translocate away, so that would have been a good EMP.
He's just saying, where would I be right now? Belstria, well, he's dead. 6 feet under. Fate able to go ahead and finish the job that Viper started with that pulse. The attach rate still looking quite good.
It's all Dynasty now. And it took them a while to cap A, and any amount of time they got is starting to dwindle. With the Viper kill, though, door open slightly. It's Dynasty sitting on another 4-stack of ultimates, but just struggling to find an opportunity to actually use anything.
The hack follow-up kill there on a Prophet, couldn't get it done. Belstria going to be taking a nap. He's already displaced some people off the high ground, though. Opening up this archway, so the card can continue. EMP is committed. Easy Han using that one solo on the Fate. Iris going to fall as well. Viper gets a bit of revenge on Lee Soon Min for having fallen to him, but Gangnam Jin again going to be having this rally cut shy. But Viper still alive, still possible. Comes up with 2. The cart starting to inch its way forward. 35 HP on him. Recalls out. Decides to play it quietly. Keeps himself safer now, but Prophet hounds him down eventually off screen.
Yep. HP advantage there. Viper was on nothing. No supports available. Late death on the Viper is actually pretty costly there as well, because now Shanghai Dragons, well, they would like to go in for a good dive on the EMP. Lacking members. Fate has been hiding. Oh my goodness, have you ever seen a lurking Winston you have today? Fate was just hiding the whole time.
EMP onto the high ground. Fate arriving right on time. Lisa Min trying to stay alive. Krillin just dumping everything he possibly can. So far, it's working a treat. They keep him in the mix. Krillin's well emptied out, but not dead yet. Still getting juggled around.
Good hack, good hack.
Does he have to just throw this nano? Throws down the nade. Fate not getting clipped by it. The sleep dart, however, absolutely monstrous. But now they still need to play this out through overtime. Touch back in onto the cart. Lee Soon Min, he's coming up in a very aggressive angle. One that could be punished very quickly, and it is. Viper instantly gets on top of him, finds the kill. The back cap is coming through. A couple meters left to go. 76 meters left. They managed to get the touch. Viper doing his damnedest to keep them in this one. Fate now joining in as well, but it's got limited tools. Belstria will fall, but so too does Fate. Now Viper gone. The cap is there. A minute and a half now to basically finish the map, and the ult bank for Dynasty is looking spectacular.
Calm under pressure there for Lee Soon Min. He dies, but His last breath sends out the nano onto Bellisria, the prime target, the exact one you want, and with that, the Soul Dynasty would get enough kills to cap. Bellisria dies, I think just slightly shy of a primal, but thankfully won't have to use it. Now can they finish the map? I mean, Jesus, this is going to take a while. We're not going to go to a time bank, so none of that's going to matter. It's just getting to the end.
The pulse,
They have an EMP coming.
It can all make the difference. Fate falling low. Prophet trying to chase in. The stick is good. He finds the kill. Rally online for Krillin. Gungam holding his own. He's waiting for his opportunity as the sleep will hit Krillin, but there's just no way to get this punish. The card getting ever
Payload's
closer.
there.
The payload's just gliding. The touch. Oh, it's Viper, but he moves away. The jump back through. Fate managing to tag in at the very last second. The EMP strikes in onto 3. The follow-up is through. Anti out onto 2. Prophet, however, going to be taken down. Nelly Simon going to be gone. The cleanup comes in. The Dynasty need to reset right here, right now. If they want any chance, because now it's just 20 seconds remaining. Everything was committed. Bellisria going to be the last one to fall.
Late death, late death.
Way too late of a death. The Shanghai Dragons, they call a ceasefire. They don't kill him off. They wait until he tries to exit. Beautifully done by them, and that might just be the game-winning play.
And there's 2 ultimates. Primal, importantly, is there for Fate, which means Shanghai Dragons can delay. They can stall. Easy hunt. Maybe a back cap. Just barely gets the touch.
He gets the touch,
Keep
but
the
now he
overtime
needs to
going.
retouch.
Who's got the
Did
next
anybody
touch?
else get there? Yes, Prophet managed to tag in just in time, but they still have some distance to go. Bellisria rejoins the Doomfist once again. The tag in, but a pulse from Viper online. He's been so good for it that so far this entire year, Prophet is going to be dealt with. In the back line is just juggling Lee Min. Seemingly the sleep dart not available. He's stuck up into the corner. He's got no healing. He's got no hope. He ends up getting taken down. Bellisria hacked, anti-dead, and the hold comes through. 1 meter, less than a meter, on that push, and somehow, some way, the Dragons stop it in its tracks.
Here we go. We got a series on our hands, 1-1. We had a 3-1 a little bit earlier on, had a 3-0 after that, and now into mountain number 3. Unclear who is coming out ahead. What a map! Evolved is super close. An insane Tracer performance from Viper, as you'd expect, but even more brilliant watching it again in the second half of the year. Fate in the lineup here as well. Much needed for the Shanghai Dragons team, as their chance of beating Soul Dynasty again is still on the cards.
I think about how close they were to Shanghaiing that cart during that final push. If Fate jumps a meter too far, it's over. But they managed to win it out. We're tied up at 1-1 with that escort coming up next. We'll see who takes the lead from there. So don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a few. I think we knew at the beginning of the day that this was not going to be a 3-0 for either of these squads. We are tied up 1-1 with a nail-biter finish. The defense there from the Shanghai Dragons barely stopping the Dynasty from getting over the line, tying it up after Eichenwald. And now we look forward to our next map as we move into Escort, and it's going to be Watch Point Gibraltar.
Another Winston map. So both teams happy with that result. Not going to get any weirdness here. Part of me would have liked to have seen what would have happened if we moved on to more of an off-tank favored map, but dare I say that would probably just be perhaps an easy dub for the Seoul Dynasty. They kept Void around, and I'm sure Void would love to get a little bit of revenge on the Shanghai Dragons, and we have Void and Fate being on the same team for the longest time. How about Void versus Fate? That might still be yet to come, because we have 4 maps on board today. Some Ana stats from a little bit earlier. Iris did do really good on Eichenwald. And the stats,
Yeah.
pretty similar, all things considered.
Got a healing way out in front. But yeah, I mean, Leeseman having some big moments himself. I mean, that Hail Mary to help them get across the line, just getting juggled back and barely managing to get the barely managed to get the sleep to be able to get the nano across. Some good moments from both of these Ana players that are going to prove to be even more pivotal as time goes on. But with Gibraltar on the horizon, let's see what we end up with as far as these comps are concerned, because didn't really get to see too much sniping on Circuit Royale. I wouldn't mind seeing it here.
Easy Han might think about it, but I'm pretty sure Shanghai Dragons will stick to the Tracer Sombra. I think both teams actually will probably just do that. It's the kind of map for it, you know? Based on what I've seen on Gibraltar so far, that would be the case. I don't think anyone would really want to do things too differently here. I think for all the maps, essentially, you could kind of argue that. Maybe if you were really so far inclined, you could see Void come in for Esperanza, play some Junk Queen versus Fate's Winston. Even then, you could also just keep Belisarian into play some Winston. Game's close enough now, it's getting hard to call.
I mean, it was a good recovery to be able to take or tie things up, I should say, not take the lead, but to be able to tie it after Eichenwald, given how things had kind of gone for the side of the Dragons. A bit of, heartbreak is having some of those rounds get away from them on Oasis. See how they fare, though. So we go ahead and see what they're going to piece together, but already we're seeing that Tracer Sombra for the Dragons, so.
Let's take a look at what sort of opening teleporter shenanigans we have for the Seoul Dynasty. Sometimes you see some hog stuff. It looks like Prophet's not even going to do the teleporter. Or maybe he will, still a little bit of time left. Could just be getting Krillin and Lee Sumin across the map as well. We've often seen that.
Okay. Prophet does set it up.
Okay, yep, just across the map.
Right back over onto the Tracer.
So as expected, just a full mirror. Pretty normal.
Just getting tagged up by that Bionade, but Belsaria unable to push far enough forward to really try to get any punish off of it.
Easy unhacked.
Oh, yes he is. Easy Han dead. Viper there for the setup. Finds it nice and early. Opportunity for Hisu now to take the lead. Belsaria again trying to challenge here onto the high ground. Does get antied out, but they just go pushing forward in the app. Yeah, they will get the cleanup. 3 players dead. Just Hisu and Viper left alive as the card can start moving.
Lee Sumin lobbed that one in. Fantastic catch, and yep, you lose Easy Han early, but Seoul Dynasty win the actual trunk of the fight, the important part. Now they have full control of the map. Server is theirs. Viper, first to return for the team. Dynasty payload exiting car wash now, so you'd argue the hardest part of the point is over.
Getting around the corner as well. HP bar is quite low here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and the double nade again. Lee Sumin. It's looking so clean with these, even though Hisu didn't get caught up in it. The Prophet's still able to find that elimination, and the supports are just completely locked away, and that means that Fate is dead. That means the cap is in, and that is a 5-minute time bank now for this second phase as they desperately try to get down to the respawn room so they can TP away, but Easy Han will not allow for Ears to do that.
So Gangnam Jim managed to get the back spawn there, which is nice. As you mentioned, Eris going down is going to cause a little bit of extra delay. Seoul Dynasty are only just coming up to the ultimates right now, which means they've won that entire thing without any ultimates required so far. Just cheaply getting their way across. Plenty of time in the bank so far as well. Easy Han is trying to race Hisu for first EMP. Fate. Oh, he slept.
Jab slept, finished off, was trying to get away from Belisari on the high ground, but cannot escape. Ends up getting taken down. The pain continues. 4 minutes, 21 seconds now here for the Dynasty, as they have already closed most of the gap here. Rally pop from Gangnam Jin here to the side room. The EMP now goes across. Nano out from Iris to try to keep him alive. Anti on the back end. Viper recalls to stay alive, but Iris, he ends up being the focus fire. Gets juggled around, gets taken down.
Oh, 4-man.
EMP from Hisu will be able to fight a 4-man. Lee Soo-min the first one to fall, but they need more than that on the back end. Viper, again, finds one, finds two. He's always good for a double, it would seem. Pulse bomb does take out Krillin. That's supportless now for the side of the Dynasty. And that's going to be them sounding the retreat. A little bit of an overstay here for, not an overstay, but a stick around for Easy Han. We'll just go ahead and try to get as much charge as he can, but eventually translocates out.
I actually lied, that was a 5-man EMP. You got all 5, just one of the players, I think Lucy Moon, died instantly, so it looked like a 4-man. Yeah, great response from Hisu. We talked about the EMPs being lined up for both teams. It's Hisu that nails the Seoul Dynasty, flashes them all across the wall. Full team hacked out. All the ultimates gone, so 10 ultimates expended, I think, that last fight. Huge. Halo's still moving, though. Look at this.
Yeah, already born at 88 meters left to go. Viper worked down to half profit on the hunt. Does have the lead towards that next pulse. He's looking to use Fate as a bit of a battery here, so Fate has to make his exit. The charge forward, though, it's going to be Gangnam Jin taken down out here on the back end. The supportless Fate low, dead. That's going to be the cap. 3.5 minutes, just about. No, 4.5 minutes. Sorry, math. I can do it.
It's been a tough map for Gangnam Jin and Eris, especially Eris. 4 deaths on Eris, 2 on Gangnam Jin, 6 combined, only 1 each on Krillin and Lee Soo-min. So much more difficult for the backline of Shanghai Dragons to stay alive compared to the Seoul Dynasty. And speaking of staying alive, Belisari and Prophet haven't even died yet. 0 deaths apiece for both of them, and especially impressive for a tank player like Belisari, because typically the tank is one of the key targets. And now we're all the way on C point. 4 minutes remaining, half of the map still there for Seoul Dynasty play in. It's been next to flawless. Exactly.
He's able to stay alive. Looking for that hack kill on the Prophet, but won't come through. Soo-min just sat here on the high ground, taking some pawn shots towards Gangnam Jin, trying to help set up for that kill, but he does escape. Life intact. Ult's now online. Krillin 24% behind as far as that is concerned, but Hisu's dead. This could be a big moment for tempo here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Fate taken down as well. The EMP ready to go. Do they use it to just try to create some further staggers? So far, not coming in, not committing anything else.
Easy Han, first on the EMP. Viper still lagging behind a little bit. Payload steadily moving along. Seoul Dynasty, huge rank of ultimates for this final push, and they can get it done right here and now. If Shanghai Dragons do not respond properly, they lose the ultimates or don't gain value. Seoul Dynasty have the cap, and they would have a huge time back. We're looking at 9 ultimates.
Yep. Still was able to go the way of Dynasty last time there in the hangar. For now, widely just backing up. Seems like they're anticipating this EMP, so they give us some space. Lee Soo-min still gets caught up, however, and finished off. Rally now rolling from Krillin. Belisari down to a sliver. Still holds some primal. Still has it, but no, he's gonna die. Looks like they just made the call to save.
No, but the problem is Krillin uses ult, so if Krillin's committed, you have to commit. If your team is committing to the fight, you just gotta commit. So now that just means you have a dead tank and Krillin wasted rally. If you're not going to commit, Krillin shouldn't have rallied. It's just a weird scenario for Dynasty. As a team, you have to decide what is the play. Okay, you've been EMP, you lost Lee Soo-min. You're clearly trying to exit, but Krillin's thinking he's going to turn it.
Belisari now into the back lines once more. Just gaining that walkway for them as Easy Han goes on the hunt. A narrow margin trying to get the kill, but they're able to do it. As everybody else joins in, the dive successful. For the follow-up hack on a Viper would have been quite the catch, but Viper wisely is able to just go ahead and recall away. Easy Han now in a bad spot. Translocate out. Primal rolling off screen for Belisari. Sunned up as the rally gets popped in from Gangnam Jin. Fate now using a primal of his own. Dives into the back line. Just quickly woken up, but now it's going to be antied out. They want to confirm that kill, but he does manage to make his way out to safety, and Dynasty once more contained back around the final corner.
Now time is looking a lot worse for Wear than where we started here. 4 minutes now down to 130, and less. The next EMP coming up for Hisu. He's farmed this one up quick because Easy Han held on. Remember, Easy Han did not pop an EMP earlier, so now he's very far behind. And as we head down to 0 and OT, Shanghai Dragons look much better in terms of their resources. Seoul Dynasty worse for wear.
Recall force, EMP out. Krillin instantly dead on the floor. Soo-min as well, hacked. Just trying to disengage, but Fate is right up into his face, and Viper joins in to go ahead and seal the deal. Both supports gone, now under a minute remaining. Translocator spotted, the chase in. Viper gets the stagger, beautifully done.
50. And counting down. Easy Han at 45. He's just a tad too far away. Probably will get it by the OT, but at this stage, that means Seoul Dynasty aren't going to cap until OT4. How much time they started with on capping B. This is a huge loss. Either way, Dragons have done great on the C defense. Double support ultimates is pretty valuable though. Start with a nano. One nano's been played.
Pulse is in. Viper finds one. Where's the second kill? He's usually good for it. We'll just count that one. Not quite an assist, but Lee Soo-min does fall. They look for a little bit more. And there's just no time. There's no primal as well, so Belstria can't just primal his way out of here. Easy Han dead on the back end. Yeah, I think that's about it. The cart got damn close, but it's not going to be the finish that they were looking for. Hisu just way too far out in front when it comes down to this Sombra here. That will be it. 78 meters, the distance to beat, and if they can, then Shanghai Dragons will take the lead.
Extremely bright burning, but I'm afraid short candlestick there for the Seoul Dynasty offense. Fizzles out after 2 points, and you get to see, and a light's been snuffed. Man, that was disappointing. They had a lot of ultimates as well. We round the final corner. I was looking at 5 ultimates nearly. I think 4 actually for Seoul Dynasty, but it was 5 for Shanghai, and just the 9 ultimate brawl goes the way of the Shanghai Dragons. To be fair, as we get deeper into C, it is going to be respawn advantage for the Shanghai Dragons, but you start to see the lack of initiation on Seoul Dynasty. They are not the ones pulling the trigger first. We go back to the fight where Hisu catches Lee Soo-min. Krillin pops a rally anyway. Belastria dies super late. That was probably, to me, the pivotal fight, but really tells you a striking story of the fact that Seoul Dynasty just weren't able to initiate or recover, because really it should have been Easy Han striking first, you'd like to imagine. The Seoul Dynasty getting the first dive in, but if you're going to lose that fight, you need to lose it cleanly as well. None of that happened.
Now on the defense. Gonna need a hell of a one here
Hisu?
from the side of the Dynasty. Is Hisu? Okay, maybe at least for an opening shot? No? Alright. Playing with my heartstrings. Just pulling at him. Viper? Stop it!
He should be on the... They're not even doing a teleporting thing here. Dragons are curious and just gonna stroll out of sports. Lee Soo-min, okay.
He's dead. Scuba Stomp. Now Belastria has to exit. Krillin, only so much healing throughput to try to keep him alive. Just force fate back. Yeah, really huge boop there from Krillin. Actually a hero play.
Fate
If he
should have
doesn't get
died.
that, even he would be potentially dead.
I think Sol should have killed him. I don't know if Fate somehow got out with his life there. Krillin barely misses out on the shield bash on the Hisu, and Hisu just taunts him a little bit.
Damage round. Hisu again out
Easy Han
in
won
front.
as well.
I mean, he just follows up, gets the kill. Fate catches Easy Han as he's trying to exit. The sleep dart's there, but I don't think there's any way in hell they're going to be able to capitalize, and they cannot. So Viper just takes down Belastria, and I mean, Krillin's still running around. I'm like, you gotta reset.
They can't go anywhere now. They're stuck.
Well, cards capped 520. Monstrous time bank.
Both teams are going to be really good at A. Let's see if both teams are going to be good at B attack as well. It would require Seoul Dynasty to kind of get smeared on for this B defense. Harris has been hitting some pretty damn good nades. That opening nade onto Lee Soo-min with the follow-up from Fate really set the stage for Dragons. And now as the ultimates start coming online, it's pretty much all got to be Dragons. Look how far behind Easy Han is. That's tragic.
My ultimate is almost ready.
45%. Less than half. All the way there. As it's nearly 5 ults stacked up here for Shanghai Dragons on this attack. 4 ready to go from the Dynasty just about as well. But EMP is going to come out first and foremost. And Krillin will just disappear. Viper finds both supports. Hisu trying to exit. Drops down, but the heals are going to be good. They actually nano him to keep him alive in this fight. I'm not sure if that was entirely necessary, but hey, they still do it. They full send it. Why the hell not?
Yeah, I think Hisu didn't quite manage to get his Translocator on top of the shuttle. That would have been ideal. And he's going to try and go for a song to Lee Soo-min here as well. Fate to arrive.
Belastria arriving as well. Viper, I think, just recalled with about no HP.
Another good nade.
Still alive, but yeah, now the primal's in. They're into the side room. Krillin's just going to get juggled around. The rally not going to get any value because everybody else is dead. He's got nobody to offer up this green HP to. will just
there it
end up
is.
falling, and it's 5.5 minutes. About a full minute stronger here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Let's just get
You
to
know
the end of the map.
It's especially disappointing because Seoul Dynasty have 4 ultimates online and I just didn't get to use any of that. To be fair, Lee Min has been put in the bin for this defense. Iris has been landing nade after nade after nade, and a bunch of them have been in the face of Lee Min as well. Now's the opportune time. Seoul Dynasty is their turn.
Okay, Gimli finds one. Iris wisely playing back, not to get caught up in it. It does survive, and for now, it's going to be a bit of a mild tempo shift here in favor of the Dynasty, but there's still so much more they need to do. So that
Payload's still
EMP
moving.
buys them 40 seconds.
And while that was all happening, Payload's still getting distance, you know, so did Shanghai really lose that fight? Kinda yes, kinda no. Shanghai are back in it now. Dynasty need to pull the trigger further. They got more ults to use and they better use them.
EMP now ready to go from Hisu. Just takes up. So we'll look to see what position he gets himself in. Easy Han here on the high ground, just going to be hacked out. No follow-up to be found, so we'll just be a reset for Hisu.
I think he should be setting up for EMP. That's kind of greedy by him. Getting revealed for that play, not really ideal.
Well, speaking of which, finds Krillin. I mean, he doesn't even need the rest of the dive. He'll just kill him off himself. Hisu with a huge play. Now he's Easy Han distracted. He's following Hisu down onto the low ground. He's trying to spray him, but it just gets stomped. He's eliminated now. Profit has to be nanoed up. Still taking a hell of a lot of damage. Pulse bomb at the ready. Lobs that one through. Not going to find the kill. No one can get the touch. And that's going to be easy pickings here for the Shanghai Dragons to now move up 2-1.
What was the final time? It was still a lot. I mean, I feel like there was at least 3 minutes left, right?
I think it was way higher than that. I'll have to watch it
Yeah,
back.
I mean, Jesus. Seoul Dynasty's defense was missing.
Probably about 340,
Completely missing.
330, something like that.
I mean, we waited for Hisu to get that EMP off, and yeah, he does, and then he survives because you actually see Bellisria, and I think he's kind of well camping the translocator spot. Bellisria then dies, didn't get primal off. I don't think he got hacked either. They nano profit, and I think the final time was 350 something, 350 about.
353.
Yep.
353. Just saw it back. Wow. Well, Shanghai Dragons roaring back in a massive way after the loss on Oasis. Now it's on the Dynasty to try to turn the tides as we get ready to go into push. Otherwise, Dragons will be kicking off the second half of the season with a 3-1 victory. See if that happens when we come back. We are back, and we have at least one more map for you here as we get ready to go into push. Shanghai Dragons dominant over on Watchpoint Gibraltar, now take the lead here in the series for the first time. Question is, can the Dynasty extend this all the way into 5, or will we be seeing a bit of a cleaner victory here for the Dragons to kick off the second half of their season?
Look at the somber mood. The Genji headquarters here for the 5 players starting out for, and maybe even finishing the series for the Seoul Dynasty here. And if you weren't convinced about how tragically that defense went for the Seoul Dynasty, how about I tell you the tale of the fact that for the entire defense of the Seoul Dynasty Gibraltar, they only each got 1 ultimate. They, as a team, didn't even get to use those ultimates until at the very earliest, Krillin using a rally at the end of B, EasyHan using an EMP at the start of C, and then Lee Sumin and Prophet only using their ultimates at the very end just before they died. You remember the Nano into Prophet to get the touch? That was when the Nano came on through, and then Bellistria didn't even use the Primal. So they all only had 1 ultimate, the entire defense, and 1 of them didn't even get used, and 2 of them only on the very end before the cap.
Everything they play for now, so let's hope that somber mood does not extend into this next map here, as we are going to Esperanza for what could be the final one here in this series. I mean, we were talking about, you know, how often these teams have played against one another and how it has been the Shanghai Dragons having the upper hand overall. That was also very similarly the case at the beginning of the season, if my memory serves.
How about we move from a somber mood to a somber mood? As we've been in a somber mood the entire day, haven't we?
Yeah.
A whole day worth of sombra. And I don't think
I
that'll
love
change.
the purple machine gun lady. No, not Widowmaker.
No, I'm sorry, that's only when gladiators are playing. Okay? Here it's the red machine gun and white machine gun. But there's no
Isu.
void, so
Isu?
no, don't
Stop
get
playing
baited.
with my emotions, you jerks. I'm gonna write a sternly worded letter to Dynasty and Shanghai Dragons and say, lock in whatever you're gonna play and stop screwing with me.
So no clean because no void. That's probably going to be the only opportunity to see something different today, but both teams know exactly what's on board. It's been pretty even game. Up until Gibraltar, I felt like the matchup was pretty damn even. Gibraltar said otherwise.
Slow going for now.
Uh-oh.
Yes, okay, here it's going to get sniped
Isumin
off the
gets
high
his
ground.
revenge.
Isumin does get a bit of revenge here. Now can try to play catch up and get the follow-up here on a Fate as well after cutting down that healing throughput. The bot can continue moving here for the side of the Dynasty. Looking for Hisu. Take him a little bit lower, but still not going to be found. It's like for one of the first times, EasyHan out with a lead towards this EMP. There's 13% left to go. Is Viper going to be noted as well?
Uh-huh. There we go. That's what EasyHan does with this one. It's been rare to see him get the lead over Hisu. I feel like Hisu's had the lead for the most part of the series.
Maybe on Oasis
Finally
a
for
little
the
bit
Seoul
different,
Dynasty. Yeah, just
Okay.
take it. Two on board. Take them both.
right up in front, looking for Viper. The recall still manages to come through. Follow-up hack, however, is going to be good. Break line of sight, the answer is going to be yes. He will get top back up. EasyHan now just needs to not overstay, and he won't. And takes his exit. In the meantime, though, the push still moving forward. The bot getting closer to the checkpoint. Just a couple of meters left to go. Have that one in the back pocket here for the Dynasty.
Dragons should be able to defend this one. They got so much on board to play through. No primal for Fate, but that's fine. You got a nano. Bellistria really close to that primal, speaking of which. And the payload's gone. Okay. Push back.
EMP comes across. Lee Sumin going to be taking down Hisu. Able to go ahead. Lock that one in. They're looking for
Krillin
more.
solo.
Krillin with that shield erase. Just trying to backpedal, but Bellistria left out the dries. It seems like Dynasty just going to be somewhat contented with the distance that they have. Don't want to overcommit. Not going to try to bring that rally back through. This is the exact two ultimates that they had for that lost fight at the end. That disjointed commitment that we saw on Watchpoint Gibraltar. So this time they will have the rally and the primal.
Poor Hisu might get punished there, but he gets out alive. 2 ultimates for 1 traded for that final fight there, as Shanghai Dragons will finally get some distance on board and preventing Seoul Dynasty just shy of capping the first checkpoint. Ria didn't use Primal the last fight, and well, we'll think about using it this time around as both the Winstons have it.
Plot still just contested, held here in place. Prophet dancing around it. Ria looking for the exit, and that's going to have to be the Primal popped. Great pulse bomb stick there for the side of Viper, but the kill not going to be found for the sleep guard as well, and the follow-up is going to be damn good. Ria is still down to half, now the follow-up hack is in. Shield bash from Gangnam Jin connecting on the 2. No one dying on either side, but the bot still just locked into this position as Easy Han goes on the hunt.
He's found 2.
Trying to avoid detection. Goes in, slaps that one down. The heals coming across. Ira somehow staying alive. They keep him pocketed throughout it. Now Fate comes to the rescue as well. Kill not found. The EMP worthless in the end, and Hisu's about to have one of his own.
Ria missing from that dive. It's just Easy Han and Prophet. So unfortunately not enough damage output, and the cookies enough to keep Eris up. Gangnam Jin rapidly throwing them out. Now we'll hand the EMP baton over to Hisu, and he looks like he's got 2 supports as well.
That he does, and they're going to be able to find 2 kills, it would seem. Yep, Ria dead. Viper finding the 1. Continues on the hunt, looking for somebody. Spots Easy Han in the corner. He's hacking out that pack. We'll force him to relocate.
Watch the cap.
There's the lead.
Or the flip at least. And now the cap. Well, Dynasty aren't watching the cap, that's for sure.
No, I mean... Hello? Is this thing on?
Busy fighting around the other side.
I guess so. Either way, distracted. I mean, the pain is going to continue, as well as the push. Easy Han taken down. Hisu looking to lap him. He's just 12% shy of doing it. Hack on the Prophet, forcing him back, forces the recall as soon as he can.
Pretty sure Easy Han's had more EMPs actually, to get the first by quite a large margin, so
maybe.
This will just be Isu equalizing and not lapping. I'm fairly certain, but either the case, Isu is now caught up and taken over.
Given the tempo, it certainly feels like a lap.
He had a better EMP, we'll say that much. Isu's last EMP was much better.
Yes.
Or rather, the combined dive was better. They both got 2 targets, but Isu's 2 died.
Oh, that's sad. Dive onto the high ground, sleep dart to greet him. There's just so damn clean with it. There's the EMP now up. Viper pulse, not going to find the kill, but up over the top. EMP gets dropped in, manages to find 3, clean up on the 2. Ria going to be taking a nap again, and Prophet is dead in the crossfire. The pain continues.
Another play through the wall. Fate's looking. He knows someone's hanging around.
Yeah, he knows Easy Han. They noted him, but they just didn't find him, and now he has.
Yeah, there it is.
Spy check, just deny it. Any quicker setup that he could be going for. They should know that he's going to have the EMP soon.
Because, yeah, the EMP's on board, so trying to prevent Easy Han by removing this setup is going to slow things down massively for Seoul Dynasty. In fact, He's lost his translocator again. Dragons have been hunting this down pretty well.
Looking patiently, waiting.
He's lost it again. I don't know if you just called that.
I mean, yeah, it's just gone at every twist and turn. He'll get the hack across for Prophet to try to get the kill, and will be able to find it. So Ira's taken down with the pulse bomb. Slight little reprieve, then Prophet punished. Gangnam Jin gets jumped on here. Ria trying to find that elimination, but at least a minute's been taken down in the meantime. Gangnam Jin's still alive. The rally rolling just to keep himself in this fight. The dive still continuing. Down so low. Ria eventually will cleave him, but now Ria himself is going to get punished. So it just doesn't stop. At every twist and turn, they're like, okay, hey, we found a kill. When they turn around, they find that Shanghai found 3.
Triple digits, though. Seoul Dynasty now finally getting back control of the payload, but Shanghai Dragons get 105 on board now, over double the distance. Or Seoul Dynasty with less than half the time, 3 minutes in fact. Less than a third of the time. Seoul not liking that.
For the hack, perhaps? No? Okay.
Easy Han's been waiting so long for this EMP, he's just not been able to find an opportunity.
Meanwhile, Hisu, he's got the setup of a lifetime. Goes for it. They submit. Nowhere to go. Ria, nowhere to run. Ends up dying. Prophet finds Gangnam Jin, but again, you lose out on 2 players. Hisu is just absolutely dominating. And that was the EMP used on the opposite side as well, so Easy Han executed it, but they just can't get anything on the back end.
Well, they got Gangnam Jin, but Era stayed alive, so, you know, both teams popped down the EMPs.
They have forward spawn.
They catch like a similar amount of players, but Shanghai Dragons can just execute the kills that much better than Seoul Dynasty.
I mean, they have not lost forward spawn since they gained it. And now Fate comes in for the alley-oop. Set up for the kill by Hisu. Just zaps Prophet from behind. Finds the kill. Pulse bomb out from Viper. Not going to be getting a kill here, but Krillin's still going to be anti, trying to survive with that rally rolling. He'll stumped in. Looks like he will be able to stave them off for the time being. Spellsria also comes jumping forward into the front line once more. For now, ult's down. Other than the nano here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, so Dynasty, if they can get some kind of setup, they might be able to find some wiggle room. But they need this push to begin because it's only a minute and a half remaining.
It's so hard. I mean, look at the high grounding. How do you assault this? Nano has to be the answer, I guess, but if Pelissari gets slept, it's over.
Okay, only finds one. Hisu getting taken out. Actually, such a high value target, but you're speaking of sleep. Sleep comes in. They don't have a way of punishing it, though. Pelissari will be okay for now, and that's the high ground conceded.
Now the payload starts moving. This is important. So Seoul Dynasty, okay, they don't get that many kills, but they get the payload. They remove the force point. You talked about the force point, it's finally gone.
Straight nano to Fate. Primal will get built up. Snapping away, jumps back over, keeping the bot locked in position. Doesn't want it to get across that neutral line.
Ooh, tricky.
Okay, Primal.
Oh, another sleep
again. I mean, I need to see Ears' stats. I don't know if he's going to get player of the match, but I would still love to know what the hell his sleep rate is looking like, because this is just nasty. Fate now just playing ring around the rosy a little bit here. Jumps back over, joins in with the rest of the team. And I mean, the movement is just so crisp and so clean. Now the EMP is in. Hisu finds Krillin. Answering EMP on the opposite side. Easy Hunt. Able to find Viper. Still a high value target. Sleep Dirt used. And again, Bellsria is just, he is getting so much beauty sleep in this matchup.
It's making me tired. I'm
Good
yawning.
Lord. The Prophet in the meantime, stealing the bot away as best he can. Can he get it to the checkpoint? No. Just shy of it.
Time's run out. Double distance still to go. It's going to come down to a miracle, and they got no...
Can they touch?
They got no wishes left. Okay, they got one
they
kill.
Can't even touch.
Doesn't look
It's
like
over.
it.
It's done.
It's done.
What a stomp. Shanghai Dragons looking a bit rough, looking a bit lost at points there on Oasis, but then everything since then, as soon as we added a movable objective into the game, it was just so one-sided. A bot, a cart, whatever it is to push. That's where the Dragons clearly feel right at home, and where the Dynasty feels so very uncomfortable.
Tell you what, no matter the state of the Shanghai Dragons, it could be that the Dragons, I'm not going to curse them, I swear, but Dragons could lose every other game from here on out, but for some reason they'll just keep beating the Dynasty.
Yep.
So Dragons Dynasty 28 goes the way of Shanghai, and overall record now stands at 18-10. Shanghai won none of those games in Season 1. I wonder what happened that year. No clue. Season 2 was 1-1. Season 3 was 6-2 in favor of Dragons. 4-0 in Season 4. That was the year they won the championship. 5-3 last year, and currently 2-0 in 2023.
I mean, like you said, maybe history does just repeat itself, and Dragons can't get anything else from here, but I think that across the board, everybody looking significantly better. Except for Viper, who has just kind of been playing at this level the entire season long. Definitely pushing himself right back up to the forefront of that Rookie of the Year conversation. He is our player of the match as well.
It's going to be a tough journey for Viper. Some rookies in NA certainly fighting for it, but in terms of what's really been working for Viper, he has got nowhere near the level of team and teammates that some of the other rookies I'm talking about over in NA hasn't. Viper is... I mean, this guy is a magician. It started out with this two-man pulse, and that wasn't the only two-man pulse he got today. There was another one a little bit later on as well.
Yep.
The Viper was at one stage, I think it was Gibraltar halfway through, he was deadlifting, or maybe it was that map 2. That was Eichenwalde halfway through, he was deadlifting. The whole way through, Viper has just been phenomenal, and that's not even just this game. I thought the whole season.
Yeah.
In Dragon's worst moments, the darkest times for the Shanghai Dragons, he was their brightest light.
I mean, again, he is just kind of taking up... He's looking like Fleta on Flashlux. I will continue to say this because he was a guy who was standing out when the rest of the team was looking for, not having good moments, not getting results aside from the victory over the Dynasty at the beginning of the year. He was still looking like such a dominant force. And now, I mean, this series especially... A monstrous performance from him once again, a very well-deserved player of the match, but with a team that also looks really well upgraded with just one different piece coming in here. Hey, having a guy that knows how to play tank better than Fleta, who has years of experience on it. I don't know, it seems like it has fixed all of the disjointed issues that we were seeing from the side of the Dragons when it came down to the way that their dives were being coordinated and whatnot. Just overall, fantastic performance from them. But again, we did see this from them at the beginning of the year. We need to see them challenge some of the teams that have been near the top to really get a read on whether or not the Dragons are in fact improved and if they can be a contender out here in APAC.
Not quite the 0.7 desperate 10, but don't get it twisted. 2.8 is pretty damn good still.
Yeah.
Hey, look, 0.7 is one of those like once in a lifetime, once in a career type stats. So you're not going to see one of those again probably ever. Viper, yeah, look, he's been phenomenal this year. For Shanghai Dragons, still some work to do, but they're going to win.
All right, well, we'll hand it over to Unknown one last time for this evening to hear from Viper.
서머 스테이지 시작 이보다 더 좋을 수가 없습니다. 지금의 경기 소감 들려주시죠.
What a great start to the half the season. How do you feel?
첫 세트 쉴때
오늘 이상한가?
So I thought it was going to be an easy one, but like at the first round of control, we were, this might be a little bit trickier than I thought it would be, but in the end, we prevailed, and that's what matters.
잘 나오고 있어요. 네, 말을 좀 크게 해주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 자, 그러면 오늘 우리 팀에서 내가 POT 받을 만한 거 했다 이런 생각이 듭니까?
So do you think you deserve the player of the match today?
저 아니면 희수형일 거라 생각했는데.
Well, I think definitely it was either going to be me or Hisu. But
아무래도 이제 상해드리고 선수들이
yeah, I think I deserved it a little bit.
하다 보니까 많은 분들이 막 선수 생활 좀 궁금해하시더라고요.
그렇죠.
네.
가장 궁금하죠.
좀 어떻게 적응은 좀 잘 하셨나요?
So how are you enjoying life at Shanghai?
안에 있다 보니까 밖에 잘 안 나가고.
Well, I mean,
그래가지고.
I rarely touch grass, so it's the usual gamer life. It's also very hot outside. That doesn't really help me getting outside. So it's the usual gamer life indoors.
좋은 편 아니었잖아요. 좀 아쉬웠었잖아요.
네.
근데 지금 연습하면서 지금 분위기도 좀 많이 올라온 것 같은지가 궁금해요.
So you didn't have the best spring stage, but how's like the atmosphere like coming into the summer stage?
아마 다 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
I think the atmosphere is really good. I think we have really good vibes at the team house right now. I think we're ready to say that we're ready to win every other matches in the summer stage.
오늘 그 펄스로 한 방 쏠 때마다 2명 잡는 거 리플레이 한 몇 번 여러 번 나왔거든요. 오늘 어땠어요 그런 거? 감이 딱
So you actually had multiple double kills with the pulse bombs. How did that feel?
원래도 하는데 이번 경기 때 더 잘 된 것 같아요.
Well, usually I do it in scrims every once in a while, but like 2 times in a single match, it felt good.
최신포 쓰는 것 같습니다. 알겠습니다. 자, 그래요. 이렇게 이제 오버워치 리그를 좀 이제 경험해보고 있습니다. 이제 좀 적응이 되는 것 같습니까? 이 무대에?
So it's been half a season, half an entire season since you've joined the Overwatch League. How are you getting used to it, or do you still need getting a little bit more used to? I think I've got the hang of it.
저 임페를 나요.
이유가
I think who's the team that you look out for most? The Soul Infernal.
매그 김태성 선수랑 친해가지고.
Well, just because I think Mag's a really good player and I'm also really close with him, so I know him really well. They're a really good team.
그럼 연습하면서 지금 현재 분위기는 지난 시즌과는 느낌이 다르다라는 거죠? 현장.
So we can say with confidence. So you can say with confidence that the Shanghai Dragons on summer stage is a different team from spring stage.
Yeah. 그렇죠. 팀 전체적인 화합이 좀 잘 되고 있는 것 같습니다. 알겠습니다. 그 팬 여러분들에게 자 마지막으로 승리 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Any final messages to the fans?
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 이번 시즌 더 좋은 성적으로 보답드릴
Thank you for supporting us as always, and we'll definitely be a lot better than what we did in spring stage. And that's going to be it for the interview. Back to you, Seth.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that, I mean, to be perfectly honest, that's not a very high bar to clear, but they already do look a hell of a lot better than we were seeing from them during the spring stage, and I think that the future does in fact look bright here for the Dragons.
It's looking positive with the win early on, their second win so far this season, so I mean that deserves a bit of a golf clap, and they've doubled up their wins, and it's against the same team. The big question will be, can Dragons take down some of the other teams? We have a lot more teams this time around in the second half of the year. 4 extra contenders teams. Dragons lost to 2 of them previously in the knockouts. Some Priza and also O2 Blast. A chance now for the Dragons to get some revenge with their upgraded, retooled, the better vibes roster that Viper's mentioned.
Well, here's the standings as of today. As we can see, Infernal out in front with that 3-0 sweep that we saw from them in the previous series over the Hangzhou Spark, but now Hangzhou down into that 10th place position. So for Seoul Dynasty, they at least have that going for them. Not in the bottom slot, but there's still so many games to be played. Not just today, but also this entire weekend throughout, because I believe tomorrow we've got a 4-match Gigabanger Day that's going to be coming up, so there's so much more APAC action to watch. And here's the schedule for that one. We get the showdown right off the top of it, as it's going to be the Guangzhou Charge going against the Spark. Charge looked a little bit rough around the edges at times, but Hangzhou Spark got kind of bullied out of that one. So I'm curious to see how those two teams are going to be stacking up against each other, and then we get to see even more of our contender squads.
That's that Dreamer squad that's been kind of retooled itself as well. A lot of these contender squads look a little bit different compared to their knockout selves because, well, few of the players, a lot of the players, especially when we look at O2 Blast, got kind of poached over to various Overwatch League teams and whatnot. But Dreamer still consolidate a bunch of excellent talent like Top Dragon, League of Dreamer, you name it, they got it. So we'll talk about Dragons needing to be able to take some wins off the teams not called Seoul Dynasty. The test will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, if they can get that one, does it tell us a ton? Not necessarily, but if they lose it, I think it tells us way more information. So Dragons, definitely going to be looking to close that one out. But then, of course, Dynasty, fast turnaround, going to have to go up against Hongju Panthera as well. So those teams going to be looking to, be defeated by the contender squads. We'll see. I have to just wait and see what happens, though, but it's going to be another stacked day. This ended up being a bit shorter than I kind of expected. I thought that this one was fully going to go to a 5 map. I thought that we were going to have a Gigabanger, second series, but that was a stop. So yeah, I was fully prepared. I had snacks and drinks set aside to be able to go all the way towards midnight, but no, a 9:30 finish for me here in Korea.
I mean, what, we got 11 out of 15 maps. We missed out on 4 maps. I think 11 out of 15 will take those. 15 out of 15 would have been too crazy for me, so I appreciate that Infernal kept it a little bit shorter, but the other 2 games went 3-1. It's entertaining enough.
Well, perhaps tomorrow we can go 20 for 20. We'll have to just wait and see, you guys as well. So make sure you guys tune in for that one. We'll be back tomorrow with more APAC action. And then in the meantime, you can watch NA and whatnot, whatever. Goodbye.
Vegas is playing. Let's go.